Well, a very good morning to you all from VIRginia International Raceway, still just outside of Danville, Virginia. This is the World Racing League powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. Happy to have your company this morning. As always, my name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Ryan West. Possibly Joseph Mudrock will be along a little bit later to help us along in our final 7-hour enduro of the weekend. But for now, just JT and myself, Zach Johnson on production, as he always is. And we're ready to wrap things up this week. And we had our first 9-hour race yesterday. And as is becoming something of a regular occurrence in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, the longer race Saturday, slightly shorter race on Sunday. Changes up the fuel strategies a little bit, the driver strategies, and eventually gets everybody out of the track just that little bit earlier on Sunday and home to resume whatever their normal lives happen to be. Yesterday, JT, an interesting race filled with, I think, some uncertainty up at the top for most of the day. It wasn't all on-track action and paint swapping and battles and all of that, but it wasn't apparent that we were going to get the number 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra in victory lane until fairly late in the running.
I mean, yeah, its initial opening pace was not quite at the front-running order. That said, most of the GTO field quite early on were all within tenths of each other, so it made for very great racing. But as the day went on, we started to see overall pace take part, and we got to see it be more competitive. So that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, the sister Toyota Supra, the number 118, fared fairly well through most of the day as well before a technical issue saw it stop around the south side of the circuit with somewhere around half an hour remaining, and took that car out of contention for a podium. It does return to the track and will start on the class pole. As you see, the car's headed up the hill into Oak Tree. Taking a look at the starting grid, it will start alongside the number 123 NFC Motorsports it's not a Supra, it's a Mercedes AMG GT4. Starting there in second. The number 111 that won the race yesterday, starting in third, the Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. The 52 BMW M4 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates, alongside it on the second row. Third row, 909 from Automatic Racing, the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. In fifth, the sister car, the yellow 908 Automatic Racing Vantage there in sixth, just next door. The number 127 from Pinnacle Motorsports. In seventh, the 16E from Economy Motorsport. That is the Hyundai Elantra TCR entry, which didn't have a ton of pace yesterday, at least not consistently, but had set enough of a quick time anyway as a one-off to pick up 8th on the grid this morning, and did come home with the top 10 yesterday, which is nothing to scoff at, especially in your WRL debut. The number 9 Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4, that is the new M4, the G82 platform, debuting this weekend in the World Racing League at the hands of Catesby Jones and Steve Weber. It's in the number 9 starting ninth, alongside the number 82 from Random Vandals Racing, which was that the Random Vandals car that was part of the scrap at the end of the race yesterday before we went to code 35? I think it was.
Yes.
The number 82. Yeah, that is your top 10 in the GTO field. GTU, thin field this weekend. Capstone Motorsports starting on pole alongside the number 39 from McAllister. That'll be the winner from yesterday, was that number 39 on debut in the World Racing League. Back in their production classes, PC Racing on pole alongside the Moorhead Speedworks number 147. Twas ever thus at the top of GP1, but pushed hard yesterday by the number 26 from Edge Autosports. That BMW suffering what appeared to be a hood pin failure or something equivalent well, it was roughly halfway through the race, but the windshield was smashed by the failed hood, and it replaced the windshield, replaced or fixed the hood yesterday. I did see them carrying one around that looked oddly like it was just beat back into submission and then replaced. I didn't talk to them, but I did see them getting the car repaired, and sure enough, that car is back on the grid this morning, starting in third alongside who is projected to be the number 98 from Birmingham Road and Race. Now, they had a tough all day yesterday, or have a tough weekend, really. Started on Friday morning in the warm-up session, the untimed session, blowing up an engine and needing to source a replacement S54 very early on, getting the engine changed overnight, and then just dealing with problem after problem. Yesterday, lost a couple of hours in the paddock before we really even got to halfway. Excuse me. Frozen Rotor number 984, fifth in GP1. The 701 from round 3 racing, planning to start 6th in GP1. Have we seen that car out on track this morning? He asks, unsure. Maybe we pick it up down there at the bridge at turns 6 and 7. The car was looking for a head gasket yesterday, and I don't see it out on track, unfortunately. They lost a head gasket in the Cayman engine, and that number 701. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to start the Sunday race, so a slightly thinner field there in GP1, although I don't think we're going to be short on action. Down in GP2. Oh, before we move on to GP2, actually, we should mention the number 5 All-Star Racing Team due to start back in, let's see here, that would be 10th. I don't think we're going to see that car today. Involved in a fairly significant accident at the end, inside the last hour yesterday, and down at turn 7, and everybody okay. The car very much not okay. So I would not expect to see that number 5 back on track today. GP2 Fat and Furious Racing on pole, the 525, the 160 from Moorhead Speedworks to start 2nd, Harrison Motorsports 3rd, the 164, and Overnight Motorsports, the 197 in 4th. Looking for a fantastic race today in GP2. Good one in GP3 yesterday as well. Open throttle racing alongside the 85 from AOA, 109 from Roberts Motorsports, 55 from AOA Racing in 4th, and shotgun on the field will be the 93 from TC Klein Racing. Your winners yesterday in GP3. Any one of those 5 cars can realistically take home the GP3 victory today, and looking forward to being able to follow that action through our 7-hour enduro at VIR to round out the weekend. Last time you'll see these GTO cars on track, by the way, until September, when we go out to High Plains Raceway in Colorado. Our next event will be a GP-only affair, so soak it up while you can. The GT4 cars, the TCR cars, the GTU cars there as well, and the Porsche Cup car in there. In addition to all of that, it's a lovely mix of cars at the front of GTO, as it always is. Mercedes and Supra on the front row, Supra and BMW on the second row, 2 Aston Martins in the third. The green flag waves down the curving front straightaway at VIR. And our final race of the weekend, the 7 hours at Virginia International Raceway, is green. Side by side from the front row down into turn number 1. It looks like the Supra... actually, it looks like the Mercedes is taking the advantage on the brakes down into turn number 1. We saw this yesterday. That number 123 straight on the pace, pulling out a huge margin on lap number 1. Now under attack from the 111 on the brakes into NASCAR down at turn number 3. It's changed hands immediately. I'm sorry, I keep calling it the 111. That's a 118. The 118 is out in front, then Mercedes, then BMW. We've had the start from the production field, headed down into turn number 1. You see in the background there as well. And get a peek at it. I think that's PC Racing out into the lead on the brakes into turn number 1. Watch the same thing we just saw in GTO. Watch for an attack on the brakes into turn number 3, but that 147 a little bit preoccupied with what I think is the number 26 Edge Autosports BMW around the outside. Oh, car off and into the tires.
Oh, that's Edge.
That is the Edge Autosports car. From bad to worse this weekend. I think they may get just may get away with that. That tire wall moved pretty easily in the wet grass, and I'm hoping that that means the impact actually wasn't that significant. But that was your 3rd place runner in GP1 off at turn number 3, backwards into the tires. It means Birmingham Road and Race now inherits 3rd, while PC Racing and Moorhead Speedworks escape up the front of the general production field.
There we see Edge rejoining, thankfully.
GTO field now up the into the braking zone at turn number 14, the end of the long back straightaway. Terminal velocity there somewhere around 150 miles an hour. And the car is now single file through the turn 14-15 complex as they make the long run down onto the front straightaway up to start finish. I can tell you it's Thunder Bunny number 118 out in front. And then do we have...
The 52.
Yeah. Up into second. A phenomenal start for that number 52 to take the position away from the number 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. That Mercedes was really quick down... I mean, it was basically 2 corners before it was swamped back up by the number 118, who's doing what that Mercedes did yesterday and pulling out a margin almost 2 seconds on the first lap. Good start for the 908 as well to take position away from the 111 Thunder Bunny Supra. The 909 is the other side of the sandwich there of Aston Martins with Thunder Bunny stuck in between. Good start from Economy Motorsport as well. The 16E Hyundai Elantra back in P7. And the Pinnacle Motorsports 127 back in 8th before we get to the 2 Random Vandals cars. 8-2 leads 2-8 there at the moment. Choice Racing, the number 511 back in P11. We've had the field through for the first time 43 cars taking the start plus Edge. So let's make it 44. First look at Edge. Now that I actually think they've gotten away without damage at all. I don't even see scuff marks on the rear bumper of that car.
I do think it went in sideways, if it did at all make impact.
It definitely did because you could see the tire barrier move when it hit. The grass very, very wet, high humidity last night, so it would have just sort of skidded along after dropping the wheels initially there. I'd be interested to find out if there was contact that precipitated it or if the 26 was just out wide. Maybe dropped a couple of wheels on entry there. We saw that yesterday a couple of times with more dramatic results in terms of dust. Made it very, very obvious when cars had dropped wheels. But unfortunately this morning, not much of a chance to recover with as damp as everything is. The 908 now up into 3rd ahead of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, who falls to 4th. And then we get the 909 and the 111. So Thunder Bunny drops another spot on this first lap as I do my best to accommodate some onboards with Zach this morning. I have good news, so just stand by for that.
Looks like the 909 has also got by the 123.
Yeah, that'll be the change for P5. And just letting things settle in here this morning. And we missed out on the onboards yesterday. Unfortunately, some... we normally get a handful of direct links, and unfortunately some issues yesterday with the Sentinel Video Network servers over at Candelaria Racing Products meant some work had to be done last night to go in and purge some configuration files after, well, it was just a rough old day for a lot of people yesterday. But things are back in operating order this morning, and I'm confident that we'll be able to provide some onboard footage throughout the day, as has become the standard in the World Racing League and our coverage here on DriversEye Live.
We briefly saw there the Moorhead Speedworks 147 has taken the lead in GP1 from PC Racing. Birmingham Road and Race shadowing both cars just behind. In GP2, it's the sister car of Moorhead Speedworks in the lead, just over Harrison Motorsports by a couple seconds, thanks to a little bit of traffic ahead. And 197 from Overnight Motorsports sitting 3rd in the Porsche. GP3's Open Throttle Racing, that BMW taking the lead, starting from pole over the 85 from AOA Racing.
Yeah, interesting to note, JT, that TC Klein did not take the start this morning.
I noticed that, and that is quite confusing, considering they finished yesterday.
I mean, you do get a handful of drops throughout the season, right? So if you take big points on one day, maybe you say, hey, you know, we're expecting a little bit of rain later on today. Maybe we don't risk the car. We've got the points, you know, we came here to get already. You know, consider packing up and not taking part. But as far as we knew, that car ended yesterday in pretty good condition. So
yeah,
wouldn't have expected any issues taking that car out of contention for the running today. I assume in GP1 you did mention the change for the class lead there, 147 getting past the 44 PC, and a change for third as well. Frozen Rotor BSR Racing came in up past the number 98 from Birmingham Road and Race. So all changed there in GP1. Fastest lap of the race set by the number 118, just as it was yesterday, 2 minutes, 0.6 on lap number 3, and it's a 4.1 second margin back to the number 908 from Automatic Racing. So good starts from both of those Automatic Racing Aston Martins. Neither of them fared particularly well early on yesterday. Didn't seem to be the fault of anybody or anything in particular. They just kind of lacked pace early on, and they've made good this morning. Bit of a train now developing down the front straightaway behind the number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing. Be interesting to see what they do in terms of strategy. Laura Hayes ran the final 3 hours or so in that car yesterday in pretty hot, difficult conditions. Bill Graham having spent some time behind the wheel of the car, I think in 2 different sessions. They were just basically alternating back and forth as the only 2 drivers in that car. I wonder today whether you look at splitting the race in half or whether you do, 3 or 4 stints in your driver rotations. A little bit cooler today, humidity's a little bit higher, but overall should still be easier work than it was yesterday. And you either run maybe 3 hours, 3.5 hours. You've just got to be careful of that 4-hour drive time, consecutive drive time maximum. Mm-hmm. So let's wait and see there. Maybe single and double. Single for Bill, double for Laura, and then repeat. But yeah, let's see what happens with that 111. Shorter race today really opens up some options for some changes from yesterday. Really kind of runs as 2 completely separate strategies, separate approaches. Okay, yep, you maybe know exactly what your fuel mileage is, and that's not going to change, and your stint length isn't going to change, but otherwise, tire life, where you choose to change tires can change a little bit. Maybe you change earlier and run the second stint longer, hold on a little bit longer in the first stint, and then a shorter run on fresher tires to the end. All kinds of potential options opening up for the 7-hour race today. Slipping back as well, the number 123 from NFC Motorsports now under attack by the 16E from Economy Motorsports for 5th. And then a margin back to that 127. Looking now at the cars coming out of Oak Tree and single file down the back straightaway. There's 25 from MMR, Michael Moore Racing, the Ford Mustang. It currently sits back in GP1 in P6, up ahead of the 14 from Palomar Racing. There are your GP1 class leaders. Moorhead leading PC now, stretching the margin back to that 984 from Frozen Raider, who I think is just holding up the 98 from Birmingham Road and Race a touch as they file through 14 and 15 down through Roller Coaster. Cut back towards Oak Tree. This will be your GP3 class battle, now being swamped by GTO cars for the first time. The 65 was in there, both of the AOA cars. 55 is the yellow car, 85 will be the blue MX-5. Oh no, he's not in there. That's a slow McAllister GTU NP01. That car was in the pit lane just a couple of minutes ago. I think it's been sent back out thinking maybe they have the issue fixed, but clearly not. That car's still working on some issue of significance. Very, very slow down the back straightaway. Sorry, it's 65 and then 55. There is no 85 just in that mix. But both of the automatic Aston Martins are making their way through that lap traffic when we picked them up. I had actually misidentified that. 65 and 85 are out in front. There is the 55, yes. And I did it again, JT. It's the 116. Gosh darn it. How many times am I going to misidentify that 116 car as an open throttle car rather than Dash Autosports? It keeps happening. It is a GP2 car, that Dash Autosports car. It's just kind of, in the overall running, is kind of nestled back with the GP3 cars at the moment. It's like maybe a bit of an off for the 241 Bourbon Works Ginetta, based on what I'm seeing on the front splitter. Some of that, almost said Georgia red clay. It's Virginia clay, but very similar shade. It just doesn't stain quite so badly. Quick off and on for the 98 is listed in the log. Spinners. Yeah, GTR's in there, and I think that's the 28. GTR's, yeah, yes, it is. That'll be the GTR. Trying to get back on the throttle, get the car rotating around. That grass is so wet, and it's off camber there on the inside. Well, it's cambered on the inside. I guess I wouldn't say it's off camber, but it does slope down and away from the track. And that car doing an extra half rotation and losing a little bit more time in the process. Replay, look at the back. Oh, it was kind of a stack up there in getting through some of the GP2 and GP3 cars. Looked like the 28 either went around or got just tapped at the rear as they accelerated less than full throttle coming out of turn number 3 there. A quick spin for the 28. The 99 just went off to avoid and spun in that damp grass we were talking about earlier. And just did a little pirouette of its own. Yeah, so the question is, who made contact with the 28 in the first place?
It may have been the 82. The 82 was leading that group of cars. So coming across the line, you had the 82 over the 111, the 28, the 511, 99, and the 9. And the 88 were all groups separated by just tenths. So you had this group that are literally jostling for positions, trying to find any little hole that they can squeeze through, and we just saw it had dire results.
Yeah, I just got a message from James Candelaria, who's been watching the 99 on board, that the 511 from Choice Racing may have been involved in that little accordioning as well. 99's been in the wars this weekend, man. They've still got that donut on the right-hand side yesterday after being clattered on the passenger side doors. And now this little spin down there between turns 3 and 4, causing some issues as well. Certainly some time loss.
Usually you don't bring the rap guy with you to the track, I reckon.
No, Ryan West joins us.
Or morning, whatever it is.
It is morning, although, I mean, at what point does it become morning when you're up at 5 o'clock? Well, not up at 5 o'clock, Ryan, as the case may be, to catch the start of a WRL race.
Actually, I'll tell you, I was up at 4:30, and then 4:45, and then 4:55, and then 5, and then I was frustrated, and then it was like, oh. And so then I was up at 5:20. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm good to go, we're ready to rock here. And then I had to replay the connection game, so that was fun.
Classic.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan West is with us anyway. Hoping we'll get Joseph Mudrak to come along and join the party a little bit later on as well. But as has been documented, Joseph a little bit under the weather the last few days, so see what happens there. Although awfully involved in the Discord chat for somebody who didn't want to come on and commentate. Joseph
likes the flexibility, I think.
That's fair.
He likes to not be needed, but like wants to participate, but doesn't,
Sure.
want to be the king
without the commitment,
as it were.
Confirmed. Justin Woodruff has commitment issues.
Shout out to Jess at home.
It's Jesse. Been over this, Ryan, so many times. Anyway, Ryan West joins us with Thunder Bunny now out in second, in front by 13.2 seconds, ahead of the 52 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates. The 909 from Automatic Racing. It's the second of the Aston Martins. Back there in fourth now. The Economy Motorsport Hyundai has gotten by the 123 from NFC Motorsports. And these GTO cars really starting to string out now. Over a second and a half between most of them until you get back to the 127 and the 82. The note regarding that spin, by the way, for Random Vandals and GTR, from the Random Vandals onboard, they had to check up to avoid hitting the Thunder Bunny car. That'll be the 111, and that caused the spin. And then GTR obviously went off in avoidance and spun on their own, picking up that 111 from Thunder Bunny and the 511 from Choice Racing. That is your battle for ninth, and all happening about 40 seconds behind your overall race leading number 118. Oh, car off and into the tires at the top of Oak Tree, and behind a cloud of dust so that we can't really see who it is. It actually it's backed in. Is that an NP01? That looks like it might be the 4. It's an interesting rejoin choice here. And just makes a hard left turn, rejoins there at Oak Tree. I think it's now on the inside grass. And now picking up pace again. Looks like it will have been a single car incident, but that car is your GTU class leader sort of by default at the moment. A 1 lap margin over the number 39 from McAllister. A replay, watch on your... he tried to go around the outside of, looks like a GP3 MX-5.
Yeah.
Yep, and then that'll be the 85, that dark blue car, and then just a lazy spin. He actually may have gotten away with that without getting into the tires.
Yep.
From the looks of things. It's kind of an interesting... It's an interesting corner there anyway, right? Double apex, long curve braking zone. You've got to get a lot of the slowing down of the car done before you make that first right-hand corner, and you're climbing uphill all the time. Difficult to end up out in that runoff unless you end up locking an inside front, or in the case of that number 4 there, you're offline, and then it's just sort of this slow, lazy slide into the runoff, forwards or backwards, and then, with any luck, you'll avoid hitting the tires. Zach, let's pick up the turn 1 camera because we've got a battle on for GP1 class lead honors. That is the 147 followed by the 44, just dropping the anchors there into the turn 1 and 2 complex. We'll pick them up here in just a second on the right side of your screen as they get on the brakes into NASCAR, turn number 3, where the number 26 came to grief on lap number 1. I wonder if they were just caught in traffic there, because at 147 it started to stretch the margin out just a touch over the number 44.
I think we'll see those cars hip to hip for the rest of the race, I reckon. We spoke a little bit about that yesterday. The GP1 class, has that group of cars, 3 to 4 of them at the top that end up saying, whoa, big moment for that Miata there. That Miata has had some excursions yesterday and then has one there as well. What a save, though. That was fantastic. If we could get a replay of that, Zach, in slow motion.
That was a 109 from Roberts Motorsports, currently shotgun on the GP3 field. Some 40, well, it's more than that now. Quite a ways behind the class leading number 65 from Open Throttle.
heck of a slide, heck of a save there. Again, not something you want to be doing, especially in endurance racing. You really want to try to keep the car under you, especially this early into a stint. You don't want to start shredding tires and etc. You know, locking up, sliding, putting lateral load on the tires like that. Can
Tremendously
really start
easy to do, though, up at the top of the hill there.
Exactly, but that can really start to cause problems later on in the day. The more you slide the tire, I think the more likely the tire is going to be to slide later, just given how the wear situation works.
Yeah,
So
we know now those production cars, generally speaking, try to do these races on one set of tires.
Yep.
The more life, like you said, the more life you take out of them early, the tougher time you're going to have later.
Well, and especially, Brendan, I don't know if you spoke about this before I was here. You know, we do use a street tire here in GTO. It's, I mean, street-adjacent tire anyway. They're 200 tread wear.
Yeah,
allegedly.
and I think we've got a car off there at turn 1.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
a standing yellow flag.
And there's a car coming slowly out of the turn there.
Yeah.
We'll have to pick up who that
black and white
is.
car.
Is that
Birmingham would be my guess here.
I would tend
Yes.
to agree with that. Yeah.
With the LED pattern there at the front would tend to suggest that's who that is.
yeah, black front bumper, white body? That is the 98.
To round out my point there, are we expecting rain today, Brendan? Because if
Yes.
we are expecting rain, then you
Yeah.
really want to make an effort to preserve your tires today so that you have some tread left when the rain does begin. So you'll want to be pretty ginger today, if you will, on the tires until the rain comes, at least.
Oh, on board. The number 241 for Bourbon Works Racing. This is the lone Ginetta G55 in the field.
Go to the
And
inside.
We picked up the number 28, the delayed number 28,
Yep.
having had its off down there at turn 3 and 4. Just sneaking through up the inside. That is, I want to confirm this before I say anything, is a pass for position. 15th overall, 15th in GTO. You know, it's interesting, this Bourbon Works car, I mean, now sits a minute off of the overall race lead, but there's two sort of distinct pace brackets that are starting to form in GTO. You've got the cars that are down below, let's call it 3. There's cars down below the 202 number. There's a couple of cars that are right in at 202 in terms of ultimate pace, and then a bunch of cars that are stacked right up in at 2 minutes 4 for their current quickest lap time. And those cars still grouped very much together. When you look at the number 9 from Team ACP Tangerine Associates up in P9 at the moment, scroll all the way down to basically to GTR. That is down in 17th. I mean, that's 8 cars that are all within about 10 seconds of each other at the moment. And Bourbon Works just at the tail end of it. So the cars that you see as we crest the hill into the braking zone there are these cars now. 9, 511, 111, 88's in there. There's a Camaro. Those cars are all tucked very much in the same pace bracket. And even having gone through the production car traffic once already, they've still kept themselves in a nice little 10-second sort of rubber band distance there. That'll expand and contract a little bit as they work in through the slower traffic once again. See the GTR BMW there just behind that white and black Ginetta G55 arcing through. I mean, we keep calling it the front straightaway. It's really not, but there's no other name for it because it's not a named corner.
Right.
It's just a long, flat, in cars, it's a long, flat right-hand arc. On a bike, I imagine that's considerably more sketchy. I'm sure you could probably do it flat on a super bike, but like in the rain, you start adding in some atmospheric elements, and
Right.
maybe that does start to become a legitimate corner.
I wonder if you could take it flat on a bagger. Quite close.
I don't know. Let's just go watch the Baggers Cup
Yeah.
race or whatever they
That's
call
the
it.
coolest
King of the
thing.
Baggers. Yeah.
That is really what I've been able to get my coworkers motivated in like into racing. You know, because you always got people that are like, oh, well, you know, cars. I like motorcycle racing, which is totally fine. But then there's the next layer of people who are like, oh, well, you know, I have a Harley and I don't like street bikes. And I've been showing people clips from that King of Baggers thing, And they're like, wait, really? You can just do it? Like, yeah, sweet. And they're like stock-ish. You know, the bikes, like it's stock block and stuff. They're modified road bikes. They're not like crazy tube frame things.
No, too early for podcast mode? I don't know. I was a big fan of like national level superbike racing growing up, just because of the places they raced, right? Like you don't get international motorcycle racing at VIR. You don't get it at like, I mean, they go to Barber now, obviously, but like you don't get it at the Road America, right? The places where bikes and American road racing circuits become really, really exciting to watch, just because of the nature of North American road racing circuits. And I think American superbike racing was in jeopardy there for a while at the hands of the Daytona Motorsports Group. And then the group that purchased the series back and became Moto America has really started to figure out how to properly promote it, how to distribute it. Dorn is involved.
Into turn number 1 there.
Is that just a log? No, there's a car off there, isn't there?
It froze for me. Oh, there we go.
You can see
car
it.
is off.
Yeah. Anyway, they've really started to figure out how to promote it. They've done interesting things like King of the Baggers. The Daytona 200 is an interesting race once again, and American motorcycle racing is much better off for it. So this car is, I think, has it rejoined? Is that the car?
It is.
Yes.
Yep.
Is that the 721 from the looks of things?
That's what's reported. Red Nose E46.
Yep, that'll be it. So that seems to be the spot this morning. On the brakes down there into turn number 1. Getting just a little bit deep and tough to recover until things start to dry out there. The 127 drops the wheel of the exit of Oak Tree and either ran over a bumper or left its behind out there in the grass just where the south pit lane darts off to driver's left. There's a long 4 off there for that car. And I mean, if he was still off track at that point, he must have been way, way off at the actual apex there of Oak Tree. Let's get a look at this car as it heads off into the braking zone, see if we can determine whether or not it's got its rear bumper. No, we can't determine. Hey, well, there's nothing in the grass there. Here we go. Oh, just 2 wheels up. Wow, that's a rough ride. And there it goes.
Yep. Rear bumper of the Pinnacle car.
That is... I didn't realize how rough it was when you get that far off. Or you're still off that far around the corner. You see the odd, drop 2, drop 4, and then come right back on. But he kind of... I mean, he did right. He kept the wheel straight. It's not like he kept his foot flat to the floor. He just let the car rejoin in the natural place, so the car didn't hook around on him. But it is tremendously rough out there.
If we have the 99 on board,
gaggle of cars here.
I know there's like a question mark about that right now. They are making up time on the 997, and I've been kind of watching that the last few camera rotations. If we could just hold... Oh, all right. If we could just hold on this one, Zach, they'll come into shot here in a little bit. And the 99 is closing up on the 997. Now, the 997, I'm just happy to see it circulating at this point.
Yeah, that car, by Brad McCall's own words, involved in a barbecue yesterday.
Yep.
But very quickly extinguished, though, so there was no real damage.
Yeah, which is good. Happy to hear that.
That was the incident that cost us a chance at a green flag finish to the race yesterday, unfortunately. Yeah, let's wait for this battle to appear out of Oak Tree here.
There's
Zach.
the 111. Then you've also got the 2 BMWs there, the Renegade Racing and the Random Vandals. They're pretty nose to tail on track right now as well in chase of the 111.
We'll move up the inside on the lap car there, the number 28 from Random Vandals. There's your Porsche Cup 997 and your 99. Giving chase.
A little bit of traffic there for the 28 to have to deal with to get back to the rear bumper of the 88. So there's the 111. The 88 has closed right up on the 111. And the 28 has dropped back just a little bit there. 99 right behind the 997, followed by the 12. So these are all going to be for position here in GTO.
The 12 is not.
Oh, the 12 is not. Okay,
No.
perfect.
No, the 12 came in very early just to check things over, so I believe they are just 2 laps down.
Kind of in the right place in terms of track position, ironically.
Yeah.
They're
But they're exactly a lap down.
And lapping same pace.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that car
They just need a reverse penalty.
Early.
So that's them closed up right there. So if we could hit the next camera, Zach, that would be fantastic. As we see both of the BMWs close right up on the 111. That group of 3 cars in the back of the shot coming through the turns now. The 28's going to have a look. They're going to be side by side coming through the little chute here.
88 trying to give room.
Yeah, side by side into 7. We've seen this work or not work. Almost making contact on the way in and around the outside.
The 28 gets it done. That's fantastic. Look at that.
Really good stuff there from the 28. And fair play. Oh, a little bit of dust there at the exit of turn number 10. Fair play to the number 88 from Renegade Racing to give racing room on the way into turn number 7. That is a really tough place to go too wide. As we mentioned yesterday, just a breathe of the throttle when you're out there on their own to set yourself up through the climbing S's, and in particular the dip in the middle of the climbing S's, and you've got to have the trajectory of the car exactly right to do it.
Did you see how the 997 got the jump on that entire group of cars there? That's really the difference with that Porsche 911 right there. Able to get on the gas, I think, super early. And even though they may be down on power a little bit versus those BMWs, they were able to get through that lap traffic and have actually gapped the 99 a little bit. The 99 had closed right up on him, and the 99 still has to get around the 89X. So again, showing you the difference in vehicles here, really coming into play, especially in the traffic there.
Sorry, Ryan. Early troubles for the number 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates. This is the second of those ACP cars now to hit trouble. It was slowed down the pit lane on this lap and now tumbling down the order, and I fear it's made the right-hand turn into the paddock because it has not come across the line.
That was our 4th place car.
Yeah, and I mean straight into the paddock. Right, which is not something you get a lot of 35 minutes into a race, but I think that's just where we're at with that car.
Yep.
So not the best start for ACP. Both of the traditional M4 platform GT4 cars in trouble. That the new G82 is still going strong at the moment back there in P8.
The 28 has now closed right back up to the rear bumper of the 111, and it does also look like that the 99 has cleared the 89X to set off back in pursuit. The 28's closed up to that Supra pretty well. I think we may see an attempted move somewhere on this lap. The 997 has really gotten away while the 99 was being held up by the 89. A lot more dust coming out. I think there's a car in this group that takes that a little bit wide.
Oh,
there it is.
Wheels for the 88. Did he get away with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he did. Just remember the 28.
Oh, the 28's gone. They did it.
Yeah,
they pulled
cleared
off
the 111
move
quickly. Remember that the 28 and the 99 are both delayed as a result of that spin down at turn number 3. So their pace is going to be quite a bit stronger than the cars they're currently finding themselves racing against, and eventually they're going to end up back where they belong. But just for the moment, they have been lapping a bit more quickly than say the number 111, the 88, and the 997 that they're back there with.
Meanwhile, update from the front, the 118 turns in a 159.6.
Yeah.
So that is pretty good pace out of the Supra at the front. The 111, I think, not being piloted by somebody as quick, almost 5 seconds off the pace.
I think that'll be Bill in the car at the moment. Only 2.
Yep.
It's Bill and Laura. We saw this yesterday. I mean, normally, frequently, I think, we see the Thunder Bunny car kind of escape out the front with a quick driver right off the bat. And it seems more likely, it seems more recently like they've mixed up their driver strategies a little bit. And they start up front, let Bill take the start, and they drop a little bit of time, but then they switch drivers back again, and they are right back on that sort of 159 2 minutes bracket that we know that car is capable of.
Interesting to note, JT posted in the chat, the 16E Economy Motorsport, that's the Hyundai TCR. That car currently sitting in 4th place overall. And they're running lap times that are competitive with the number 123. The 123 is pacey. So if you're able to keep up with them and keep that gap at that 7-second range or so,
I mean,
that's not nothing for a new entrant.
Ryan, they've gapped the 123. They're 18 seconds out in front of that car.
Absolutely.
Solidly in fourth behind the two Aston Martins, who, by the way, are not letting that 118 just run off into the night. I mean, okay, the margin's 25 seconds, but that could be a lot more given how quick that 118 has shown to be. And they're just kind of hanging tough in there in second and third.
Another 159 from the Thunder Bunny Racing 118 at the front. Yeah. So whoever's in that car has that car dialed in and figured out.
Yeah, battle still on for first in GP1, Moorhead Speedworks and PC Racing. Nothing has really changed there. They're just tied together like they have been for the last 10 laps or so, with the that Moorhead car leading the now white and blue PC Racing. The 44.
It was unfortunate, Brendan. They had redone their wrap because they had the all-black wrap for quite some time, and the door had been messed up, and so they just had a plain black door on one side. And they had finally got a new wrap. They got this white wrap on there. They're good to go. And the first weekend out with the new wrap, they messed up the door again.
Sorry, battle down into turn number 1, 99 and 997. They were side by side through this right-hander down the front straightaway. Man, there's so many cars packed in this little group here. At least a dozen, which will be about a third of, well, a little less than a third of the field.
And it looks like the 111 is, or I'm sorry, the 997 is still ahead of the number 99 BMW. We'll see them coming through turn 3 here. Oh, they already came through. There we go. And it looks like the move is done. The 99 has now checked out and is way ahead of the 997.
Who is the car at the head of this group that's kind of holding everybody up in the moment? Is it just a general production car that they can't clear?
Are we here to name and shame? Is that what we're doing?
No, not naming and shaming, but
the 89X was a bit of an issue, I think, because of the way that car delivers power. I think that's a difficult one. We're on board the MMR car here, and this might be the front of the group. No, this is the side.
That's the 85 they're going past now.
This one doesn't have a rear view camera.
That might be in that group, actually, exiting Oak Tree. This should be more or less real time. I think this would be an RTMP link.
He is staying to the right.
There goes the 99. The 12 goes with him. There goes the Porsche Cup 997.
Oh, look at this
Tries to make the cut back to the right in the braking zone to open up the apex. Just trying to hang with the two BMW M4s. A long power slide at the top of roller coaster there from the number 25 Ford Mustang. And those 3 GTO cars escape out in front.
And you see there, Brendan, the 997 wasn't able to get all of the power down. A little bit too aggressive on the throttle, and that killed it because they do not have the power to keep up with the BMWs.
Well, it's a balance.
You see that right here. Exactly.
You mentioned it coming out of Oak Tree that the advantage of that Porsche Cup car with all that weight over the rear axle is how early it can get the power down. And of course, you want to commit to coming back in the throttle when you do it. The downside of that is you've got all this mass out at the rear of the car that kind of swings around like a pendulum. And if you do break traction, now that all that weight that's at the back of the car that's helping you put the power down in the first place starts to slide around.
Exactly.
And then you've immediately got to come out of the throttle and reset the nose to get the back of the car under control.
What a cut. Look at that.
That's where you see the car lose the time back.
Outstanding work. Thank you, Zach. So this group's still here. There's the Porsche. I think we're really seeing. We had spoken to Bill Graham with Thunder Bunny yesterday, and they talked about, and he talked about how the Supra requires, really being attentive with the car, and you got to be dialed in to get all the pace out of the car. Mm-hmm. I think we've always heard, haven't we, Brendan, that is historically the case with this 997 Cup car too. It looks like whoever's in the car right now sometimes is banging out a great lap.
Oh, sorry, is there an off there?
That was Palomar putting 2 wheels off. Yep.
Oh, so dramatic.
Exactly. I think it's the color of the dirt, honestly. I think that was the MMR car, losing a little bit of time there.
Top of Oak Tree. This battle.
And that should be a battle for position, is it not? Between the Palomars and the MMR right there?
Yes, so you have the MMR car should be in front of the 64.
No, not anymore.
longer
I
the
think
case.
that's the 64 green
Right
BMW
ahead.
up front.
Yeah.
The 64's got ahead. So then you have the MMR, and then you're going to have the 14 and the 15 MMR, or Palomar, chasing. And that is all fighting for 7th in GP1. Edge Autosports did already clear all these cars as they charged their way back towards the front.
Yeah, those two Palomar cars have been kind of stuck together since the green flag. Yeah, there goes the 14, and the 15 should be right there with him. But the 25 just kind of keeps it to the inside. Now, the question is he hooking it to the inside because the 15 is there as well? Yes, he is. I was wondering if that was by choice or by force, and we come to find out it's because the 15 had attempted to go through around the outside there as well, and the 25 just thought better of it and decided to let those two Palomar cars go through.
A lot of yaw from both of those cars.
Yeah, those Palomar cars, one of our very few West Coast representatives.
Yep.
Those cars having been trucked across the country for this event, I think.
Indeed, they do. You know, it was something that Joseph and I were
Diego,
kind of watching when we were at Mid-Ohio, actually. Sitting at the keyhole. Those Palomar cars, the drivers are on the car. Those are very loose, very pointy cars.
It's funny you say that. You could see it at the exit of 5 and 5A.
Yeah.
Into Snake there, the bottom S's. Just immediately that car broke traction at the rear, got it gathered up, and on they went.
And it makes sense given our knowledge that, you know, they actually came to us having started their racing sort of careers.
Sorry, right, slow car there out of 17. Is that a green BMW?
Yeah, so that would be Dash Autosports.
It is. It's slow down the front straightaway, and this gaggle of cars is going to come up on that car really quickly here at start-finish.
Yep.
It's starting to accelerate a bit, but you're still going to get 4 or 5 cars on top of it here all at once. Let's stick with this group because there's that group of 3 at the back includes the 997.
Is it reported spin for the 116?
Yeah, that'll explain it. So stick with this for the moment. The 111 is in there. They're working through all this traffic. The 88 is tucked in there as well from Renegade Racing. Somebody drops a wheel on the brakes into turn number 3. This is quite the mix of cars here. Oh, where is it? Oh, it's further back there. There's
yep.
There's ACP 99 and then the Porsche Cup.
No, but what you're seeing just in front, though, I believe, is Zealous Motorsports in 3rd in GP1, trying to hang on. From Birmingham Road and Racing, Frozen Rotors just slightly back behind.
Good run from Zealous here to be up in the top 3 this morning. That 984 had been in 3rd earlier on in this opening stint to the race. Birmingham Road and Racing 4th, and it looks like Zealous has managed to get past both of them. Edge Autosports recovering reasonably well as well. Sitting back there in 6th. Lots of wheels being dropped there at the exit of Oak Tree.
And I don't know if there's so much as more wheels being dropped than usual, Brendan, or if it's just that there's no runoff curbing and people are being very liberal with their use of the edge of the track there.
It's all runoff curbing. It's a very one of the peculiarities of VIR, and maybe this is a little bit too detail oriented, but have these very odd exit curbs on some of these corners. You see it at turn 10. You see it at the exit of Oak Tree. It's curb and very aggressively serrated and raised curbs, and then pavement on the backside. So you're actually running out past the curb onto more painted pavement. And everybody is just using up both layers of curb and the painted tarmac runoff and dropping 2 to 4 wheels on the exit of the corner. So you're massively opening up the radius of corner exit in a way that the track design hadn't originally intended to be done.
Well, it's a narrow track, too. So you're
True. Yeah.
trying to make a little bit more space for yourself to kind of hit your apexes a little easier, trying to straight line all the stuff you can.
No, I mean, it makes sense, right? In the pursuit of lap time, that has become the racing line. But it's not that there's no curb. They're just using all of the curb and then some.
On that one shot that we had just had, it didn't seem like there was any of it that was painted. I can now understand, like, okay, the curb was probably there, but none of it was painted, so it was a very weird perspective there.
A report of some nose-to-tail contact down at turn number 1, 89 and 65, so that'll be the Camaro.
Yeah, we had a waving yellow there.
Yeah, I wonder if that that was the result of the contact that's been reported down there.
Well, if you look at this green BMW as it goes through, I believe that's the 65. I almost thought I saw the bumper hanging loose a little bit on the front end. I would want to double check that before I said it, but I was looking at it, and then you said the 64. We'll have just missed it on that shot.
Yeah, it was 65 into the 89 from
or whichever. It's the E46.
According to James Candelaria, who's watching along with us. He was watching the 89 at the time. Let's pick up a replay here. Right. We're being told it's a weird off. So I think we're going to look down here at turn 14 and 15. This is the top of roller.
So this should be Dash. Oh no, this is
it's McAllister, the 39. Oh, wow. Just the car slides a little wide away from the apex at 14, and rather than hook it and try and get back towards the curb at 14, it straight lines it and rejoins down in the middle of 15, side by side down the front straightaway. That's the 111 and the 88.
That's the 88 having
on pit lane.
The 88 having been well down by the 997 has now caught the 111 and is now going to work on that car as well to continue climbing up the order in GTO. And it looks like the pass was done across the line, so they're now going to set off in pursuit of the 511.
Guys, we hadn't noticed. We lost the 908. That's the lead automatic racing Aston Martin, has gone salmon on Race Hero. We have not seen that car come through yet. So either it's an early pit stop, an expected early pit stop, and now the car does roll down the pit lane, presumably to rejoin. I won't make any assumptions just yet. Yes. Releases the speed limiter and heads off.
There's the MMR Mustang.
Quite a few cars coming in.
Yeah, 89X is in as well.
Is this an opportunity for the 908 to not double stack with the 909? On strategy, at least, if we stay green?
It's possible. It does feel a little bit early, even for initial stint, like an initial run. Although, now that I think about it, I think we had an early code 35 yesterday that maybe extended the first run.
99 is going to pull right up to the 111 here. That's going to be the blue BMW pulling up on the Supra.
The only thing you want to make sure of in these initial pit stops is that you're not setting yourself up to have to make an extra one later on.
Right. And there it is. The pass is done. So we unfortunately missed it. There's just a little bit of a blind spot there for our cameras. But the 99 also now having cleared the 111. You'll see it come through. Now, the next car that the 111 really has to worry about is the 997. And they're really both kind of in the same pace bracket. So that, I think, will take a little bit of time to come to fruition. But the 111 now having given up a ton of spaces to people who had previously had some issues. Brendan, you're suddenly very loud.
Well, it's just every time we cut to a camera and there's a huge cloud of dust, it just looks so dramatic. Y'all need to stop running off the edge of the track. Every time you do, I just puts the heart up into my throat a little bit.
Need to rename the corner Sandy Oak Tree.
Yep.
That's just, I realize nothing is really happening there. It just looks so crazy dramatic. I just want to make a point about the 111 while we can. Yes, this is a dramatic fall through the field. Margin up to its team car is now 1 minute and 46 seconds.
There's the team car right there. I think it's going to be coming through for a lap here.
Bill is doing exactly what's being asked of him, right? Lead lap doesn't matter so much at VIR because we use code 35. And the goal is to keep the car on track, right? Don't make contact, Don't pick up any penalties. Drive the car safely and as rapidly as you feel comfortable doing, and give the car over to your teammate in a condition that will allow them to push and to take advantage of their own skills, right? And if Bill gets out of the car after this stint, he'll have returned it, inside, say, the top 15 or so, without a scratch on it, without having picked up any penalties or warnings or doing anything silly out on track that would otherwise draw attention to it.
Turn there.
It's because we have a car off.
Yeah. Is that... I don't know what that is, but it looks like it's actually maybe stuck?
Yeah, beached a little bit. It's not sitting.
Yeah.
That's not...
Say it.
Well, for a moment I thought it was GTR, but...
No, it's being reported as a 984.
Yeah,
that's out of the top 5 in GP1. Anyway, let's keep an eye on that 111 as the driver changes take place when we go into our next stint, because that car is everything is being done right in that car at the moment.
Your other big advantage
doesn't reflect it. Go ahead.
Your other big advantage with the 111 right now is there is no longer any traffic trying to get by. You no longer have to worry about somebody coming through and passing.
Wholesale preparations for pit stops down here in the pit lane. Everybody in front of me is putting fire suits on and getting fuel cans up at the ready over at the pit wall, expecting a code 35 here, I think, to go recover that car at Oak Tree. Economy Motorsport is in, so this is going to bite the 908. We're looking out to the left side of...
On the inside.
Interesting.
Okay,
Yeah, that is the 178 from No Lift Racing. Very odd there. Actually kind of self-penalizing incident. The 984 got into the 178, and then the 178 clipped the 984 as it spun on the way by. In some ways, that kind of took care of itself. The question will be, did the 984 make it to the tire wall on driver's left and pick up further damage? Also, where did, as we go code 35 now for the first time, where did the 178 hit that car? Because if it caught it in the suspension, it may have done suspension damage to the left rear, which would hinder that car's ability to continue under its own power.
Pinnacle stays out.
Yeah, NFC stayed out, although I think they may have been past pit entry when this all started. Although, I mean, everybody knew we were about to go code 35.
Yeah. So I'm not sure why a couple cars are staying out there as we see the 9.
You said Pinnacle.
Yeah, let's do this.
147, 44 both stay out.
Yeah.
Interesting moves.
So 9 comes in. Here comes the 28.
I mean, this is perfect timing for GTO, right?
Yes, if you've managed to stay out this long, yes, absolutely. Not sure how beneficial it is to automatic racing.
No, and that was kind of my point there. The 908 and the 16E have both been bit by this. They both had to pit under green, and will have lost themselves more than a little bit of time. Yeah, and this is now your GTO field. We just mentioned it was perfect timing. I mean, basically the whole field now in the Grand Touring class.
Now let's watch the number 99. I think that they will jump the 88 here because they all came in pretty nose to tail, which was not what I was expecting. There was a little bit more gap, I think, between each of the cars, but I do believe the 99 should jump its way to the front of this group here.
82's in and out early. .178. Oh, so the 178 is on its way out now. There is pretty substantial damage to the right front corner of that car. 9 has come in and out. Quick stop there for the number 9. apparently one of the marshals there signaling to the 241 Janetta from Bourbon Works. Has the 118 come in?
I don't think so.
Are they're just they've been expected and are now salmon on race hero because they haven't come across the line yet.
Right.
Pit stop from Edge Auto Sports, pit stop from Birmingham Road and Race down in GP1.
The 99 still has not come out.
No, it's on its way out now.
It's right here.
Right, but they lose a position. They have to re-overtake the 111. So I wonder if they did a driver change there, and that may have taken a little bit more time. Usually the 99 is excellent in the pits, and they've actually gone backwards there quite substantially. And same with the 88. The 88 has gone backwards as well.
They're actually going to pick up a spot because Choice Racing is in the middle of a longer stop.
No, but in terms of track position, especially relative to the 111, the 111 has just gained a bunch of time back there.
Well, what was I just saying, right?
Yeah.
It's done everything right so far, and that car will be in a position to attack as the race wears on here. By the way, 511 Choice Racing, I think this will be a slightly slower stop from them to look at the damage to the left front corner of that car. It's the first time I'm seeing it, having made nose-to-tail contact earlier, and it's punched in just at the left-hand headlight. It's knocked the headlight cover off from what I could see, and then done some damage below that to where the bumper actually is. Pit stop from the 118. That car is in and out. 16 comes through. So the 16 has lost a lap in all of this by having to pit under green from fighting for top 5 now to being stuck a lap down through really no fault of its own. Just poor luck with its pit stop timing and the code 35 timing. So the cars we're most interested in at the moment are going to be the 909, the 123, and the 127. It's automatic, NFC, and Pinnacle. And 97 heads out of the pit lane, having completed its pit stop, and actually has lost the spot to that economy. Well, it was behind it anyway, I guess, but will not be able to overtake it. So I think that's going to end up a full lap down now as well to the 118. Passing under yellow penalty, dished out to the number 241, 2 laps. That was right as we went to code 35 from the looks of things. Here comes the 909. So that'll be its first pit stop done. The 908 has come in and topped off. Good decision. Thank you from the guys down at Automatic Racing to come in and top off. You don't want to be offset by the rest of the, or from the rest of the GTO field there too much. And to be honest with you, that economy car, well, they had just come out of the pit, so maybe not. But definitely that 908. It's already been 10 minutes since that car was in. That car's lost a lap, I think, as well. Yes, it has. Now sits down in 14th instead of 2nd.
Yeah, due to having green flag pit stop.
Yeah. Pinnacle has just come in, and I assume now seeing that car means the 123 will be in as well. So all of this is basically a net zero for cars that pitted under code 35. Because this code 35 is dragged on a little bit longer than most, or than it otherwise might have, it means that we've got all of the GTO cars into the pit lane. Zach, if now is a good time to do some ads before we get back to green here while they just finish up recovering this car at Oak Tree. If we think we've got time to run them before we go back to green, now might not be a bad time. We may be going back to green here. It looks like they've just pulled that car off.
Well, the safety vehicle stays on track, though, so as it goes back to its station.
Well, let's hold off here. We'll wait till things settle in. It's a shorter race today, so we've got to compress our ads a little bit. But we'll give it some time. Make sure we get the restart here, the return to action. Thanks for being with us this morning, everybody. It's Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, and Ryan West at VIRginia International Raceway, the 7-hour Sunday enduro. the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Happy to have your company, as always. Eyes on the weather a little bit later on today. Haven't talked too much about it, but we got... Oh, my.
You'll be fine.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday. We thought there was a chance we were going to get some rain, and then it never really materialized. Chances of rain today, considerably... I mean, it seems more certain, but it depends on how this little blob changes and develops over the next couple of hours as to how much we get and what we get. Green flag waves simultaneously around the track, and we are back to green flag racing at VIR.
It's a good job we didn't take the Peacock commercial break there.
Yeah, right.
I was going to say something, and I was like, nah, I'll let it go.
Yeah, we should have done it right off the bat, but hey-ho.
McAllister going behind the wall.
Yeah, that's a number 39 in GTU as the GTU leader flashes through your screen. A 4 from Capstone. Spread things out a little bit as a result of mostly as a result of pit stops, I would think. Just a couple of seconds difference on the stop down in pit lane means instead of having these big gaggles of cars, things have just stretched themselves out a little bit. The 909 flashes through. Not seeing the 123 just yet. I know it's come out of the pits. I actually think the 909 is going to come out of this pretty good shape, all things considered.
Yeah. I'd say NFC also definitely benefited as well.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, I mean, it's 50 seconds up to the race leading number 118, and we'll get a confirmation on that gap as they cycle through with everybody under green flag conditions. Because I'm not entirely sure the 111 made it past start finish at full speed, but we'll wait to see. The one gap that hasn't changed, by the way, is the lead battle in GP1. Yeah, Moorhead and PC Racing still within 10 seconds. Okay, it's not nose to tail, but there isn't anybody between them on track just at the moment.
So it was, as we went to code 35, they were nose to tail.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, Moorhead just had a better pit stop.
Yeah, keep eyes on the number 111 in terms of lap time here as we start to clear some of the traffic, because we'll want to know whether or not it's still Bill Graham in that car, whether he's handed over to Laura Hayes. I do up to 7th, by the way. Two of those positions, at the very least, will have been from the economy car and the number 908 pitting under green, but it was a good stop for that 111.
We say up to 7th, but I mean, look at the gaps. It's not a lot.
No, I understand that, but it was down in 11th, 12th, 13th, that sort of area, and by virtue of a quicker stop, it's been able to jump most of those cars, and now sits at the head of that pack that was all sort of like 3/4 or so of a lap down to its sister car.
I would surmise that if they were able to jump everybody that much on the pit stops, that they probably did not do a driver change.
Yeah, that is possible. I think the leader's done a driver change, though. Last lap at 2:09.5, the lead margin down to 25.8 seconds. So let's keep an eye on this one. With that 118. Now, I think the pace overall, like day-long pace, is still going to be there for that 118. So this isn't like panic or anything, as it is with the 111. Right? A brief drop-off in pace does not mean panic, but it does give us really our only indication as to whether or not they've done driver changes down there, because we don't, at the moment, do driver ID in the WRL. Good run thus far for the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, that brand new BMW M4. Zach referring to oak tree as dirt tree. I like it. Thunder Bunny best lap 2:02.8, personal best. So I think fairly comfortable saying they've done a driver change there.
I mean, or they're in clear traffic. Like, there's nobody behind.
Yeah.
Nobody ahead.
I think the ultimate pace of that car before was in the 204s, not the 202s.
But that's a quick driver change. To have done that and get out ahead of everybody else, who I would also assume did driver changes, that's a pretty rapid stop there.
Yeah, I mean, look, part of the reason Thunder Bunny keeps winning races, it's not just that they're driving a fast car quickly, it's that they aren't making the mistakes that are biting everybody else. Or if they are, they're making way fewer of them. They're executing better in the pit lane. They're not picking up warnings and penalties for that. They're not passing their yellow.
Here we're on board the MMR car going down the inside of the GP3 BMW. And we're just watching the 123 there try to get around some lap traffic. Tries it on both sides. Finally comes down the inside there. Of course, the MMR Mustang now going to try it on with the GP3 traffic here. Should be able to motor around him just fine. That's the 737, of course. The sister car to the 747, older BMW 5 Series there. Should be able to get on the brakes here. Actually, on the brakes a little bit deep versus the Miata ahead. That's probably about 1,000 pounds lighter. So that's a pretty impressive run into the braking zone there. I think that he'll get by easily there. And that's the orange car on the right-hand side of your screen. And he does sneak by the lower-classed Miata. And back in some clean air with that Mustang. You know, there's a lot said about, oh, Mustangs don't handle very well. There's a lot of companies nowadays that, especially for that style of Mustang, make a pretty competitive shock package. And the chassis aren't terrible, as long as you have everything dialed in the way it's meant to be. And one of the bigger issues with the handling on that car is that there is a lot of it's not torque steer, it's the other thing, where basically the alignment changes as you accelerate. The toe out increases on the front end of the car. And so by changing the front end components to make sure that that doesn't happen, it gets rid of the sort of lazy feeling on acceleration. And you can make one of those Mustangs pretty sharp. You can never work your way around having a heavy car, but the handling on those is not as bad as the auto journalists would tell you, especially in a racing trim like this.
No, and it sounds good, so
yeah,
let's see more of them.
100%. Now, it sounds good, but unfortunately it is a 4.6, so they do not have any power relative to the contemporary car. But 300 horsepower in WRL, I think, is, you know, that puts you right into GP2. That's the right amount, I reckon. That's a good car. I owned one. I loved it. Got rid of it because I lived in Minnesota and everything was in a straight line. And I had mine very much dialed in for the track and never really got to use it. So, a really good car. And I think you can get them for around, I mean, if you find a high mile one in California with 100,000 miles, you get them for 10 to 12 grand all day. Reasonable MPG on the freeway, getting about 26 or so. Nice tall 5th and 6th gears on those. And then here come two of the GP1 runners. Now that's interesting. The 65 is right there. Are they on the same lap as the other, or the 64? No, they are not. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure, like, that's weird that they're like right behind PC Racing. That's not usually where we see them, but they are a good 4 laps off the lead in that BMW. Very hit or miss for the green BMWs there at Open Throttle Racing, at least in the higher classes. That GP3 car has been tremendously consistent, but the GTO car, I think, a little bit outclassed, especially in the twisty stuff. A lot of power. They're able to pull right alongside the GT4 cars on the straights, but I just don't think they're quite dialed in enough to be competitive over a full race distance in that car. And then this GP1 car shows flashes of being just excellent. And then other times, I think they end up a lot of... And there's a spun car down here, just something a little blue. Far away. It is something blue.
That's not our leader, is it?
You know, it would be unfortunate if it was. I'm starting to lean in that direction.
Kind of looks.
It is a coupe.
That's NFC.
It is NFC.
That's Mercedes.
Yep. So they're going to lose a bunch of time there. They're at least going to lose a spot to the 82.
Well, it did have a 19-sec gap. Is that the 82 we're seeing entering frame here?
No, the 82 is long gone. It had
Okay.
come through before they got fully turned around.
That is the 9, though, that they will stay ahead of.
Yeah. And then here comes the gaggle of cars. All right, and we'll have a replay here in a second. But wow, we're going 3 wide for General Productions, holding up the GTO field right there. If we could click to the next group here, we'll see if they're able to get that all squared away. I think the GTO cars will be becoming a little bit impatient as General Production cars go 3 wide. You now have to figure out where the pass is going to be able to be made and also stay ahead of your competition there. It looks like the 12 actually able to sneak their way through in spite of being a lap down. The 99 doing the 99 thing, being very conservative. And the 28 going to the front of that little group there. There goes the 111. Still well clear of this gaggle of BMWs back here. You'll see the GT4 cars again having, I think, a little bit of a tough time trying to get by that M3. And they'll do it easily here into turn 1. I understand we have a replay coming up, so let's see if we can take a look at that. And we're just going to see the Mercedes enter from the left side of the screen, already off and spinning. So I think maybe getting up on the brakes, trying to put 2 tires off, and then just kind of losing it on the way into the corner. So very weird that you would have the car run that wide on the entry to a corner. And again, Brendan and I were just speaking about it a little bit earlier. You really want to maximize the width and radius of these corners so you can find a little bit more time, because it is a very narrow track. That Mercedes is not a small car. But just getting out there as wide as people are going, this red dirt sort of clay stuff they've got at VIR is not very forgiving. So you've really got to take care that if you're going to put a wheel off, to make sure that you're absolutely certain that that's what you want to do, and that you're definitely not going to lock up. And I think that's just what we saw there, is the 123 getting a little bit overzealous, trying to grab a little bit more track, and unfortunately just losing it on the brakes there. So looks like the car's all right. I'm sure the driver frustrated with himself, having made that mistake, but should be able to set off here and get back underway. This is that group of BMWs that was held up by the General Production traffic. The 28 is sort of checking out here. The 99 taking its time getting around the 12. There's the 88. So that gaggle of traffic will have way helped the 88, who was quite far behind. They were, I think, the slowest of that group of GT4 pit takers. And that gaggle holding up the lead 3 BMWs there, I think, helps the 88 considerably. Brings that group a little bit closer. So they'll hopefully be in the fray there, and we'll have 3 BMWs fighting for position, as well as the 12, who is currently a lap down. And so there we see those 2 BMWs. We got a little bit of a gap back here, and then there's the 88. So the 88 has closed up significantly. Gonna just deal with some slower traffic on the inside there. Could set themselves up decently for a run into turn 1. And we'll just give a little rundown through some of the other General Production classes. In GP1, we've still got the 147 Warhead Speedworks. They're 3.8 seconds ahead of PC Racing, so a little bit of a gap there, but still one that you'll want to keep track of and try to manage. You don't want it to get much closer than that, because then you're at risk of hitting traffic bad, and then the second place car is right there on you. So that 4 seconds, I really think, is the kind of the tilting point. If you can stretch that to 5, 6, 7 seconds, I think you're a little bit safe to manage pace. But if you're inside that 5-second window, I think, at least for WRL, you really got to be careful and watch what you're doing so you don't end up in a situation where you get balked like those GTO cars did, and end up having your competition right on your bumper. The number 98 of Birmingham Road and Race, they're in 3rd position. They're about 30 seconds back of the leaders there. And then followed by them is the 26 Edge Autosports BMW, 14 seconds behind 3rd. And then Zealous rounds out the top 5, 16 seconds behind. And then the 14 and 15 of Palomar Racing, they are currently 6th and 7th. Those were the cars that were in and fighting around the MMR Mustang. We're just going to get timing and scoring to update here. They are almost all a lap away from each other. The MMR Mustang is on the same lap as the 15, but not by a bunch. The MMR did come into the pit during the yellow. I believe Palomar did as well. They did. Palomar able, I think, to get a little bit quicker pit stop than the 25 MMR Mustang. Then you've got 9th is the number 64 Open Throttle Racing. That's the M3. They're a few laps back. And then you've got Frozen Rotors currently showing Salmon. That car has already run into some trouble. Had an incident with the No Lift Racing JNR car, the GP2 Civic. So that car, I'm not astonished to see them probably taking their time, just making sure they can get figured out what they need to get figured out. GP2, of course, the number 160, the sister Moorhead Speedworks car, they're at the lead of GP2, followed by the 164 of Harrison and the 525 of Fat and Furious, all of those being E46 BMWs, about a 30-second gap between each of those, and the 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche in hot pursuit of that group of BMWs. And then you go down to the 737, also having a little bit better day here in 5th position. They're about a lap adrift of the rest of the top 4. Finally, in GP3, we've got the number 85, AOA Racing. That's the Mazda MX-5. Is that the black one?
The 85 is, yes.
Okay, cool. The black AOA Racing number 85 currently leads GP3. They're over the number 65 Open Throttle Racing. If you remember yesterday, they were pretty high up the order in the national overall standings. I think they had kind of a rough day yesterday, but fortunately you can only fall to 5th here in GP3. So as the Palomar car just runs a little bit wide there, see, just barely runs wide, is able to keep the car relatively controlled, puts a ton of dirt into the air. Brendan not here to inhale sharply. And then in 3rd place, the 109 Roberts Motorsports Miata. That's the one that's been having a lot of moments. And I can't help but wonder, JT, that if that Roberts car would drive 10% more within themselves, they might be a little bit higher up the position.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not seeing them lose significant amount of time. We saw in GP3 right now, the 85 has inherited the lead because they stayed out during the Code 35. Whereas Open Throttle and Roberts had pitted. So, I mean, I definitely think the 109 is still in the hunt as the day goes on. As long as they can stay out of trouble.
No question they're still in the hunt, but they spent a lot of time yesterday having been spun, having gone off, having done all those sorts of things, and still came away with a pretty decent result there. And so I just wonder if, if we back off the speed and pace 5%, if that might almost pay dividends in terms of overall pace. Just given the fewer mistakes. I don't know. Maybe you do have to drive that car that hard to extract the pace that they're able to extract from it. I don't know. So that is kind of the rundown of your standings right now. In GTU, you've got the number 4 Capstone Motorsports car. They are out there circulating on lap 34, which puts them pretty significantly behind most of the GTO runners. That's going to put them kind of down there with the 908, who had pitted way early and not under the yellow. I think that they're regretting that a little bit. The pace isn't nearly what it was either. So that's kind of the rundown of the order. And I think we're going to take a commercial break here with 5 hours and 38 minutes left to go. A quick one today, just the 7-hour race. We'll be right back here from VIR.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns cross that finish line and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
We're live here with the World Racing League at VIR. I'm Ryan. We've got JT and Brendan going to be back with us shortly here. We're on day 2, 5 hours and 36 minutes remaining in the Sunday 7-hour event. As has been tradition this year, we've been doing a couple of these split races where there's a 9-hour on the first day and a 7-hour on the second day. Gives you a little bit of a different flavor. Now, I presumed yesterday that today might end up looking more like an endurance race, at least hopefully, with fewer yellows. And unfortunately, that still has not really come to pass because we did just have a yellow that put most people back to even on pit cycle. But what we did have was a huge separation in the speed of pit stops, which has really kind of mixed up the middle part of the GTO field, I think, along with some driver changes. So the GTO field, I think, going to be pretty interesting to watch going forward. There was, of course, a huge cloud of dust when we came back, but it was just a car having run wide and come back on. So we're all right there. That's the 908 trying to put a move on the 511 that we had just seen exit our screen. That was the greenish, yellowish Aston Martin trying to put a move on that black and orange BMW. That Choice Racing BMW already having had some issues this morning. Not exactly what you want to see on your six-figure race car, especially one. I think I remember one of them saying that there was over 15 coolers and heat exchangers in the front of that car, and that it's kind of a pain to get them all serviced. So one has to really hope that you haven't damaged any of those going forward here. Don't forget, July 28th through 30th, we're going to have Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the GP classes only event. That's going to be coming up here at the end of the month, so we're about 3 weeks away, give or take, from returning to Road Atlanta. That'll be quite interesting. I really like the concept of the dual event where you've got one time the GTO field and the GTU field go, and then the GP classes go separately. I'm very excited for that. I hope they do it again next year. The GTO race was fantastic, so I hope you'll join us. If you've got a general production style car, come on out to Road Atlanta. It was fantastic when we were there. Had a little bit of rain because it ended up being a February date for the GTO race. But I think the GP race, it should be nice and balmy. So no weather concerns there. I think most of y'all in the paddock at least have the cool suit thing with the quantum, somebody, Brendan and JT know the name of it.
Chill out.
Chill out. Thank you. My goodness. As Charles Klein, his company, anyway, Chill Out Quantum. I think a lot of the teams nowadays have that system installed in their cars, so should be good to go. Come on out to Road Atlanta. That should be nice. And then after Road Atlanta, I believe we have High Plains, which is also still open, and that has the traditional 8+8 situation there. So come on out to Colorado, hang out in Denver the day before, and that's going to conclude the invite situation for the Midwest Championship. So if you're in contention for the Midwest, you got to get to High Plains. That way we can make sure.
Just to be clear, Ryan, it's not still open. It hasn't opened yet.
Oh, it hasn't opened yet. My apologies.
Registration opens this week.
The 12th.
Wednesday.
That's right. Yep. Okay, perfect. So that is coming up. Let's get that sold out instantly. It's like waiting for a Nike shoe drop, I think, sometimes with WRL. But you gotta get in first. Gotta make sure you secure yourself a spot. So let's get this High Plains Raceway thing filled up. I'll be there, I think. If not, Brendan will be there. Somebody will be there to watch the race. And yeah, should be a good time. Brendan, what do you have to eat over there? Brendan's missed you, of course, as I asked him. So that's all right. I'll accept that.
It's a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. I chose not to get breakfast on the way in this morning. I figured I'd wait to eat, and then obviously, the morning gets away from you, and by 9:30, my stomach was on fire. So
that sounds unpleasant.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I hope you're okay. Talking like 2nd degree burns there, or what's the deal with that?
Hang on.
Of course, trying to stuff his face as quickly as possible to return to the action so that Ryan doesn't say something foolish. As we see the Open Throttle Racing E46 come down the little chute here. And then here's the 123 Mercedes. That's the car that had a little bit of a spin and continue situation. Spin, reset, and continue, I reckon, as they put 2 wheels off going into the braking zone. I think a mistake that they will not make twice. Not a fun situation for that car, but looks like the car is all right. So I think we'll be happy with that. The number 909 has taken the lead at the front of GTO over the number 118. Pretty substantial gap back to the 118. Excuse me, that's now 12 seconds. I would surmise, gentlemen, that the 118 has changed drivers as well.
I would agree with that based on the lap time since the pit stop.
Yep. They're followed by the number 82 Random Vandals Racing BMW. That is the orange, yellow, gold, beige, whatever color they call that. And then followed by the number 123 NSC car, but they are 18 seconds behind again as a result of that spin. They lost at least 18 seconds that time through, so they should be in the top 3, if not close to the 118 without that situation.
Was that a self-spin for the 123?
It was. It was a put 2 tires off in the braking zone situation. And that's, as you know, Brendan, that's never going to work out.
No, I see that was at turn 11 as well. So
yeah,
arguably the easiest place to do it, and lucky to get away with it, obviously.
Right.
But it's allowed the 9s to catch right back up.
Yeah.
Then in 6th position, the number 111, they have caught the 9. They're only 2 seconds drift there, and by extension, they'll have caught the 123 as well. They're within about 3 seconds or so of the 123. So the 111 now put itself back into position where they're knocking on the door of the top 4, if not the top 3. So we may be seeing a Toyota 2-3 here within the next 40 minutes or so. We'll just have to see how the ebb and flow of the traffic works out. So here we see that battle. The number 9 right behind the 123. 123 flashing its lights, attempting to get by the lap traffic. The whole time the 123 is being held up here in the S's, the number 111 draws ever closer. The 111 dispatches that traffic rather quickly. They go up into the right-hand turn. Just here in a moment. Here we go. The 123 finally gets through the traffic. The 111 is going to go down the inside of the traffic there.
9 got bumped
the 9
off there.
Yep, 9
2
goes
wheels off in the dirt.
A little bit wide. So the 9 has lost out on that situation. The 111 is now going to be right in the clutches of the 123, but the 9 is going to try to come back on the 111. That's that brand new BMW pulling out, trying to get into the draft.
See what the straight line speed here is like head to head with these 2 cars. The Supra is a lighter car, so a little bit less power. The 9 being a heavier car, you'd expect it to have more power.
Oh, and they're going to try down the inside. Oh, no, I think wisely decides to back out of that move. They were up the inside. So this 123 now having the advantage of not currently fighting, trying to make its escape while the 9 and the 111 duke it out.
Yeah, that Thunder Bunny car, I think, is a little bit more pacey overall at the moment. It just needed to kind of work through the traffic, which is taking its time. But now that we assume it's Laura Hayes has gotten through all but the Mercedes.
Yep. And of course, the longer the 111 has to battle with the 123 and the 9, the more it allows the 28 and the 99 to catch up here.
Speaking of catching up, PC Racing is a half-second behind Moorhead back in the battle for GP1. So good to see that they closed that 7-second gap after the Code 35 pit stops.
Got a good little scrap here with the 28 and the GTR 99 as well. On the brakes down into turn number 4. This is the battle for 7th overall, 7th in GTO at the moment, off the back of that battle with 123 from NFC, the 111 Thunder Bunny, and the 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates that we were just following a moment ago.
Brendan, did we ever get an answer as to which tires the Random Vandals cars are currently running?
No, we haven't.
Very interested to hear the answer there.
So Continental is here, right? There is a large Continental trailer and setup actually just right out the back of the media center here.
I think that's an agreement with the series generally. I don't think that's in support of one particular team.
No, agreed. My point is it's not like Continental is just bailed.
Right.
It's not like they're just not involved in the series anymore. They very, very much are, by virtue of the fact that they are here. But, like we mentioned yesterday, the branding just seems to have completely disappeared off the 82, which was meant to be, as I understood it, a full season sponsorship deal. So, didn't really get to the bottom of that.
No, so there's the PC Racing car having closed up on the 147 of Moorhead Speedworks. That is a battle. So right here in this part of the track, we've got quite a few battles playing out. And then this is actually the front of the...
That's a 908 and
that's the Pinnacle car.
This is the 127. Looks like a self-created off down there at the exit of turn 10. What the story was there? He was just dropping a wheel on exit.
Yep.
An interesting rejoin decision, but no harm, no foul.
Got a replay here?
Not that one. There we go.
Oh.
So there goes the 908 and the 909. Oh, that's interesting.
You wonder if there's a little bit of help there.
No, he was on his own.
Just too much speed in.
Yeah, looks like he tried to haul it away from the exit curb there. He still had a good car width, but as it did, I think the car just kind of kept rotating and just kind of hooked itself towards the inside grass there on exit.
Probably wasn't settled coming out of 9.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. If you carry too much speed through 9, you end up just offline to driver's left between 9 and 10. You've kind of got
yellow.
Oh, interesting. What's created our code 35 here? Car stopped at turn 5. It's the number 89. So this will be in kind of our blind spot here, I think, between this camera and the one at the bridge. Oh, you can just see it. At the
driver's left, yeah?
Yeah. Just to beam the turn 5 corner station.
Yeah, not the best of weekends for the Camaro, unfortunately.
No.
I feel like we say that a lot, which is a bummer.
I had hopes for them this weekend. Yeah, Zach just confirming based on what we saw that appears to just be a pullover and stop, a drive off, as it were, rather than a spin off.
And the 111 is going to take to the pit here. The 9 opts to stay out. They want the track position. The 111 wants the strategy.
I think we ought to see everybody in here, but it's not everybody on that same page, apparently.
It's definitely more helpful for the ones that had done green flag pit stops before the previous Code 35.
Well, yes, but if everybody pits, then it's... I mean, this is more in their window. But if everybody pits, then everything is just reset anyway. Because right now,
123
they are
stays out as well.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just they weren't ready. But
Maybe.
I think this is a mistake.
And the 111 is going to take to the pit lane with the pit lane mostly empty. So they should have complete flexibility on going in and out of their pit stall here.
So, to be clear here, the call to pit is the right one because it is not costing you any time other than...
And they're already right back out.
Your stoppage time, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't even lose that much track position, honestly.
No, there wasn't anybody around.
That's... Yeah. Okay. Well,
You're moving
and
down
like
pit
distance
lane
on track,
at
too.
You're moving down pit lane at the very same speed
Right.
as cars out on track.
No, it was a fast stop, is my point. Like, they didn't really even lose out there. You know, did they lose the spots? Yes, but they're going to be right back in the thick of it almost immediately. They'll just have to get by the 12 for Tangerine Associates with Team ACP, or ACP with Tangerine Associates.
82 is in and out.
And they'll be right back up under that fight for the GTO positions. There's the 82. That is the aforementioned Continental adjacent car. 89 already being towed away.
It was a Continental car. Like, that car had logos all over it for the last 6 races,
I don't think if you stayed out that you're going to get the opportunity at this point. I think you've already made your bet. I don't think you're going to be able to take advantage of the yellow here.
Yep, that's why I said I thought it was a mistake. Because a quickie yellow like this, where you're just recovering the 89, they'll be able to pull that car likely into the North Course cutout and get it off track fairly quickly.
Mm-hmm.
'99 has pitted. So we didn't see either of the automatic cars in, did we?
No.
Yeah,
I think one of them would have missed it. Like, they should be coming around shortly.
Together.
Oh, they were a lap apart. That's right.
Yes, but together on track.
Yeah. I don't think they've had the chance yet. I think they had just passed it by the time it came out.
Yeah. And look, I mean, these are the things that can turn races, right? We talked about it yesterday at some length, how, okay, maybe you make the case that, oh, it's not fair, we didn't get the chance to pit, but these things happen, all kinds of randomized ways without any real way to enforce them, and sometimes it works your way, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, judging by where we saw the Thunder Bunny and the number 9, right at the start of the full course yellow, that would have put the 909 probably turn 2.
I think they've split here. The 908 has come through. I don't see the 909.
Still a couple callers coming in.
Zach says interesting. I think it's especially interesting because, the 908's pitted twice under green. I didn't realize they had made another stop. I don't think it gets them much, but green flag.
And we're gonna go back to green here.
So I think the 909's been caught in the pit lane here, which is not disaster, but it's not great. This will mean the 118 hasn't had the opportunity to pit either. The 182 flashes through on track and should assume, and does assume, the race lead as a result. Here comes the 909 down the pit lane. Yeah, they've come away quite badly here. This was their only opportunity to pit, and to be frank, it's still better than making an entire stop under green. Mm-hmm. So it's not like it was the wrong move. It's just it hasn't worked out for them the way it worked out for, say the 111 or the 99 or the 82 from Random Vandals in this case.
It should have a large enough gap over, I believe, NFC to come out ahead.
Yeah. The 9's actually gone through on NFC as well.
So I'm thinking that's still a very good thing for automatic, considering the 118 still needs to pit.
Yes. So that's what I was saying, right? You've been caught on track, and yes, you lose the lead as a result, but it is still better than not making any pit stop at all.
Yeah.
Right? Being able to use half of your stop under code 30, or do half of your stop under code 35 is still a net positive for you. So, good things. Relatively speaking, for the 909, better things for the 111. We didn't get a pit stop from ACP. They came through on track the first time, so that's hard not to feel like they didn't. Well, either they made a mistake by not pitting, or they were just past pit in when the code 35 came out. I don't remember exactly. what the case was there. Of course, it's worth noting here that, I mean, we talk about, code 35, you need to pit, and take your chances where you can. The only other place we do this is Barber. So it's not like this is a strategy that plays out often in the World Racing League. It's still only 4 races total. And at Barber, the laps are much, much shorter, right? You've got gravel as well, so sometimes, extrications take a little bit more time. You get longer code 35 periods, and you pass pit in more frequently as a result of it being a 2-mile track rather than a 3-mile track. Here, you only see the pit entry once every 4.5 to 5 minutes under code 35. And like this situation we just had, the 89 being a quick recovery, you may only pass it once or perhaps not at all under a code 35. So you've really got to make sure that you're prepared and you take those chances where you get them.
Smartly, Open Throttle in the GP3 lead did pit once again under code 35, so they have stayed out in the front. I believe the only GP3 entry that came in this past time.
So impressed with the lead battle in GP1. I mean, we're basically 2 hours in, and I don't think they've been separated by more than about 10 seconds the whole day.
No.
Birmingham Road and Race keeping it tight there as well. Edge Autosports had a good recovery after a lap 1 spin into the barriers down there at turn number 3. Has them, I mean, they were side by side with Birmingham Road and Race last time through. So let's see if we can pick up that battle. It'll be for 3rd in GP1. Zealous is in there as well inside of a minute. And back from the race lead.
Again, I'd point out these cars at the front, Moorhead and PC, were nose to tail until a code 35, and they both pit. And once again, PC just slightly slower.
Should see this 3rd place, but it's actually just gone through turn 14 and 15. So we'll get him here at the last corner momentarily.
There they come.
There they are, yep. And they're looking at
Edge in front.
Actually, Edge has just gone through. Exactly, JT. Good pickup there. Still nose to tail, but in the other order now, and they're both working through the number 721 from RRT Racing. Edge has gotten through on the front straight, on the throttle. Birmingham Road and Race follows through on the brakes into turns 1 and 2. And now kind of, it seemed like easy work there for Edge Autosports. I don't know if they've got more straight line speed and were able to get the move done into turn 14 or what the case might be, but done well here. Held up a little bit by traffic on the exit of turn 5 and 5A into Snake at the bottom of the hill. They'll pull to driver's left and swing past what I think is a 737 from AutoWorks. I nose to tail up through the climbing SS26 leading at 98. A lot of front grip there from the 26 as they turned into the climbing S's. And over the crest at turn number 10, 98 from Birmingham Road and Race drops a wheel. And I think that is just going to give that Edge Autosports number 26 a little bit of breathing room down the back straightaway here to where they won't have to worry about defending on the brakes into turn 14. Zach has informed us that a weather update is becoming necessary because... Yeah, so that's out... That severe thunderstorm warning there is out near North Wilkesboro, actually. Again, these storms develop and change as the morning wears on. Temperatures rise, humidity levels change. Let's see what it looks like when it gets here. But the fact that it's raining in Martinsville at the moment doesn't spark a whole lot of confidence in us staying dry here too terribly much longer. Very gray, almost a storm blue type of sky in that direction. Exactly. Out to the west. Winds out of the south at the moment. moment. We saw this yesterday when the storms moved through the area, which we didn't end up getting here. But when it was at its most threatening, the winds were very, very strong out of the south. You see that in the American and Porsche flags, just about where the open throttle car is sitting, in the center of your shot.
So, in theory, it's possible we may have a red flag situation.
Yeah, so
how do you back time for that?
I don't think you can. The lightning rules here are oh my, the 511 looks even worse. The lightning rules here are very similar to what we dealt with back at Daytona. 8-mile radius, half an hour from the last strike. Unclear as to cloud to cloud, cloud to ground strikes and what the defining type of lightning strike is.
Is it really the same rules here as at Daytona? I thought it was different. Like,
I mean,
closer.
it's a different.
I thought it was a different radius.
I was told yesterday it was still 8 miles, and that seems to be becoming the industry standard.
That's unfortunate. That means racing doesn't occur as often.
Well, yes. If the primary concern is safety, yeah,
it's not exactly unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess, but like
No,
8 miles seems far.
It's the standard. It is the standard. Some of this will be driven by insurance. Some of this will be driven by track ownership. But and look, I was flicking back through some of our other coverage on DriversEye Live from the SCCA Super Tour, and we were back at Thunderhill and had a massive hailstorm roll through the area. And I realize that not every thunderstorm is a hailstorm, but what you're really giving time to occur is for people to get parked in the pit lane, for all of the race control staff to get everything in order, for the corner marshals to be able to stand down and to get them to a place of safety before whatever the storm contains actually arrives. Right? So 8 miles seems far because you've had a lightning strike, but as a storm approaches, yeah, you want, marshals in cars or undercover. You want race control staff, pit marshals, etc., undercover as soon as you can, so that when a storm is within 3 or 4 miles, they're all in a place of safety and we can ride this thing out. That's the real reason, I think, we push it out as far as we do, but, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. The lightning strike map is up on our TVs here in the second floor of the timing tower, so not all of it contains lightning. There's a lot of rain there. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. I still have high hopes for us getting certainly getting to a checkered flag today. I don't think this is due to be a long-lasting series of storms. And maybe, for our troubles, we'll even get some wet racing in, which, of course, we didn't get at Daytona. In any case, we're just under 2 hours in, rocketing through the opening stanza to our Sunday 7-hour enduro. All kinds of racing going on around the world at the moment. Formula One British Grand Prix is underway in Silverstone. We've had, of course, the World Endurance Championship 6 Hours of Monza that accompanied me during camera setup this morning. The green flag at 6:30 Eastern. Admittedly, I've lost track of that one slightly, but it certainly was a good race while I was engaged before we got our green flag this morning.
VP Challenge just finished up, featuring GT4
cars. Oh boy!
I like VP Challenge.
Yeah, it's the right place for those cars. I mean, LMP3 and GT4 play fairly well together. I was unimpressed with the racing I saw, but I also really haven't watched it since like Daytona, so.
Daytona was cool.
I think the LMP3 cars needed a multi-class sparring partner. Single-class prototype racing hasn't always been the most exciting. Good nose-to-tail battle down the front straightaway here. 99 and 16E. This is GTR and Economy Motorsport. Just flashing through the right side of your camera. Renegade Racing tucked up in behind them as well. I think Economy is going to look for a move up the inside here. Shows the nose a little bit, and it keeps the 99 just off of the apex out to driver's left. Has that move been done? I think it has. Now that white-nosed with a red sort of back half Hyundai Elantra now leads the GTR 99 BMW. That's a change for 8th overall, 8th in GTO. And now it's M4 on M4 for 9th. With that number 88 from Renegade Racing in there as well. The 908 Aston Martin is that yellow V8 Vantage just at the back end of that train. And unfortunately, he is 1 lap down or 2 laps down to that battle. 1 lap behind that battle. So not a major player at the moment. That car in something of a recovery drive itself, having made 3 pit stops already, 2 of which were under green, which is that car lost so much time after. Well, it didn't lead, did it? It was got as high as 2nd, I think. Our lead battle here closing all the time as well. 118's last lap at 210.5. The 909, 205.8. And if I pick apart the strategy call for the 118 from Thunder Bunny, the way that this comes back to that car is that they're not extending the stint of a slower driver. Right? They chose not to pit under the code 35, partially because I think they were going to get caught halfway under green while they were in the pits, but also because if you are adding an extra half stint to a driver that's a couple of seconds off of the ultimate pace of the car, you're now working against, let's say 3 to 4 seconds a lap that you're losing that you hadn't necessarily counted on. Like, okay, get in the car, go do a single stint, we'll get you back in later in the day. Pushing that out to a stint and a half is 15 more laps that you're losing that time. So I'm not saying that that was a deciding factor in why they chose to stay out, but it is a potential way in which it comes back in their favor, because now they don't have a longer run with a slower driver in the car.
True.
To be fair, with all that having been said, everybody's pace has sort of come out a little bit. 204s and 205s seem to be the standard. Some of that will be traffic, some of that will be temperature, humidity, etc. A little bit of moisture popping up just to the northwest of the track here, according to the local weather map. Our track map in the lower left-hand corner of the screen is oriented to the north, so that storm popping up at the moment over the number 550 in your timing tower. Just up to the north in turn number 17. And all reasonably stable at the moment. Battles, or the margins between cars expanding a little bit, but it's not like we're talking about laps, chunks of laps here. It's really just, instead of cars being nose to tail, they're separated by 2, 3, maybe 5 or 10 seconds.
Oh, in GTO, sure, not a G1.
No, that's very true. The 88
both those for first and third are still remaining quite close.
The 88 has gotten by both the GTR 99 and the 82 from Random Vandals Racing, kind of in one shot, within the last 2 laps, and still dropping off the back of that Hyundai Elantra, which is lapping quite rapidly at the moment. 203.7 last time around, and closing all the time on the sister number 28 Random Vandals Racing BMW. GTR appears to be struggling a little bit at the moment. Don't know if it's driver or tires or what exactly the situation there is, but just dropping a couple of spots back towards the back end of the top 10. Does have a good buffer ahead of the 997, which is good news. Side by side into the climbing S's. Yo, was that the Elantra in there? Or was that the go ahead.
Yeah, it was the Mustang. The
low country car.
Yes.
Oh, car off at the top of the hill. That looks to be maybe the Roberts. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one. Is it 109? The red Miata. Yep. Down in GP 3. It is had been running third in class.
Yep, and we'll continue to do so.
Replay. Let's look for the red Miata left side of your screen. Oh, big moment there for the open throttle car. Before we even get to, oh man, way too much speed. Way too much speed. Tries to scrub it off, and the car starts to spin before it ever gets to the dirt. And the dirt just kind of took it the rest of the way around. May have caught the tire wall there.
I think it looked fine, just saying.
JT, do you remember what I was saying before the yellow flag pit stops?
Oh, yeah. A little bit of overdriving.
Yeah. It's been common, I think, in that car this weekend.
Cars just come past start finisher. I don't see any marks, but I am looking at the right-hand side of the car, which is about where it would have caught. Some light activity down in the pit lane here at open throttle.
Or the 64?
Stop. Can't tell if we're getting ready for a pit stop or if people are just kind of organizing things. They are charging a... Oh, no, sorry. That's... it looked like they were charging a battery. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing with it, actually.
Well, they did get the 64 back out, which is good. That had been on pit lane for quite a while.
I love seeing crew members, engineers, etc., sitting with laptops and spreadsheets and whatever their monitor setup happens to be. I love that we're in a place in the World Racing League where it takes, a dedicated strategist or an engineer to be competitive. And that's not to say you've got to spend a ton of money to do it, like a guy with a laptop will do, but just somebody who's monitoring the race and making the right decisions at the right time with as much information as they can pull together. Directing, getting drivers ready and whatever else it takes. It's just neat to see that that's the level to which competition has risen here. I remember walking past the AOA setup at COTA back in 2021, and all of the cars were pitted together. So we got a pit stop from the 25 Michael Moore Racing Ford Mustang and the Mustang in front of it, actually, the Low Country number 843. But the AOA setup was under an easy up, a couple of easy ups, with a bunch of plastic tables and like 6 laptops. It wasn't, there was no war wagon. There wasn't anything expensive or spectacular. It was just a lot of what, basic needs were required to do the job of running 3 or 4 cars. Still nose to tail for the lead in GP1. And PC Racing has closed the gap up since we last looked. It's come down from a massive 2 seconds. Oh, the lead's actually changed hands on the front straightaway. PC Racing has gone through on track into the lead of GP1 for, I don't know if it's the first time today. They did start on pole, but they've been just absolutely tied together for the first 2 hours of this one. Oh, change for third as well, because Birmingham Road and Race has gone back through on the number 26 of Edge Autosports. So all change at the top of GP1. This is great stuff. Great stuff. And these cars are so evenly matched, not just on track, but in terms of their performance elsewhere. I mean, they're both, all four of them really, but especially PC Racing and Moorhead Speedworks. They're so good in the pits. They're so good at executing strategy that, oftentimes the difference is made on track. And if this is the way they are matched in terms of pace on track, there's no reason this can't continue for the next 5 hours. Absolutely no reason. So much fun.
The 111 is going to go back by the 9 here.
That's fighting for position for third. Yep, and clears them.
That is your change for third. What did we say about the 111?
111 just got by the 9.
Yep. No. I get that. What I was saying earlier
gotcha.
about
driver.
Did everything right for what it had at the time, and now it's back on pace, back into the top 3, just like that.
Doing some nice service work there on the Ginetta.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Once the 909 got past the 118 from Thunder Bunny, it's hung with him. Right, 2.5 seconds. I mean, that lead changed hands a couple laps ago now already. Not really letting him escape. And there's a chance here the 111 is actually going to catch the automatic racing Aston Martin.
I think they will. As long as the stint remains uninterrupted, I think that will be the case.
Yep, I would agree.
It's unfortunate that the pit stops sort of broke up a pretty good group of GTO cars that were all working their way through traffic together.
Yeah, I mean,
it happens, obviously, but
being nose to tail on track versus being 10 seconds apart or 5 seconds apart is not, a major difference. I'd say it's more the exception than the rule that we get actual on track racing. To talk about. So much of it is the ebb and flow of strategy, but
it's fun.
No, it's a blast,
especially when we have no onboards.
Right. We've got a couple. We've got the Michael Moore Racing onboard. I think we've got one still from the Bourbon Works Ginetta. We've lost just about everything else, unfortunately. Zach, the question was, what onboards do we have left? Is that the Bourbon Ginetta, the 2?
Yeah, there we go. Right. And the other onboard's right behind him. Yep.
Hey,
look at that.
Look at that move.
The Mustang's going to go down the inside of the Ginetta.
Decisive.
Wow. Going to put the power down. That's the 12.
Stopped ACP car. Yep. Good pickup, Brian. I'm glad you remember which one's which.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Didn't we see this car stopped in that spot yesterday? It was either this car or the 52.
I think it was the 52.
Whatever it was became the world's most expensive cone carrier. Yeah, because it picked up one of them and took it along with it.
Trying to get it restarted here. It kicked a little bit.
This is such a tough spot to get rejoined onto the track. You hear it talked about in professional series all the time. You can't turn your head with a Hans device, and the more of a built-up seat you have with a bucket seat. And wraparounds around the helmet, the less you can see. And sitting in race direction there, trying to find a gap to rejoin at one of the fastest parts of the track is really tricky. Really, really tricky. The 127 has pitted. It's the Pinnacle Racing Porsche Cayman out of, it's 14th now. And in a cloud of brake dust out of all 4 corners of the car as it came to a stop. Which is not something I see very often here, to be honest.
It looks to be firmly raining over there. In the distance of the shot, that looks like it's raining.
It does, but it's further away than it looks.
Okay.
That is up to the north, and like due north of the track now. So whatever is building, I think, is building sort of up and away from us, rather than in a direction that is going to impact us. But again, it's raining in Martinsville. Martinsville is our Terre Haute.
Oh boy. Yeah, see that cell to the south, with warnings down there. That whole cell is causing all the thunderstorm warnings. I think that's going to clobber us, unfortunately.
The lightning is starting to fizzle out of that, to be honest with you, based on the map I'm looking at here. Nose to tail Thunder Bunny cars down the front straightaway. There they are, headed down into the braking zone. Can't imagine there's going to be much defense. I'm sorry, they're exiting one now, and there isn't any defense there. The 111's already gone through. You can see on the right-hand side of your... Oh, no, that's automatic. Sorry about that. There's the 118. There's the 111. It's tough to see. I don't have an extra, external monitor for this, so I'm watching it on a 15-inch screen.
Where's your TV?
I have the TV, but it's got the multi-view up at the moment.
Okay.
I'm not sure that's incredibly useful for me, to be honest with you. Maybe I do put up the, let's see.
Good opportunity for photographers to get both cars in shot.
Yep. And just as I complain about not enough cars being on track together, they all come on the track together.
Oh, come on, 3 wide in.
Oh, okay. Settled that. 147 starting to get left behind a little bit. They're trying to hold on to this group.
.118 defending just a touch from the 111, who's being incredibly patient.
Definitely helping PC racing a bit.
Absolutely. You got the 2 Supras up ahead, followed by the 9, which is the ACP new M4. And then the 123 is back here. It's going to try to make a move to get by the 147. Got to get it done on the straights there. That 147 is lightning in the turns.
It is, Ryan, which is... Oh, Carl, that's a 109 again.
Huh. Weird.
Having all that grip in the turns is all well and good until you end up stuck behind a bunch of other cars. And now all of the advantage you had that you used to make your lap time is out the window.
No, it would be a big deal in the WRL video game, as far as ratings are concerned.
The WRL video game?
Yeah.
Can we do an iRacing paint scheme set, like a car set for the GT4 cars?
I'm terrible at painting. Yeah,
same. Yeah, Joseph.
That's what I'm saying. That's a Joseph job.
Joseph. Scott can do them, but only if they're based on the renowned livery from the Mazda 787.
Ooh, that oversteer correction.
So that's the second or third time they've done that today. As far as missing that corner in particular and then catching it like that.
It's a high commitment corner.
Yeah, but they keep doing it, JT. They keep doing it.
I mean...
reel it in. Look, I don't drive race cars professionally. That's fine. But I also find that when I'm, doing iRacing and I'm overdriving the car and I go, wow, I've gone off there 2 or 3 times. I'm just going to back off 5%. And then maybe I'll stay on track. And sure enough, my lap time goes down. And it's look at that. Now, yeah. I know that it's a game, quote unquote, not real life, et cetera, but I feel like we just reel her in a little bit. We might be in a little bit better spot here.
I mean, yeah, you can, but I mean, it's going to depend on, the weight transfer every time you go through the corner. It's not always a consistent thing that you would see in a video game. So
I understand that it's not consistent, but it's not changing 30% each lap.
And I would also argue that when you try dialing it back, you may be more prone to making a mistake because you're
We call this the Brendan Kazmarek effect.
you're putting
trying to
yourself
run
in
that
an
car.
uncomfortable position.
They're consistently trying to run that car too fast through that corner. Like, I understand that, but they're running wide on that consistently.
Yeah, I mean, you should dial it back. The problem is how far, like, it's not like you're just squaring up the corner from half a mile back. You're running through the S's, coming up out of turn 9 with the road undulating all the time, finding the place to dab the brakes, downshift maybe into 4th, and then turn the car in. That's a lot to do in a short amount of time. And part of the reason people love driving VIR is because it is so challenging to set up, some of these sequences of corners. I agree with you.
Get Scott Michaels on the horn. He'll agree with me.
I do. No, in general, I do agree with you. Right? If you're consistently making a mistake at the same corner, find a different way to do things. And if you don't like that one or it's not comfortable for you, find something else. And some of that just comes with experience, right? If you're not, let's say you don't have a couple of years or at the very least, a couple of months of racing experience, you may not know what dialing it back looks like. Right? What the alternative is.
I mean, the other alternative is put a bigger rear bar on it, but it's not my car.
No.
I think that may be the problem.
Those only fit
BMWs.
Pit stop for the 118. This is the car that did not pit under our most recent Code 35, inherited the lead as a result, and then has now come in to make the equivalent pit stop, as has the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates, the sole remaining ACP car up in the top 10. Interesting to note, by the way, the 111 did not pass the 118. Never really attempted to make the move. I don't know that any coordination ever really took place between the teams, possibly because the 118 was always going to be pitting, but it allowed the 909, which we all thought was probably going to be caught by the 111 pretty quickly, allowed that Aston Martin to just scoot away at the front out to a 13-second lead that has immediately been carved down to 8. But it's heavy traffic for the 909 as he came through start-finish a couple of moments ago. That'll be where a lot of that lap time has gone.
Oh, moves over. That was about the correct size for that car to make that move over to the middle lane. Now, of course, they'll be a little bit more spread out. And we're on board the 241. You're currently looking at the back of the E92 M3. That's in GP1. Wild to see that this GTO car is gaining. Of course, they're starting to slow down a little bit for the turn, but interesting to see the Ginetta gaining on the M3. They're coming down the inside here, trying to leave each other a little bit of space. Have to go really slow. That allows the TCR to get through. And does just pin the E92 right behind. Brendan, I'm not sure what happens, but like when you stop talking, your microphone gets incredibly loud.
Really?
Yes. And when you're talking, it's
I wonder
fine.
if there's an auto gain issue there in TeamSpeak. I thought I had turned that off because I don't really ever talk in TeamSpeak. But let me take a look.
Oh, I definitely hear it. Like the background noise gets like tremendously loud when you don't talk. What?
Yeah, that may be a you issue, Ryan, there. If you go options and playback, there's an automatic voice volume leveling that changes.
Okay.
I have the same thing.
No, I get it, because my mic stays hot even when I'm not talking. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, it's hot. It's like very loud.
Yeah, wonder why. Huh. The first time anybody's told me that.
I was talking about it yesterday when you...
Oh.
And I was like, hey, you just got really loud. And you were like, ha ha ha. And I was like, okay, cool.
Good chat. That's what you were talking about.
Like,
interesting.
I was liking it because it gave us the cars at speed
absolutely.
coming by.
Yesterday, Zach, the multi-view was giving us the live feeds sound. Can we have that back, maybe?
Yep, that one's on me.
Oh.
Although I'm not hearing it anyway.
Well, no, now I just hear Brendan twice if it's on the program feed. Anyway, that's inside baseball for you here.
It's not just inside baseball. That is like actual production coordination.
Well, maybe if we had a producer,
We have a producer.
No, like an
There we
EP, like Joseph, calling the shots. Oh, that's much better. Okay, cool. That works. I can deal with that. Beautiful. Okay, cool.
You
Awesome.
think we have a budget for an executive producer? That is so adorable.
What's Joseph doing right now?
Coughing, probably.
Watching F1, presumably. Oh my God, they're all on fire. No, they're not.
Can't say that.
I wasn't even talking about this race.
You can't say anything like that.
Oh, okay. Oh,
There are words we don't use.
Oh, all right. Fair enough.
Yeah, don't say it on a broadcast, an airplane, or movie theater. Besides, why would you be watching F1? That sounds incredibly boring.
I turned it on for a second to see if anything interesting was happening, and
unless there's rain,
nothing interesting happened. I was like, okay, I don't need to watch that. It is break time. It's absolutely break time. 4 hours and 41 minutes remaining here at VIR for the Sunday 7-hour. We're going to reset here and come back fired up and ready for the last little bit of racing here this weekend. We'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered. With the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Back at VIR, Virginia International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. On DriversEye Live, Brendan Kazmarek joined by JT Tammy and Ryan West. Zach Johnson on production. Ripped through 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds, and I guess a couple extra, but it sounded good at the time as we come to the conclusion of our weekend here at VIR. Thus far, we've been dry here. But
Yeah,
I think we're anticipating some changes to that in the next
a lot of British
hour
humor
or so. Yes. Yes, the Monty Python of weather.
Yeah.
But again, we have all of the tools in the world to follow weather, including Zach's live radar, or 15-minute delayed radar, I guess. There it is.
Dude, it's right there!
Just east
right
of Danville.
there!
Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens. I don't know how heavy it's going to be. I don't
Drop
know
the hammer.
exactly what we're going to get. But it would shake things up here just a touch. Certainly cool things off for a little while, which I think we could do with.
Yep, I think so. Prepare your bingo cards for head rain.
Scott's not here. All right, that's a
true.
you thing now.
It is.
Yeah, you really leaned into head rain.
My thing is things that other people say all the time. I have all of them.
What a personality type. Crazy.
I want to bring the best of people who aren't currently here to defend themselves. I want to bring that energy to the show.
Big Mark Martin energy. No.
And we're going to throw to Andrew Marriott in the pits. Andrew.
No.
He's
not here to defend himself either.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Is it? I liked listening to Andrew Marriott growing up. He's tough to listen to now.
He's a little on the older side for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this out there again. I haven't said it recently, I don't think. $20 bounty for anybody who can find me the clip of Andrew Marriott playing journalist really, really hard around Colin Collis in the pit lane while they're working on the R10. And Colin Collis very clearly does not want to talk to him. And he continues to walk around the car and ask questions. And Colin Collis continues to give him one-word answers and tries to stay busy. And just, perpetual picking at him the entire time he's standing there. It would have been like 2009-ish speed coverage.
2009 or 2010.
Yeah.
That's when they ran the R10s.
Yeah. And it was just fantastic.
Just watch all of those races back. They're all on YouTube.
I've tried though, and
watch the whole thing.
The recording that I used to watch isn't there anymore.
Yeah,
and I
the
think
2009 speed coverage is all there.
There was one of them where it's missing like a section.
Yeah.
Like it got taken down, and I think it's in that section.
Yeah.
And of course, for whatever reason, nobody sells the entire event. When you go to buy the event on DVD, it's like, oh, it's a highlight reel. Like, no, I'm already paying you $40. Send me two more
it's the
discs.
whole produced package. People have those entire collections, the Duke Video Highlights packages. Like
yeah, but I don't want highlights. I want the whole race. You
may have...
okay, I was like, there's no way you found it. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Zach, I think we've got a replay down at turn number 1. I'll let him cue that up. Roughly 10 minutes ago, some potential contact. This would be the back coming into turn 1 there. Oh, yeah.
Oh, and
somebody
they were in the outside lane. In the outside lane and commits hard to the other side of the track.
Question is, who is that?
So the report that I have for this incident was that's the 197 that may have possibly got into the back.
721?
No, possibly into the back of the 908. Or 909, sorry.
Right, no, I was the other car in there. I couldn't tell who got into the back of who where, but I think that you're right. It's 3 cars. 909. I think the other one's the 721.
Possibly.
Yeah. And then obviously the instigating 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche. Lead margin is down to just under 2 seconds, but the Automatic Racing Aston has really kind of responded to whatever the 111 was throwing at it. 1.9, I'm sorry, a 201.8 the last lap time there for the 909. I think they've lost power at Monza.
Outstanding.
The feed is just gone.
Well, at least you don't have to pay for coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is again. That's the PC racing car. Had a little tough to start.
Oh yeah,
definitely. That is a rod letting go.
About the time he grabbed 3rd or 4th gear there.
Yeah, that's
Or is that tire rub as it starts to go faster and faster? The downforce is pushing the car down.
It was doing it on the exit of the corner.
No, and he's being passed by an MX-5. That is not correct.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens when he gets back on the throttle here.
Yep. Yeah, it's on throttle.
Well, it's kind of gone there.
There was a little bit.
Either way, I think we're gonna get that car into the pit lane this time around. I highly
hope
doubt
so.
It continues to circulate.
I think that is an S54 engine.
There it is.
Gone.
Ah, man.
They
It's
built up
such
a really
good
good
battle
lead, too.
going.
I know.
With the 44 and the 147. I had said earlier there's no reason this can't go on all day, but
well, there it is.
This is
there was something else going off. I think it was the Mustang was running wide.
Oh yeah,
yeah, there we go.
Country.
.997 dutifully clicking off laps.
Is that a Cooper joke?
What?
Yep. Okay.
What does that have to... What?
What?
Live at VIR. It's the Sunday 7 hour. It's 7:58 in the morning.
No, it's not.
Nobody cares about the East Coast.
It's almost 11. No, this is the only...
This is where we're racing.
The West Coast Ryan West is the worst Ryan West.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah.
Huh.
You were better off in Minnesota.
I don't think so.
I think you were.
I don't think so.
Because it didn't allow you to talk about the West Coast for no reason.
Whatever, man. Kind of like how when there was wildfire smoke in California for a year, nobody cared. But then all of a sudden, it's like a little bit smoky in one day, and the entirety of the country's media is like, "Oh my God, we're going to die!" I'm like, "Yeah, no, that's been going on. That's called Tuesday."
I said when that happened, people have been dealing with this in California for years.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, because it's New York City, I mean, to be fair, it was really bad. But
it's really bad in California.
Well, just maybe don't live in California then.
Measurably worse, in fact. It's been great. It's actually been nice and cool as well. It's been fantastic since I've been back.
Yeah, that's your problem.
It's not a problem, though. It's great. Love it. We'll be attending the Monterey Sports Car Reunion as well. That's coming up.
Are you?
Don't see a whole lot of that going on the East Coast.
I mean, you will later in the year.
I don't see Pebble Beach going on the East Coast.
You will. There is a Historics event next weekend.
There is. That's also not on the East Coast. That's in the Central. Oh, they're off again.
Same car, and this time spinning in the grass.
Oh, yeah.
Turn 14.
Right. Yep. And they're going to have a hard time getting going here because they are on the hill. All the torque at the bottom end. Oh, smart. They're going to let themselves roll back, kind of do a little flippy turn here.
That was intentional. It is the right move.
Yeah.
Nope, not intentional.
Oh. There we go. Oh. All right, caught it.
Nope, pointed it.
Going down the hill.
Yeah,
there we go. Perfect. They made it. That was the...
So there used to be... Well, there still is an opening on driver's left there as you go all the way down roller coaster. There's the turn 16 Marshall station is off on driver's left at the left-hander before you go into Hogpen. And there was no Armco there. It was just a Marshall's post kind of out in the open as the Low Country Motorsports number 843 pits. They put an Armco in now, but you can still drive behind it.
Ooh.
So it doesn't do anything. It's just there's an Armco that separates where the Marshall's post is that you can still, drive to the left of and just drive all the way behind. Very odd choice.
Did you happen to hear anything outside right then?
Why do you think there's lightning?
There was to the north, near Pat's Airfield.
yeah, Pat's Airfield.
Oh, yeah.
It is, I think, about 15 miles north.
Not so much consternation off to my right over in race control.
I'm trying to picture where you're at, Brendan, because I've been to so many of these now. They all run together.
A bit of dust there in the background at Oak Tree.
It's that one. Okay, I remember now. Okay, we're good. Because it's like the little extra room that's like narrow next to the... No?
Well, so there's race control, then there's the PA booth, which is like connected to the steward's room. Like you've got to go into the steward's room and then go left into the PA booth.
And there's like the one step up to go into this thing. Yeah,
I'm not in there. I am in the big media room to the left of that with the 3 tiers.
Okay.
Yeah.
That room doesn't get as hot.
Oh, you have no idea, Ryan. I was here in April for SCCA. So, I mean, genuinely probably 85 degrees in that room.
That PA, the tiny room, gets awful.
Yeah.
It's just one person in it.
It was so hot in there on the Saturday at the Super Tour race. I came out nauseous. Like, I couldn't handle it.
Can we add a portable air conditioner to the World Racing League trailer?
No.
No? All right.
So part of I've discovered why that room gets so hot. Part of it is if it's not hot enough outside to trip the air conditioner in any of the other rooms, the air conditioner will never turn on in that little PA booth. So you either need it to be really hot outside so that the air conditioner is running in every room all the time, or so cold that that room will never get hot. But if you're stuck in this like 60-degree range, like 55 to 60-degree range, where every other room is just comfortable without the AC, and that room gets no air movement, you've got all of your equipment, all of the PA and server equipment is in there. That's all throwing just phenomenal amounts of heat, and then you got to close the door to keep it quiet.
Yep.
And it's fun.
It's good time.
So miserable. Shout out, by the way, while we're talking about VIR, positive things. Shout out to the Milltown Eatery and Pub in Milton, North Carolina, which is, for my money, the best restaurant anywhere near the VIRginia International Raceway.
No, it's the Italian restaurant. I'm telling you.
No. You gotta go to the bakery, Milltown. It's really good.
Dude, you haven't even been to the
owned and operated.
I don't want to hear it.
Wonderful people. No, it's a great spot. And you don't even have to go into Danville. If you're staying at the track, you just drive over into Milton. It's 5 minutes.
I believe we have a new leader in GTO.
I think we do too.
Nonsense. And yeah, the margin is out to a minute because we've got a pit stop from the erstwhile leading number 909. Appears to be kind of a long stop here too. In fact, I think I would have expected it here because I think it's going to lose a lap if we're not careful. 151, there goes the number 9. 99. Where's economy and all that?
Back on board the 25.
There goes the 111. So the 909 has pitted, and in doing so has lost an entire lap.
Yep.
That is enormous time loss. Like well upwards of a minute from what you would expect from maybe the Thunder Bunny car.
So I think that actually sounds about right in terms of a normal green flag pit stop is roughly a bit over 2 minutes.
Does it? Because I think we've seen green flag pit times yesterday in like the 3:30 to 3:35 range.
That's still a minute and 90 seconds. Yeah, that's still a minute and 30 seconds. If they were already 20 behind, you know.
So this was a 4:24 lap time. So it's about 50 seconds compared to a normal green flag pit stop. Which,
got it.
I mean, can you afford to lose 50 seconds at a time making pit stops in modern
not.
GTO? Yeah, I don't think you can.
Just consulting my timing sheet here. Zealous Motorsports up to third, 588. That's a good result. Alomar up to fourth and fifth. They've been consistent. Unfortunately, a lot of that's going to come off the back of both PC Racing and Birmingham Road Race having a rough race. Moving all those cars up into the top 5. The other unfortunate part is they're all separated by a lap except for the 2 Palomar cars. The 15 having now worked a 17-second advantage over the team car. And then MMR another lap behind them. GP2, top 3 are on the same lap. Barely. The 525 is going to come around and pass the 197 shortly and put them a lap down. 164 also about a minute behind. So that's not super close. GP3, the 65, leads the number 85. And that's quite a gap as well. So currently we're watching for some on-track action. We'll look at the 99 and the 123 is kind of what we got. So if we could pick up one of those two vehicles, Zach, I think that would be lovely. Just looking for the Mercedes-Benz or the blue BMW. Lovely. Just going to see them coming out from the left side of the screen there.
It's Thunder Bunny.
There's the 123. And then there is the 99. So the 99 still has some work to do if they want to catch the 123. But the 123 is being held up in traffic right now. So that is going to allow the 99 to draw a little bit closer.
The 44 is being towed into the paddock by a side-by-side.
Excellent.
Bummer.
And so this is the leader here, the 111. So they have put the 123 now firmly a lap down. And unfortunately, let's see, the 118 on the 88, I think, is the closest battle on track now. That's going to be the 88 Renegade Racing BMW versus the 118.
Oh, two off there from Big Red. That's the 747.
Yep.
BMW 5 Series. Just as the cars we were just talking about come through. Not the 88, but
the 99.
Yeah.
And the 111. The Toyota Supra leading the race.
Yeah, that Renegade car with the second of the Thunder Bunny Supra should be... Oh! Some consternation there, yeah, off in the runoff at turn number 1.
Mustang, maybe?
Be an interesting pickup there. Is that yellow flag still out, or have they pulled that in? I think it's been pulled in. Replay on the way, courtesy of Zach. Oh, yeah, big lockup there on the way in. Yeah,
It's a low country Mustang.
Yeah.
Low country Mustang starting to
struggling.
Get a little out of control there. They've had that happen a few times now. So Toyota here. Oh, they're okay. Toyota has an opportunity here to win in multiple sports car series on multiple continents today.
Yeah, I mean,
like they've already won in North America twice.
At least one of them hasn't had their entire production fail in the middle of the race. So
right.
Yep. Start finish is the battle for third. 88 and 118 headed down into turn 1.
Minute 31 gap here. They just pitted apparently, so I think they'll hold on to that one. So we could have a potential for every race that Toyota enters with their car this weekend, they win, which would be pretty cool, I think. The Super GT racing this weekend?
Already incorrect.
Oh, what's that?
Michelin Pilot yesterday was won by BMW.
No.
Ooh, check it again, JT.
Yeah, go read the news. Go read the news.
Really?
Check it out.
Aw, something happened to Lawrence?
Post-race tech happened.
Ah, bummer.
Yep. So old Shiggy.
JT doesn't think I did my homework on that.
Yeah.
No respect.
It didn't sound like it.
I can't get no respect.
JT's like, wrong.
And I believe there was another Toyota on pole in GTD.
I haven't seen like anything from Mosport other than that article about post-race tech. Anyway, the 118 has gotten past the 88 from Renegade Racing and immediately pulled a gap.
It was imminent yesterday. There's an exact telling us that the rain is coming, and the rain has been coming for like 38 hours.
Yeah,
it always rains in Danville.
I've been watching this lightning radar off on a side monitor, and it's interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Super GT did not race this weekend, so that's one less. Am I going to count NASCAR as a Toyota?
IMO, yeah. No. Yep, stop for the 118. Is that on schedule? Certainly was routine, and that is on schedule. Last stint at 43. So 30-lap stint there for your one-time leader. Now hands that lead over to the 28. Sorry for the silence. I just grabbed a handful of Haribo.
I'm trying to create content, but I want to have my stuff together so I don't do live Googling.
Zach correctly points out that there is a car that pulled off into the North Course cutout. It's reported as the 82.
Oh, did it?
That's
big.
Car was out of the top 10, spinner at the top of the... Is that the Thunder Buddy car? I think that's the 111.
Yeah.
Wow. Drama.
So they'll have just been into the pits. My guess is probably for a driver change as well. Because an hour or so stint here will take them down to about 3 hours remaining, which would put Laura Hayes in a position to go from there till the end.
Yep.
Potentially an outlap there for Bill Graham. So he just carried a little bit too much speed in. And as he was saying yesterday, a very tail-happy car if you carry too much speed into a corner. You can't find a way to wrestle it under control, and that's exactly what happened. Just loop the rear end around. I could also see them going for tires on that stop. It would have been quick, but it is possible. Maybe not. Maybe not with that kind of time. 3:24. See, this is what I was saying about the stop for the 909, right? A 4:20 something. Thunder Bunny just did a 3-minute. Sorry, lap time just went away from me. 3:24. It is literally 60 seconds that the automatic car gave up for basically no reason.
Wow, what a deal. Where's the snipping tool? Why isn't it opening? Oh, there it is.
Wondering if the 82 was due.
Yeah, this is the end of a stint. And the 28 is in. So we're due stops now because this is 30 laps from the last Code 35.
Yep. Oh wow, there's a lot of WRL interest vehicles on Racing Junk right now.
Possibly an off down at the last corner.
Ooh, reports of the NFC making contact in 5 in possibly the wall, driver's right, most likely spinning on exit and dragging parts.
Yeah, did we end up with yeah, I was going to say, we had talked about whether or not we had replays for camera 4. I don't think we have it. Love the transmission line on the Janetta.
Just after sending its fastest lap, it does that.
So, having talked about the rain.
Lorraine.
Sorry. It does say starting in about 35 minutes, but that's coming down every time I refresh the app. So, I mean, like more than just the amount of time that's passed. So, I don't think you do anything different here. It's not like we're in danger of not being able to finish the race or anything of the sort.
No, unfortunately, I think you're firmly past the point where you can do anything about the tire wear. Like, if you had started the race being conscious about tire wear, maybe you have more tread right now. Yeah, I think we got far enough into the race now where it's like, this is what you got. You're either going to stop or you're not.
Well,
now,
if you're going to change tires and you wanted to do it, before it started raining, so you had as much grip as you could possibly have, it would be this stop. This would be the stop where you'd have to do it. By the way, the 82 has just been towed in on the back of a rope into the paddock here.
Oh man, I haven't looked at this in a while. There's some good stuff.
Is there a VW Fun Cup on there by chance?
No, I mean I haven't looked at that section in particular, but if you look in the chat, there's some fire.
Oh man.
Vehicles for sale.
The GTOR?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
77 grand for that bad boy. That's a pretty good price, I feel like.
For a Prep 2 two-frame car?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in. 99 is also in. If you see what I did there.
Yep, I did.
88 has pitted from Renegade Racing. I think he's come out ahead of the 909. Right, because the 909 lost a minute pit lane.
Yep. Right. Indeed it did.
The 118 has cycled through into the lead, but remember they're off sequence as a result of not having pitted under the code 35 that has kept more or less everybody else on the same strategy. 241's got a check up there in the middle of the front straightaway thanks to a production class BMW. I think it was 130.
Timing has given McAllister a new team name.
Uh-oh.
Excellent.
What? Yeah, henceforth referred to as ageless bio.
What?
It's what it says in Race Hero.
Wild. All right. We'll show that down. All right. And then this one.
We lost the Birmingham Road and Race car, too, did we?
We did. I spoke about that earlier, and that was part of what has elevated some of the other GP2 runners.
No, so, do we know what... Because that happened right around the same time as PC.
It was just before PC.
The same lap?
Yep.
How did I miss that?
I don't know, man.
Wow. Any idea what happened?
No, there hasn't
been
a
I don't
report
know.
of it.
No. Ooh, that's a lot. Okay.
When you find the Fun Cup, you let me know.
I found a Riley LMP2 car, which I believe to be one of the only ones in existence.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so that has Le Mans history.
Ooh, side by side down the front straightaway. 111 and the number 9. I think that is a battle for position.
Yes, 9 in the second.
Yep, had just clipped through at the line. Yeah, 111, or I'm sorry, the 111 not really coming up to pace yet. Opportunity here for the number 123 to pick up handfuls of time as well. The Birmingham Road and Race car is back out.
Carl
said something sooner.
Hamstra in YouTube chat says steering issues for them.
Interesting.
Bad news, Brendan. Racing Junk does not have a VW Fun Cup car on it.
So I've looked at the VW Fun Cup UK page with cars and parts for sale. I think you can get one of those cars for under 20 grand.
You have to ship it.
Well, sure, but you'd have to ship it no matter what.
I mean, maybe, or you find somebody's track day thing. Anyway, so in interest,
you don't get to cut VW Fun Cup discussions short.
Look, man, I've done some actual research for this segment. Okay, all right,
too. On VW Fun Cups.
On VW Fun Cups.
Why don't you look up how much it would cost to ship one from the UK? And
I know how much it costs. It's like 5 to 10 grand.
Property of DriversEye Live LLC.
It's like 5 to 10.
Please list your assets. It's 10 iPhone 12s and a VW Fun Cup chassis.
On car off on the right.
Oh, is that the Birmingham Road and Race car fresh out of the pits?
I think so.
Looks like it. Yeah. This is either a new issue or the issue has not been resolved.
They managed to steer themselves off of the track.
Well, they made a couple of right-hand turns, yeah. Zach asked if it's code 35 worthy. I would say the answer there is yes. Given the tendencies of things to happen down at turn 3, I don't think I'd want to be towing a car off there in the runoff.
No,
and cars to exit 1 side by side.
Well, so 2 WRL entrants are selling their GT4 cars, if you're interested in picking one of those up.
Are Caymans on that list?
No, it's a pair of BMW Evo GT4 cars and large spares package for a gentleman out of San Antonio, Texas. No idea who that will be.
Will he trade it for garage space in Austin?
I mean, I think he has as much of that as he wants. I think he needs to get rid of that also.
Just give me both.
Code 35.
There you go.
Yeah, there is the code 35. Straight on the brakes. Down the front straightaway here. Pretty dramatic when you see it in person.
That might be
not in a hurry to get slowed down.
That might be a good time to go to a break here. We bang our brake out right at the beginning, then we won't miss any of the action.
It's a good point. And we just had a round of pit stops under green flag for most of the GTO runners. So let's go ahead and do that, Zach, if we're ready. We'll cue up the old nod to Hagerty, Sentinel, and Cooper tires, and rejoin you from VIR for the remainder of the 7 hours Sunday race for the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Back in a moment.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper and Duramaxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at VIR, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Much fun and frivolity in the ad break there. The skies have darkened east of Danville considerably here. And anticipating some rain on the way as we approach the 4 hours remaining mark. Not quite to halfway. It'll be at the top of the clock hour, bottom of the racing hour, 3 hours 30 minutes. We are halfway point. Pit stops underway. The 118 is in. Remember, that car has been off sequence. So taking the opportunity to pit there does it a little more good than some of the other GTO cars who were just in a couple of laps ago. Remember, the sister car 111 was in at lap 73. So just only 5 laps done for most of these other GTO cars. 111 not pitting. The 9 is in, however. The 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates in and out, and it's given up second place to the 111. It's really nothing more than track position there. Not so important. I think that 9 car will be quicker anyway. And it does stand to gain just a little bit more. Car was also in... Actually, it was last in at 59. Yeah, along with the 118. So those cars are on identical strategies at the moment. The good news for them is that they are still even on numbers of pit stops. So in some ways, right, the decision not to pit under code 35 has kind of evened itself out now, because everybody else in GTO just pitted under green, and 5 laps later they've been able to come in and make their equivalent stop under code 35 instead. Also jumping onto that strategy is the 99. Who was out in front of the 99? Was it Economy, maybe? Automatic has been in.
Economy's been in as well.
Yeah, most of the back half of GTO has been in now, as well as the top of GP1.
Yeah.
Moorhead and Edge Autosport, sorry, both in. The Zealous car has been in.
Oh my goodness.
And those just joining, we're recovering the number 98 Birmingham Road and Race BMW from down at the exit of turn 2. Drove to a stop there on its outlap after what it, I think, thought were completed repairs to some steering issues. It cost that car about 20 laps. I wonder if we can get an update for anybody who may have heard what's just happened to that car. And as you may be able to tell from the shots off in the distance, just sort of waiting the arrival of weather to the Danville and Alton, Virginia areas here.
Brendan, do you think the next flag is green or red?
What's that?
Do you think the next flag is green or red?
Green.
Green. All right.
Yeah. I think the lightning is further off than we think, so we're going to get some actual wet running here before...
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. Lightning looks about 10 to 15. Would you say downtown Danville is 8 miles?
8 to 9 miles.
All right, so we're consistently getting strikes about that same distance to the southwest of Danville.
I see that now. Well, let's see what happens here. I honestly will deal with it when it gets here. You can't plan for it, and yes, it's unfortunate, but I'd like to see these cars running as long as we can keep them on track, whether that's in the dry or in the wet. Rain never hurt anybody, although it has shut off several of our cameras in the past. So. RJ has entered the chat. By chat, I mean race control.
Not like him.
I also like the guy who employs us. He's cool.
Would he make the WRL 40 under 40?
Yes.
Yeah, I would think so.
So would I, in fairness.
Would you?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know.
And while I wouldn't be a high position, I would get my own full page photo. Like at number 30, at number 37, at number 37, Ryan.
That's not a good thing. Why is the 118 flashing? Oh, that may be automated. On the pit lane speed limiter. Ooh, the 111's in this time.
Precipitation's not falling from the sky.
Ryan briefly forgetting that nobody else can hear me.
I mean, it was still accurate at least, so, you know. Let's see. If you are a WRL entrant looking to get in on the Toyota Supra game, there is one for sale. I have seen one.
Don't encourage people to just start buying up Supras.
Why? It's a great car.
Oh, the 123 is definitely dragging part of the diffuser, by the way.
Mm.
Just saw it come through here, dragging the left, the lower part of the left side of the diffuser. Definitely dragging, even at 35 miles an hour. What code 35 number is this? Number 4?
So you say that a lot less than there has been in years past.
Sure.
Like a lot less. And I'm very happy about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody really behaving themselves this weekend. I mean, even if you're not adjusting for the challenges that VIR frequently presents. And when you do adjust, it's been fantastic. 111 is in and out.
So the car's been recovered. Yeah.
I wonder if we're just waiting out the weather situation here before we jump back to going back to green flag racing.
Yeah.
Because that decision would normally be made in the race control room, which is where RJ is at the moment.
Right. Brendan, you can have the opportunity to own 2 Pratt & Miller Prep 2.
Or I can own 2 VW Fun Cups.
GM.
For the price of any one of those cars.
Yeah, but why would she want that?
GTU, man. We're taking GTU by storm. They did. I don't remember if it ended up running in every categorization of VW Fun Cup in every nation. Or it was just kind of a one-off thing for a little while. There were diesel VW Fun Cups.
I believe that. No.
Well, there's a look.
It's around that time.
It is.
Around what time?
Lunchtime.
Okay.
Time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so.
It's 8:37. I do wonder why we're sending a loader here. This intrigues me a little bit. Do they have to rearrange tires where the 123 backed it in, maybe? Oh, the chill-out car's back.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
Chill out.
You know, I'll be right back. Let me step out the back here and see what I can see.
All right. Sounds great. I'm excited. 2 Supras for sale. We're just waiting here, kind of to see what's going to happen in race control. Brendan just stepped out for a moment to see if he can check in and get the scoop, if you will. I do believe that the phrase "scoop" is copyrighted in racing instances by Sports Car 365. So I don't know if I'm actually allowed to say that.
I think that's just an ongoing joke, though.
Let's see. You can get an X Dempsey Lola B1280, which also would be kind of a cool car. You can get that in a GTU. I'm sure it being X Dempsey means it's too expensive for what it is. So, for the uninitiated amongst us, I will note and say that if we do have a stoppage due to the red flag, we will not get that time back. The time is fixed here. So we'll just have to deal, unfortunately, if the rain and thunder come.
I have some information.
All right, let's hear it.
So there was an announcement made over the PA regarding lightning procedures on the off chance that we do end up with lightning in 8 miles. And it does appear to be kind of on its way. But the PA gets shut down in lightning, so the announcement had to go out now with the procedures, if that's where we end up having to go. The delay in going back to green is to go deliver lunches. Yes. The front end loader was sent out to work on some tire walls. And obviously we want to go get lunches done while we can so that marshals aren't sitting in cars or whatever outside of the storms waiting for, with nothing to eat or whatever. So, getting a couple of things done here at the same time while we ride around under the code 35.
Right.
And all of this in advance of what we assume is going to end up being there's some very wet running or a proper red flag shutdown for lightning. So, or both.
Or both, indeed. We did just hear JT say "uh-oh," which means he saw a reported lightning strike close-ish to the track.
Yeah,
is what my assumption
There's a
is.
storm that's building up south and west here. That's
one just popped northeast of the airport.
Oh. I see. That would be a problem.
Yeah, we're going to get whacked.
I wonder if it's like when we had thunder and lightning during football practice, wherein the football coach says, quote, "the first one doesn't count," end quote.
Special weather statement for Milton.
Ooh.
Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of northeastern Rockingham, northern Caswell,
yeah,
southeastern Pennsylvania, and southwestern Halifax counties. And the city of Danville. If I end up having to go out in the lightning to fix cameras, I swear.
You're not supposed to do that.
That's true.
No, you go after the lightning to fix cameras.
I had to wait at Daytona to go pull everything. They wouldn't let me out in the grandstand.
Oh, they made you wait? That's kind of a bummer.
I mean, they said, like, to go out in the grandstands are like, yeah, they're not going to open the gate at pit lane until 30 minutes, but if you want to go pull ones from the stands, you can go do that now. It was like 20, 25 minutes, so.
Gotcha.
Fine.
Everything ended up fine. Might this be a good time for another ad, or do you think we're too close to green flag here?
I don't think we're that close to a green flag, but I don't think we need to do another ad here. I space them out a little bit.
All right.
Give us the opportunity to catch our breath when we need it. Like are trying desperately to come up with red flag content.
I mean, I'm doing that right now. Oh. See, I will lead off by saying this. Racing Junk really needs to start enforcing, like, if you're going to put the ad on there, list the price. Like, every third car, it's like, well, actually, we're not going to post the price. Like, okay, well, then this is dumb. It's a waste of time. They don't respect the market of people who scroll through the website and have no interest in purchasing.
Right.
Frankly, very frustrating.
My entire 20s in tradeaplane.com.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, same situation. Wind's beginning to pick up here on the front straightaway. What was that?
What was what?
I thought I heard
a phone?
Time. Yeah.
Oh, that was the someone opened the door alarm.
Ah.
Which I don't think I can silence, unfortunately. Or if you can, I don't know how. Dude, look at all this extra RAM I have. This is great.
What are you up to, 32?
I'm just opening tabs left and right. Doesn't even matter.
Even Google Chrome will bring you to your knees here in a couple of minutes.
Nah, we're fine. We're totally good. We're maxed out on tabs, and everything's running super smooth. I'm going to jump in here with some...
that is a safety car.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, that is the Challenger. And we've already been delivering lunches, so I don't believe that is why that car is headed out.
That's quite the challenge. Okay. That's really challenging.
Okay. Nope, I'm bored. Stop.
The JT, there was a road course specification Richard Petty car on Racing Junk for like less than 20 grand.
Nice.
That allegedly had a motor, which seemed too good to be true. Additionally, if you want to buy an old style V8 supercar, so if you want to buy a Holden Commodore, Scott Pye, Royce Winning, Warren Luff.
What? I think it's just Luff. I think you just pronounce that like normal.
No, but it's Australian accent. So.
That's not... Luff is not an Australian accent. It's like roof. And that's just
anyway.
Appalachia.
What do you think a V8 supercar, a ZB Commodore from 2018 goes for?
40 grand.
No, 140.
Oh wow, that's 495,000 didgeridoo dollars.
So where was it the Nürburgring 24 hours they used to run the Donut King sponsored supercar?
I believe so. That sounds right.
Safety cars picked up the race leader, and they've released the Code 35 shackles in order to allow everybody to pack up. And this will be the operational red flag.
Yep.
That is the number 28 from Random Vandals Racing, who will drop to the tail end of the lead lap here. And give up all sorts of track position in the process. So by all accounts here, headed towards the red flag we had hoped to avoid.
Yep.
But has become, or has seemed increasingly inevitable. Look at how much more those headlights pierce now that the skies have really, really darkened.
Well, that'll start off the red flag here for racing here at VIR, so we have to wait 30 minutes.
There are cars moving at some speed down the front straightaway, like proper speed. I think they've gotten the hurry up from race control to go ahead and catch the pack so we can get everybody in and get the marshals and other staff members to safety.
Right. The Marshalls, the Steves, the Peters, what have you.
Hi to Marshall Pruitt's family. We've avoided the rain thus far. The actual precipitation, but our time is coming to an end.
Everything's winding down. You hate to see it.
I mean, it looks like we've got cars basically racing at the moment, but you can see there the tail end of the pacing queue just up at the top of the hill, headed into turn number 10. And the front end of the pacing queue, headed out of Oak Tree.
Oh, there's a car. There is a car for WRL. All right, this one I'm not even going to wait for the red flag to officially begin to talk about. Brendan, how would you like to be the only Ferrari entrant in WRL? Because
I was going to ask what challenge it was. This car would not be competitive.
This F355, it's probably right there.
This car's ancient, dude.
Yeah, it's the right power to weight. It's got some aero. Be cool.
What's
95? It's fine. Just had full service.
Is it the right power to weight?
I bet so. I bet it's real close. It's probably 300 horsepower or 350. You may have to ballast. I bet it's got 350 horse, and you probably have to ballast it up a
weight
little
is
bit.
2980.
Yeah. You're there. You're totally there on the power. There's no way it's over 400.
The road car was 375. The
no way it's over 400.
The challenge was 380.
See?
At the wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not too old, Zach. That's the same age as your E36.
Half the general
yeah, exactly.
field.
All the GP cars are that old. Like, it doesn't even matter. So that's the car right there. Ferrari F355 Challenge for $129.95. That's in Brit dollars.
$129.95, like 129 pounds.
$129,995.
Right. Yeah.
Which it puts you right about there with a BMW GT4 car.
Tim, after you get the money for selling those BMW M4s,
this
go
is
pick
what
up the
you want.
355 challenge.
Absolutely.
And then you can prep our VW Fun Cups as well.
How about a 996 GT3 RSR as raced by Mark Lieb and Joel Camathias?
No.
I bet that's close too.
Depends on what. No, the RSR probably not.
It's a 996 though. It's the old one.
Yeah, even so, I don't think that the RSR is probably put out about 500, right? GT spec.
Probably, but they're heavier. 445 at 8250.
At what weight?
It does not give me a weight. I guess it's the same standard 1,300 kilograms or whatever. 1,100 or 1,115 are the min weights for FIA specs. So you could ballast it up another 200 pounds. Yeah, you're right there.
No, you're not.
You gotta get a restrictor. There's a restrictor on the Cup car.
You'd have to add like 600 kilos to the car.
Nah,
I mean, you
add-
can put a restrictor on it, I guess.
Yeah.
We've officially ticked over into red flag territory, by the way,
Yeah.
according to Race
You hate to
Hero,
see
and
it.
the timing tower will reflect that momentarily.
It will.
Of course, operational red flag. We just dealt with this at Daytona about 4 weeks ago. No touching the cars, no working on them. Nothing may be done, whether you're in the pit lane or in the paddock. All work is to cease, and we will return to action with exactly the same cars in exactly the shape that we left them. I don't think the move is to go bigger and more complicated on the car.
No, you take the old camera stuff out and put a Candelaria thing in it. There's screws right there.
I wasn't talking about cameras.
Oh, did you not see what I just recently posted?
Oh no.
It's a Formula One style T camera.
Oh, sick.
From like above the roll hoop.
Right. Plug it into the Sentinel encoder. It's
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's from 2010. I don't know how well that's going to go. That's tight, though. I would totally do that.
Zach will understand what I say here. It looks like it's 7 p.m. at Hyperfest right now. Like we're getting ready to do downhill big wheel races. Or not big wheel races, power wheel races. I mean, it looks like genuinely it's about ready for the sun to set.
Tommy Milner going to win this one again?
That's right. Well, Scott Michaels Milner. So let's make the point here that once we clear the lightning, we need a half an hour from the last strike, and then we can get this party started, whether it's dry or not. Oh, well, that's alarming.
Wee whoop.
This feels excessive.
A little bit.
So I'm assuming that's for a ground strike within 8 miles?
As long as it's not for a tornado, like...
Right.
I assume that's just the general take cover alarm. Ooh, severe thunderstorm warning. That's why we got it.
Yeah, look at south of Danville. It's going crazy.
We gonna get walloped.
The zombie Alfa Romeo. The zombie Dodge Alfa Romeo is for sale.
Should I keep my headphones on during all of this? Like, is this a good idea?
Yes, you're in a building.
I don't know, man.
Look at that.
Do you not get lightning strikes in Pennsylvania? Is this all new to you?
Oh my gosh, they're doing it again. How am I gonna get lunch now? Oh no.
Trouble.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got every single TCR car on here. Oh, XRML Yvonne Muller WTCC Chevy Cruze. Yes. Yes.
Nice.
I'm in on that. No price, because they're lame.
Danville Airport.
Oh, man.
I wonder
Look
what
at that
those
thing.
Super 2000 spec cars
Yeah.
would get you in terms of power to weight. Because I think they're less powerful than the TCR cars.
Oh, wait,
are.
way less. Way less powerful.
Yeah.
AOA is selling their RS3 on here for 75 grand.
Oh, interesting. That car never made it into the World Racing League, did it?
Yeah, I'm a little bummed about
Only Pilot Challenge. Ooh, what time does IMSA start?
I believe in 7 minutes.
Are we going to do a
Oh.
live reaction cast?
Simulcast. Yeah, you're right. 12:05. Hey, Zach points out endurance radio. That's a good idea. Nope, it's also illegal. We tried this at Daytona.
And it was fine. Did we get a cease and desist?
No, it's true.
So let's just call it SRO. Yeah, right? The same cars. Welcome to the Chattanooga 3 hours.
Should we bring Joseph on to explain how close Chattanooga is to
Oh, God, no.
VIR? We actually don't need him. I've done the drive. Pretty much bang on 7 hours. Asheville's on the way, too. It's actually quite nice.
Ooh, you hear that one?
Brendan's out. Brendan, out. Where there's thunder, there's lightning.
Yeah, there was one off by turn 14.
Wow. That was cool. I mean, I'm all right with that. The frame by frame lightning. What we just talked about this? Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you mean.
Awkward. Tom Beer says it's raining on track now.
Nice. Do you remember when I asked? I said, "Hey, what's the call? What's the next flag? Green or red?" And both of you were like, "Oh, it's gonna be green." Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, but I didn't think they were delivering lunches at the time, and I thought we were just recovering a vehicle.
Let's see.
Ow. Whatever you did, Ryan, don't do again.
What? I didn't do anything.
Very high-pitched metallic screech.
I did not move. Yeah. Well, I mean, the camera's on. Usually the camera's separate power. That way you don't have to reset the feed every time.
Yeah, because they turn off the engine during pit stops.
Yep. How about an ex-Nicholas Hamilton BTCC Volkswagen Passat CC?
Oh, well, it's a Passat CC. Never mind.
Those are garbage cars. That is true.
Yeah. You had me at Passat, you lost me at CC.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things. They were raced in Australia. It was basically a tube frame Passat, like a 2003 Passat sedan with wide body and a big wing, and it was fantastic.
See, JT, now you're moving around and the sound's going all wonky. What's up with that? Are you outside? Sounds like it's windy.
No,
that may just be the feed. Here, I'm gonna mute that. There we go. That might be. Nope, no, that's still you.
Okay.
It's like you got a lot louder all of a sudden. Don't know what that's all about. Oh, is that what it is?
It could be too close.
Yeah, that's much better. There we go.
Did halfway.
McLaren's still trying to sell their transporter. Their old one. Where it's like the expandable with the office in the top thing. I don't know. I think that'd be kind of cool. I wonder how easy it is to make that street legal here to be pulled. Well, I imagine it's a little bit... it's probably the right size. But that's what we need, Brendan, is... Oh, that is cool, JT. We need to get Brendan to invest in this McLaren F1 race trailer, and then that's what we can do the broadcast from every weekend on site.
Absolutely not.
Why not? Look at that. That's cool. Look at that. It's great. In a lounge, you can sleep up there.
Running a whole broadcast on cell phones, and then we roll up with that.
Dude, that's job one for the lottery, is me buying things and giving them to DriversEye Live that are just like really nice, but completely impractical and inconvenient.
Only 175.
Like, Brendan, good news. I brought you one of those broadcast cameras they use at the Olympics. Here you go. This will work, right? Oh.
I think one of those V8 Star Cars would work well. JT.
No, those are cool. I like those.
If I won the lottery, absolutely.
Is that what you would do?
Yeah, I had a Passat W8 and I loved that thing.
I mean, those are tube frames, though, right?
The race cars, yeah.
Yeah.
I really like that. I sent it a lot earlier. There's a Toyota MR2. It's a third gen with the 2GR motor swapped into it. So that's the V6. I think that would be a fun car. And it was very aggressively priced.
There's a chance here that it only takes about an hour for this stuff to roll through.
Yeah, we should see racing
Chance
again.
It takes longer, too. Again, remember, it's not necessarily about track conditions. It's particularly about the lightning.
Yes.
We get that to roll through quickly, then even if the track is slightly damp to very damp, shouldn't have any issues in going racing.
Yeah, like when I brought up Eden earlier, they haven't had a lightning strike nearby for quite a while.
Yeah.
So we're good. In fact, most of the western part of Danville hasn't in the last couple minutes. Most of it's southeast now. So we should get a bulk of the storm heading to the track or just south of the track in the next 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, moving in from the south and west. If we have any, let's see, what camera would pick that up? Probably the 14-15 camera, Cam 9. You'd have a decent view as to where the storm is coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more looking, I guess, kind of south, but you get the idea. Oh, yeah, Cam 1, of course. Looking slightly more green in that direction. Zach setting up for frame-by-frame replays of lightning strikes. Oh, he shut down. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Listen, my love for Super Touring is well documented. 17.9, are you joking?
That is a perfect GP3, GP2 car.
It's got 400 horsepower, as it says.
Never mind.
That's going to work.
So you may have to do an engine swap.
No, that car may not have an engine in it, actually.
Well, it says left-hand drive, 420 horsepower, full welded cage. I think that's a tribute car.
Though?
I think it's a tribute car. I don't think it's the real one.
You don't think so?
No, not for that price.
Champion
No.
DTC. That's Super Touring Vodka Cup. I don't know. Maybe it is. That makes sense. Volvo 2.3 liter 5-cylinder.
5-cylinder, great motor. Not letting me access the last page, which is kind of a bummer. There's some wild stuff on Race Cars Direct, and it just makes me more bitter that they have cooler race cars here than they do elsewhere. Excellent. That's good. That would be all right. Do you want to return at 9:25 a.m.?
Well, let's because we're still getting strikes here. Let's take about a half-hour break here. I think would be
thus
appropriate.
I said. Oh, okay, so a whole half hour.
Yeah.
So 9:35.
We'll come back with an update there around 35 past the hour, wherever you happen to be, and just get a sense of where we're at in terms of lightning strikes and timing. And when we can maybe expect a return to action. Rain is about to pick up here, and lightning is certainly on its way to the track, if not in the vicinity. And we're about to go green in terms of other racing. So put us off on the side, and just tune into us in about a half an hour. We'll come back with some kind of update as to where things are at and where we may be headed for the remainder of our afternoon here at VIR. 3 hours, 23 minutes remaining. In the Sunday 7-hour race, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, will be in touch. Back at Virginia International Raceway, just under 3 hours remaining on the race timer, and we're just getting ready to get things underway here again, beginning the resumption procedure. No, we're not. Pretty epic weather here at the moment, actually. Lightning pretty much directly overhead the track. We've picked up a couple of strikes here at the track, including one that briefly knocked out power and internet here in the North Tower, where we're all currently sat. Of course, we're 30 minutes from the last strike, so we're nowhere near a resumption here yet. Happy to say all the cameras have survived so far. And Zach already said that offline about 20 minutes ago, so all that jinxing is out of the way. But we've still got some ways to go here before we're going to be in a condition to be able to get our race resumed, picking up lightning strikes here all the time. And, oh my goodness me. It's like a tornado. Oh, there's power again. Sorry. That was Aaron from VIR came around the corner and said, no, that was me. Turning the lights off. That's quite good.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we've got a ways to go here yet. We're just kind of vibing offline at the moment, as Zach would say. And once we have an expected resumption time, I'm sure it'll be communicated to the teams via WRL radio frequencies, and we'll do the same here on the live stream as soon as the lightning passes and we start to get some respite from this just truly ridiculous rainstorm. The heaviest rain I've seen at a racetrack in quite some time, frankly. I don't know. I mean, I think we're outdoing even where we were at Daytona. I don't remember seeing waves like this, do you?
Yeah,
The storm itself is certainly more intense. Like the lightning and everything. I think we're way past where we were at Daytona last month.
Yeah, and I would say just going based on the live lightning radar I'm watching, it's not passing very quickly. So I think we still have at least 20 more minutes of strikes very close to the track.
Yeah.
So I don't think we'll be going green.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance there we could be pushing, another
hour.
Yeah, not of lightning, but until we can get things going again. That's obviously unofficial, but based on what we're seeing here, that seems to be kind of the best estimate we can offer as DriversEye Live at the moment. So that said, step away again, put the message back up here. Just keep us off on the side or in the background, and we will return once we have more information from Virginia International Raceway, DriversEye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, with about 3 hours remaining. We'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, and it's a little different.
Back at Virginia International Raceway, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. Very soggy at the moment, I think is the word that I would use. Just about to tick over the 2-hour remaining mark, headed towards the checkered flag at 3:30. And as you might be able to tell from our camera here mounted on the start-finish tower, we are working towards a resumption of activities. The target time is 35 past the hour, which would take us from a 30-minute countdown from our last major local lightning strike here. The lights are on the safety car. The goal is to get out there, do a couple of laps, and see exactly how these cars handle the track conditions. There are some rivers on and around the track in a couple of places, but the steward's impression was that overall it's not too bad. That sounds like 5 minutes to me, being yelled down in the pit lane. So we've got cars, lights on, engines on. The covers have all been pulled off and drivers are being properly installed now. So this is all great news from a lightning perspective. And as we said just a moment ago, well, not a moment ago, some hours ago, before this all kicked off, the rain conditions, I mean, the cars can handle some rain here. So it's not like we need to let things dry out or, be brushed off before we go give this a run. Once the lightning is cleared and we're out of the immediate storm threat, this is now just a wet run to the checkered flag. A very, very wet run to the checkered flag. It's still raining quite hard, to be clear.
Yeah, I do not envy round 3 racing right now.
In the Porsche?
In the Cup car.
In the Cup car, yeah.
Yeah. The counterpoint to that is that the weight balance, having the engine over the rear,
get the power
is
down.
What you would want in the rain. But yeah, it'll have to be a very ginger throttle foot there.
Yeah. The voices of JT Tammy and Ryan West there. I'm Brendan Kazmarek if you're just joining or rejoining us. Thanks for sticking this one out and coming on back. We have transitioned back to a yellow flag, as you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. I don't know, Zach, did you crop that? Aha! I was going to say, I wonder if not sending passings on the across start finish means that we Joseph's software just removes the tower, but clearly Zach had better ideas and just cropped it anyway. So it's actually quite good. Yeah, hope so. The word is we're going to do at least out, by, and in with the safety car, right? So they'll send cars out. They'll do essentially 2 full pace laps, right? So you'll go out, you'll go by the pit lane once, and then you'll come in. That number may be expanded depending on how much standing water there is or how much work needs to be done to push water off of the track surface. Bearing in mind, again, it's raining quite hard. So let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens with tire choices as well. Bearing in mind these DOT tires are technically treaded, but you may want something more aggressively patterned given the circumstances here. Tires can't be changed on the pit lane, so you'll need to come in and do that if that is your team's decision.
Yeah, it's worth noting that if you buy a road car that has these tires installed from the manufacturer, they do make you sign a thing that says you're not going to drive on these in the rain, you're not going to drive on these in the cold, you will certainly die.
Is that true?
Litigation culture, obviously, but also you definitely have to sign paperwork when you have tires that are this type of tire on a road car.
Right. That makes sense to me. I also have some news regarding some penalties.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so there were a couple of cars that were noted as going too fast under Code 35. And this is not a regular issue we've had this weekend. So whereas typically the penalty would be 1 lap, I think we've only had one Code 35 violation penalty the whole weekend. And some of this I don't know if there was something that precipitated this, but we're actually going to have a couple of drive-through penalties that basically negate the advantage, whatever potential advantage was gained by the very slight misstep in transitioning into the Code 35 just before the red flag. So I believe the 997, the 14 from Palomar, and one other number I don't remember are all going to pick up these drive-through penalties. Again, it'll cost them probably 20 to 30 seconds. Got to be done under green. And it just kind of negates the advantage rather than being super draconian, which it's an interesting move. I think I like it. Drive-through penalties on a broader scale can be tough to enforce, but this is a good step here. So just keep an eye out for those cars and just recall that we will see them into the pit lane after we go back to green. Everybody seems quite content over in race control, whether that's WRL staff or VIR and EMS staff. Get the on a delay anyway up on the, oh my, that is heavily delayed. Our TV stream is 15 minutes behind. I'm gonna text Aaron here. Taking a pause while Zach resets some of our available feeds.
We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the WRL radio network.
You missed. Were you part of that bit at Daytona?
I was at Road Atlanta. I think I was
at Road Atlanta. Were you FM at Road Atlanta?
We were.
Yeah. Cars are leaving the grid. Yes, Zach asked if cars get wave arounds in our ear. The answer is yes. So under operational red flag, once the red flag is called for, cars are, if you're in the pit lane, you can go to the end of pit lane, and you will wait there. The safety car will pull up behind the last car that's stacked at the end of pit lane, and then those cars will be waved around. So far, it seems to be doing reasonably well.
I would hope so.
I mean, like I said, there is not an insignificant
car.
Well, yes, but including the wave around cars, I mean.
Right.
The Random Vandals is in there. I think we knew that. That's the Low Country Mustang behind it. The 997 Porsche Cup. And then the 116, I think. Again, a minimum of 2 laps under safety car here, potentially more depending on track conditions. A couple of cars pulling into the paddock, according to our producer. Some colossally silly things happening in Canada. Good. Consistent sports car racing going on today since about 6:30. It's been great. Oh! Oh no, we're weaving. Never mind. I was gonna say I thought we were catching the back of the queue there with the number 123 Mercedes AMG, but all good there.
All good in the hood.
I'm not sure I would define this as. I mean, it is a neighborhood, I suppose. Milton's a nice town. Race hero. Come on, there we go. So let's reset where we're at for those who forget exactly how the race was going. Oh my goodness. Before we went into the red flag situation here, Thunder Bunny Racing leads Team ACP Tangerine Associates, the number 9. That's that new BMW M4 GT4 by 9.5 seconds. Actually, that would have been at speed too, because we didn't. Well, roughly at speed. So let's call that about 9 seconds. The number 111 from Thunder Bunny Racing, also in the top 3 on a podium spot at the moment. About 30 seconds further back. NFC Motorsports, number 123 Mercedes, sits in 4th at the moment. 88 Renegade Racing back there in P5. The 909 from Automatic Racing sits in 6th. And Random Vandals, number 28 in 7th. I smell a lightning flash there somewhere. Somewhere close. What happened to camera 2, Zach? What happened? No, camera 2 died. Well, we'll work on that. We just had a tremendous lightning strike here at the track. Like, lightning and thunder that shook the building.
To the west.
Oh,
I mean, certainly it wasn't at the track. Otherwise, we'd have to be bringing everybody back in.
I think we are.
Oh, that's what's happening.
Yes.
All right. Oh, well, no, that's the wave around.
We're not sure here what's happening. It was, I mean, it genuinely, like, it felt the floor move under my feet from the thunder. It was really something.
Maybe that was Aaron.
It was not Aaron.
It could have been.
Unless Aaron also caused the flash of light.
I mean, if Aaron could take away the light, Aaron could give it.
True. Yeah, I mean, so pit stops here. Let's start with this, right? These are treaded tires, heavily treaded tires going on all of these cars with an hour and 48 minutes remaining. So the hope is by doing this, topping up with fuel, you'll get probably one stop from here to the end, depending on conditions, or one stint and a splash of fuel. But these pit stops here can make a real difference, and we don't often get to see these in real anger here. But for being under code 35, this is as quick a 4-tire change as you're going to see. Actually, we could stick with that, Zach, that onboard. Watching the number 118 crew at work doing a 4-tire change is pretty good stuff.
It is good stuff.
Now onto the left front there on the Toyota Supra. Interesting, these cars are pitted directly next to each other as well. Thunder Bunny crew is quick here. Tighten up the left rear. Tighten up the right rear, drop the jack. Kind of happening at the same time there. There goes the 118. Released behind the number 9. So excellent work from Team ACP Tangerine Associates using all of that Creventic experience in, if not more pro racing, certainly more expensive racing, and delivering on a 4-tire change to put that car in what would be the equivalent of the race lead. Now, bear in mind, the 111 did not pit, the 123 did not pit, nor did the 909 from Automatic Racing. So there are 3 cars, as far as we can tell, in GTO that have not come in and changed tires. This is on board the number 25 from Michael Moore Racing, and that...
The drivers work in both the wheel and the windshield.
That is problem solving.
I pity him because I've had to do the exact same thing myself.
It's funny because, well, I say it's funny. They clearly knew this was coming. They would not have equipped that car with the old rag on a pole if they didn't know this was going to be a problem. Low Country Motorsports into the paddock. Hey man, you mind just getting in front of the camera here? Zach, can we cut to camera 1, please? So what I'm looking for here is that man with his hand on the pit exit cone.
With the green visor.
Yeah, do we anticipate him dragging the cone into the middle of pit lane and us having to go back under an operational red flag?
Oh.
Because that'll kind of be our sign.
Palomar has an extra custom easy up. Is that what that is?
It looks like it. Or they borrowed one from somebody.
That says Palomar on it. That's why it's like, oh, they have 2 of those. Okay, great.
They are going to keep cars circulating for the moment.
It was just a fluke.
It was Aaron.
And we're going to bring some more pit takers. Race cars in the rain look fantastic. That's all there is to it. Ooh, that Mustang missing a headlight there. Not sure the stewards are huge fans of that.
I mean, they're completely off the 908.
Right, too. And the 909.
Yeah.
British Electronics. Hate to see it.
All right, so the word from Race Control Next Door and Series VP RJ Till is the strike was pretty much just on the fringe of where we can continue to accept having cars out on track. We've already got cars out there, so the call is now to just kind of wait this out under a full course yellow, let cars circulate behind the safety car, move some water around, try and generate a line that doesn't have quite so much, or really any standing water, and just, make sure we don't get any more strikes inside of the 8-mile radius. And then once we are confident that the lightning has fully moved out of the area, and as you see, I mean, you can see out to the west, the skies are beginning to lighten noticeably. Then we'll get things back underway as soon as everybody feels that the track conditions are safe, the atmospheric conditions are safe. We can get this show on the road. My hope, and this is personal, this doesn't come from RJ. My hope here is that we can get maybe 90 minutes of proper racing in here. Another, maybe 4 to 5 laps under full course yellow, help clear the track up. Some of these cars would do well to run maybe a half a car width offline, maybe something like you saw the 99 doing just there. Get a sense for how much water there is out there, whether you can pass comfortably offline, and also to help move some of that water away from, not just the racing line, but surrounding the racing line. Right? These tires will move some serious quantities of water. So, we wait and see, but we wait and see with cars on track this time rather than cars stationary in the pit lane, which is definite progress. We did kind of run through the top 10 in GTO. Back in GP1, Moorhead leads Edge Autosports by 20 seconds. Zealous Motorsport, great run to P3 at the moment. Palomar Racing's 15 and 14 rounding out the top 5, and unfortunately those boys down at Palomar, and boys and girls down at Palomar, lost an easy up in all of this. Or what may have been a not so easy up, actually. I'm not sure how hard that thing was to put together. It looked bigger and more complicated than I would have thought. But they've got it taken down, taken apart, and a replacement is up in its place down at the very end of pit lane. GP2, Fat and Furious Racing, the number 164 from Harrison Motorsports, 197 from Overnight Motorsports. They're all within 2 laps there at the top of the field. Fat and Furious with a 1-lap margin over Harrison, and then another 20 seconds back to Overnight. Down in GP3, 25-second gap between AOA's number 85 and the Roberts Motorsports number 109 in second. Open Throttle Racing a further lap back there in third, and then the 55 from AOA Racing having lost about 7 laps earlier on in the day. Also worth noting, under the operational red flag conditions, because we have no driver ID enforcement in the World Racing League, there is also no restriction on driver changes. So the driver that comes out of the car at the start of the red flag is not the driver that has to go in the car when we go back to racing. So potentially all new drivers here. If you're somebody like the number 111 down at Thunder Bunny, you would think they just put Laura in the car till the end, let her ride out the tricky conditions. You can really just set yourselves up here to go to the checkered flag.
Reports of a GTR spinning and continuing. Somebody in 17. 909 Aston, actually.
Like GTR and that car, or GTR into that car?
No, not GTR, the 909
Oh, 909. I thought you said 99. Sorry. That would have been the last corner, Zach, I think. 17, coming off the last corner, yeah. Still working their way through Stake and up into the climbing S's between turn 6 and 7. Look at how much water is moving off the front tires of these cars. Everybody's pretty eager to get going here, but nobody's not making any sudden moves with regards to how we handle the situation and whether or not we, or how we choose to get back going racing. Information being communicated down to the pit lane on the WRL team radio frequency, which I just thought just crossed my mind for the first time in 2 years. Maybe it'd be a good idea to have access to that.
We can go buy a Baofeng radio for like $10 and have that.
That's a very good point. Other series that we cover here on DriversEye Live, some of them will put a splitter into our headphone splitter amp, and they'll run like an aux cable out of the scanner radio and into that splitter. So in the broadcast headset, you hear obviously all the broadcast audio, and then directly as well, you're monitoring the team and or trackside feeds, which is very clever.
I think we should be recording that and then playing it back.
That's a terrible idea.
Just like the FIA does.
Well, it's not the team's radio, it's just the race control to the team.
Yeah, they do that too. How often do you hear Eduardo Peanut Butter Man Freitas?
I don't get that. You're going to have to explain that to me.
He sounds like he has a mouthful of peanut butter when he talks.
Is he Spanish or Portuguese?
I think he's Portuguese. But it always sounds like he needs to take a drink of water.
I mean, I believe that, but it doesn't sound like he has a mouthful of peanut butter.
Yes, it does.
That's not how he sounds. That's the worst Eduardo Freitas impression I've ever heard.
That's what it sounds like.
We need Joseph here.
We do need Joseph here. We've needed Joseph here the whole time. Let's be honest. We're nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, if we had Joseph
we're nowhere
here,
without Joseph.
we might have stayed live through the red flag.
That's true.
Joseph gets talking, and it just carries on going.
I mean, there might be a car off. The 908. It's Jacques Villeneuve.
Well,
He's off.
That would be the other Aston Martin, wouldn't it? He's off. He's off. And he's back again. Yeah, 908, 4 off drivers left and continued at 16. 1 lap penalty for the 39.
Passing edge off a sports car.
Yeah, pass under yellow there. I don't know how that happens. We've been under a safety car for eons. Can't tell if that's blue sky up there or if that's just darker gray sky. But there is a little bit of breakup going on out to the west. Actually, there's a lot of breakup going on out to the west. I think we've cleared most of this. Oh yeah, lightening up significantly here on the front straight. Weather app of choice saying here that storms are likely to end around 3:45. Tremendously convenient. BMW there at speed, trying to catch the back of the pack. Got the word from RJ. It's one more pace car lap.
All right.
And then we'll be...
chaos.
I'm excited.
Hopefully not. Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm not looking forward to chaos. I want to be clear about that. I don't want anybody to get injured. I don't want people to have to bring cars onto the trailer not under their own power, all that things. But racing in the rain is cool because it really emphasizes the differences not only in setup and the vehicles themselves, but between the drivers, the tire conditions, the line that's being taken, how the car interacts. All of those things work together to determine how quick the car is moving in the rain.
I think... so the good news is here, it's not like we're going back to changeable conditions, right? It's wet. This is racing in the rain. You're not
it's an art.
Feeling the grip out every corner, right? You're not feeling the grip out every corner. You're not guessing how much grip you're going to have when you get there. Everybody has seen a full lap of this place now multiple times, and you're only... I mean, the rain has only lightened in the last 2 or 3 laps, right? So this isn't really a guessing game anymore, as long as you know how to find the grip. And, I mean, you're a racing driver. That's what you're here to do. So that's great. And hopefully should lead to significantly less chaos than you might otherwise think.
I'll put an asterisk there though, because most of these cars are doing under 70 miles an hour during the pace lap for the most part.
Sure.
So they're not really having to.
No, but that's why you build up to it.
Significantly slow a car going into the grip.
That's why you build up to it. You don't go full throttle as soon as the green flag waves.
Go off.
Sure.
But it's still going to be an experience of learning. And as I was trying to say, we've had 2 Astons spin at safety car speeds.
I'm intrigued to see this. I'm frankly excited to see this. I don't know. When's the last proper rain race we had? Was it NOLA? 'Nola? Probably NOLA.
I'm not sure.
I mean, Atlanta was.
Oh, that's
rainish.
true. Yeah, no, we definitely Atlanta. Yeah, I had forgotten about that.
Hotlanta, if you will.
Yeah. Wetlanta?
Hotlanta.
It wasn't hot though, was it?
How long do I have to be there to be able to call it
February.
No, no time. It's not. You don't only call it that if you live there. Just call it that.
Oh. All right. Yeah, well.
Let's ask Eversley.
Lights are still on the safety car, even though we're expecting one more pace lap. And we are just coming up to that 90-minute to go marker. Yeah, I think the move here would be to ask the safety car to increase speed just a little bit.
All head flank.
Instead of doing 45 or 50, let's pick up the speed on the straights, maybe up to 65. And, let everybody feel out, where the grip is. And, okay, do we run the risk of spinning the tires up in a straightaway at this spot or that spot? Whatever the case might be.
Question is for the safety car, would you want to bunch these cars up right before the start?
That's what I'm saying. If you pick the speed up, it actually does you the favor of stretching everybody out a little bit.
Yeah.
Like if we get in-car audio for the 99 here. I think we had it for the some of the other ones. Oh, maybe we do have it. It's just really low. My fault. Never mind. Yeah, we have picked up the speed here, actually. We're doing between 60 and 65 down the back straight. And everybody's playing pretty nicely here, visibility-wise.
Yeah.
Safety car is in.
It's in.
The green flag waves. The Zealous, number 588, is going to lead us back to green for the first time in about, is it close to 2 hours?
Yep, something like that.
Yeah, very nearly 2 hours with 90 minutes remaining in our final race of the weekend, the Sunday 7-hour. We are back to racing conditions. We don't have the camera down at facing turns 1 and 2 at the moment. We'll pick them up as the field heads down into NASCAR.
Gingerly, I might add.
Yes, so I've got my eyes on the flag station at the moment, making sure we don't get any local yellows or anything between start, finish, and turn 1. Everybody so far really well behaved. Headed down into NASCAR and turn 4. So that's the Zealous car out in front. Then the number 111 and the 123, who are now first and second on the road. Next car we'll look for in the overall running order is going to be the 118 from Thunder Bunny Racing and the number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates. Actually, that was the 9, I think, just going through.
There's the 99.
99 is a lap down.
The 909, the 88, the 82.
Yeah, 909 and 88 are on the lead. It's still
Spin, exit of 5. It's the Random
that's
Vandals
Palomar.
car. Oh, yeah, it is Palomar.
Yeah, no, that's, well, they're
14 or
identical. So
15.
14 or 15 and a loop there in that off-camber runoff at the bottom of the hill is able to get it going.
Ooh. There we go.
And with good visibility there, that car should be able to carry on. So we've got a GT4 1-2 at the moment, head-to-head, Toyota Supra v Mercedes-Benz. And it's a good launch for the Mercedes AMG, off of Oak Tree and down the back straightaway for the first time in anger. That number 111 to driver's right, the 123 to driver's left. I think we're going to be side by side by the time we get to the braking zone down at turn 14. We're not. The Mercedes backed out of it. So Thunder Bunny retains the lead, but only just 1.3 seconds across the line. It'll be much less than that this time around. 28 Random Vandals BMW a lap off of the these two, hanging tough. Here's your GP1 leader, Moorhead Speedworks.
All right, so
There
here
is
comes
the 118.
And the 9 is nowhere to be found.
There's the
way
9.
back there.
Yeah, it's been
way back
it's
there.
been passed and gapped. That pass actually took place before start finish.
Yep.
Very interesting. The 9 had, of course, jumped the 118 when they came in for wet tires.
Now, I would have thought that the newest model M4 would have had the best driver aids. So that's either a tire or a driver limitation, I reckon.
mean, much of this is just getting a sense of how hard you can actually push the car, especially your brand new GT4 car.
Absolutely.
I know that the new M4 has fantastic AC. I've heard that's one of the massive improvements on that car.
Great AC. 123 still chasing this 111 here. And in some ways, you'd almost rather be the 123. Yes, okay, maybe the visibility isn't as good, but the 111 is going to be the first onto the scene everywhere.
Can we hold here real quick and see if we can pick up the 16E passing the 99?
That is the Economy Motorsport Hyundai Elantra, and the this will be
there. It is
there
right
it is,
up
right
the
here,
inside at turn 4.
Oh, look at that! Got it done.
Slides a little bit wide. Oh,
and yellow.
Back to full course yellow.
Trouble.
What's the story here? Code 35. Car stopped at turn 16. 908. Again, same spot.
Yeah, so that was right basically at the green. The 908 went off before Palomar had its spin, and I guess it just hasn't been able to get going again.
They'll freeze everything in its place for the next probably 5-ish minutes or so. I don't think so either. Probably no camera opportunities to see that. So if we hold on the 99, I'm sure we'll see it at some point. Now you're looking ahead at the 16E Economy Motorsports Hyundai TCR car. That car being front-wheel drive, of course, has a little bit of an advantage here in the rain, especially up against these BMWs that are quite torquey down low. We were able to see them coming through turn 4, just a textbook pass on the inside. Of course, the 99 giving them loads of space. Wanting to keep everything nice and safe. We want cars in one piece getting back onto the hauler here within the next 90 minutes or so. Gives everybody a chance to reset, reconfigure, figure out what they want to do, where the dry and wet spots are on the track, or less damp, as it were. I don't think any of the track's probably dry at all. We're slowing right down here. Kind of an accordion going on. Now, I'm not sure what's happening up ahead, if there's stoppages for track work or what's going on, but the more of these accordions we do, the more the pack is going to get closed up. And so this pack is actually quite deep right here. We're sitting near the end of the group here in the GTR 99. So this will push some of that GP traffic back in front of the 99 as well as the 16 right here ahead. So that's going to cause a little bit of drama, because not only is there going to be a bunch more spray with more cars directly ahead, but then you've also got lap traffic to deal with. Loads of cars up ahead. They're probably 10th in line right here. Now, if it is the 908 that's caused this yellow, I imagine that car will be easily recovered, given that it sounds like it's just sort of dead stick right here. Of course, it being out there in the middle might be a little bit more difficult to access. You don't want to see tow trucks, etc., getting stuck out there. It has been quite wet, and we've seen the kind of red clay that gets thrown up. Everybody's going to die for the pit lane here, and I think this is a good opportunity for those who did not pit under the safety car to go ahead and come in for a little pit stop here. So the 99 is going to take advantage of that. Also, given the fact that we've had a little bit of an accordion process going on here in the pack, give yourself a little bit of space here by using your pit stop and then being able to move on at 35 miles an hour consistently. Got the flatbed rolling back into the pit lane now. We're back into the paddock, as it were.
Yeah, we saw that.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, we saw the 908 already on pit lane there, the 99 having to go around it, partially into the Thunder Bunny box.
Absolutely.
And 908 is back out.
Interesting. It is still raining out there. The skies are clearing up. A little bit more visibility than there was, and we're going to go green. The 99 is going to miss out on a little bit of pace here, but not too bad. They should still come out ahead of this pack behind. And now they're going to be reset on strategy. So I think that puts just about everybody on one stop remaining to the end here, which is sort of the strategy inflection point, if you will, for WRL, I think, especially on the short days. It's the race to the last stop, much like IndyCar, I think. And the 908 looks like has spun driver's left at the edge of turn 1, going into turn 2 there. He's going to try to make his way back onto the track carefully. Big puddle right there on the exit of turn 1. I think we can see how that spin would have happened. It looks super, super deep over there at the edge of turn 1, like I was saying. Everybody staying nice and safe here. Nobody trying to push the issue, really. 99 already working its way through some traffic, it looks like. As we'll see here. 908 also already getting a move on, trying to figure out where they need to go, which is to the front, hopefully. I think that was the PC racing car circulated just now. JT, did you see that?
Yeah, it's back out.
Back out, excellent. Of course, no longer in contention for the win, sadly, but always nice to see the cars circulating, even in the rough weather. You got to give the fans, what they were here to see, People came out to the track, they brought their haulers, they brought their RVs, and you want to see a full racetrack. You don't want to end up Indianapolis 2005. So, we're following the 99 around here. That's the car that had just made the stop under that yellow flag. Zach, if we could try to find the front of the field, the 111 and the 123, as well as the 118 and the 9, I think that's going to be a little bit further up the road. Here comes the 997 through here. Again, usually a car that you'd prefer to have in the rain, but that one, at least as equipped from the factory, does not have traction control. I believe there's an option in the Bosch system to add your traction control to that vehicle. I don't think they have opted for that on this one, but it's possible. Palomar car pulling out of the way of the 111. That's the Thunder Bunny Toyota Supra, followed by the 123. The 123 is backed off quite a bit. They were right up the back of the 111 at one point. They're now a little bit further away. They're going to pass timing and scoring here in another few corners, and we'll get an updated gap on that. Way in the background there, we were just about to see was the 118 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra, followed by the 9. The gap between the 9 and the 118 is roughly the same as the gap between the 111 and the 123. So both Toyotas in a battle with other rear-wheel drive large cars trying to keep their way on the podium. And you've got the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes searching for a win here. A pretty consistent showing by them this season, but not anything to show for it as far as the trophy cabinet is concerned, or not a lot to show for it anyway. They'd love to steal a win here from the 111. As we've spoken about before, if there was a WRL power rankings for drivers, Laura Hayes would be near, if not at the top. It looks like the number 9 has passed the 118. If we can hit the turn 3 cameras, Zach, I think we should be able to pick them up. And so this is the 111. We'll stay with
123 out a touch wide there on the exit as well.
Yep. And then this will be, I think that's going to be the 28. Yep, and we're just waiting for the 118 and the 9 to come into shot here to see if that pass has been made to stick, and it has. That's the 9, the BMW, going through the 118 Thunder Bunny Supra following them.
That margin has come down and changed hands quickly.
Yes, it has.
Because it wasn't that long ago we were saying, wow, the 9 is really dropping back, doesn't have the pace of the wet, and here we are.
Absolutely.
I just want to make a quick note about what we saw in the last Code 35. The speedometer you see in the onboard is a GPS estimate of speed. It is not a reflection of the car's speed. It is not data from the car. It is GPS sensor data that is calculating the speed of the car. It's also on a delay. So when we say Code 35, what you're seeing there is a couple of seconds behind as well. So we don't have cars doing 65 in a 35. That's not what's happening there. That is an inaccurate estimate of speed on top of a delay as cars decelerate into a Code 35. That's what you're seeing there. Don't fret about it. Enforcement is done by the series, by corner marshals, by reports, by all kinds of sources, and it's done fairly. So, never mind all that. Hasn't been an issue all weekend. It's not an issue now.
The gap to the 111 and 123, that's the Toyota versus the Mercedes at the front for first place, closed up to 0.7 seconds last time by. I understand Zach might be looking for a replay right now. I did have this theory at one point with Joseph where we could set the camera rotation on like a roughly 2-minute cycle and try to time it so that it would naturally track the cars as they went around the track. This is going to be a replay here.
This is up at Oak Tree, obviously.
Yep.
Should be off to driver's left.
Oh, just understeers right into the wall. At a pretty low speed, fortunately, I'll say. They had been slowed down quite a bit, but I think that's a case of just not quite having the grip in the wet that you're looking for and run a little bit too wide. So hopefully the driver's okay on that one. Like I said, not a huge impact, but still something to have to think about, unfortunately.
No, and the car does continue.
Good.
I'm really interested to see how these top 3-4 cars, I guess if you include the number 118, are able to sustain this pace, and what happens as the track begins, I don't want to say dry out because I don't think we're going to finish with a dry track, but as things begin to change and the track conditions change towards the end of the race here.
I think it was the 721 that hit the wall.
It is. Oh, yeah, you could see it from the B pillar backwards, man. That car has been... that's a hit, man.
Yeah, that's a lot worse than it looked on the replay there.
The car's just come back from the body shop as well a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, I'm just really intrigued to see who chases or who is able to follow the track development over the these next, let's say, 30 to 45 minutes or so. So far, it looks like Thunder Bunny is doing a decent job. 2:19.3 pulled out the margin to 1.5 seconds. ACP will come through next, 2:19.2. So I'd say at the moment it seems like the 111 and the 9 are the two cars that are closest to the ultimate pace of what the track has to offer at the moment.
Real quick, Brendan, we did catch that 16E on 99 pass live. That gap has now swelled to 24.7 seconds. So that 16E is making moves up the field. Now, they don't have the same pace as the 111 or the 123, but they're comfortably faster than every car up to and including 5th place. 225 now. So they are pulling some big time out of the cars ahead. Now, they're 30 seconds behind the 28 for 7th, and then the 28 is a minute 21 behind the 909 for 6th. So they've got to make up basically a lap. We've got about 80 minutes remaining. I don't know if they can keep that amount of pace over everybody else going the whole time, but they can certainly make a run of it here. 31, a 28. We'll wait for the Random Vandals and Economy Motorsports cars to update their lap times, but they're still running comfortably faster, in some cases 5 to 6 seconds faster than the cars ahead. So that'll be one to watch right now to see how much higher they're able to get themselves into the order. I think 5th place is possible here.
I think 5th place is possible for any of them.
That's true.
These are the tiers we have right now. It's the top 4 and then 5th on down.
But the 16E, the lap times over the last 10 minutes have been much faster.
Yeah.
So,
front wheel drive, man.
Yep, absolutely.
111 encountering traffic here. Already snuck past the number 14 from Palomar.
The 909 now within 2 seconds of the 88, so he's closed up the gap in a big way in the last lap or so. Again, about 4-second time difference there. So the 909 Aston Martin of Automatic Racing moving into position to pass the number 88 Renegade Racing. That will put them up into a top 5 here at VIR.
Yeah, NFC has dropped the pace a little bit. It's I say dropped. Its pace has fallen a little bit now. 2:22 last time around, which is both ceding time to the 111 in front of it and allowing the number 9 behind it to catch. What's not happening, though, is that the 9 isn't really making major inroads on the Thunder Bunny Supra.
No, because the pace of the Supra is so good. It's difficult to make that inroad there. You can only go so fast. There is a physical limit to what is capable.
Oh, of course.
I'm
mostly saying, okay, this is our fastest car on track at the moment, but it's not that much quicker than either of the Supras, really.
Right. Exactly.
But in particular, the 111. I think he's starting to comfortably gap that number 118. Into the pits is the number 15 from Palomar. By the way, did we mention the pit stops that took place under the last code 35?
We did briefly.
So GTR was in, 908 was in.
Yep.
Who else came in? Anybody on the lead lap? No is the answer. Automatic 909. 909 came in. No, it's 908.
Code 35. Due to
debris at 13. Not one you see very often.
No.
That'll be somewhere into
On
the
the
braking
straight?
zone at 4. Yeah. So I was going to say between about halfway down the back straight and then into the braking zone at 14. Do we have camera 8? Yeah. Not seeing anything there. So my point was going to be those pit stops I think might end up being of significance because we're running at such a reduced pace at the moment. I
would also point out right now, because we're an hour and 6 left. Now is the time. As Thunder Bunny comes on the pit road, the 118, this might be the final pit stop.
Yeah, well, so I think those final pit stops were, like, I think you could have done it under the last Code 35. Because we're running at reduced pace, the fuel mileage is obviously going to go through the roof. You're spending a lot less time on throttle or anywhere close to full throttle. And I think you could have gotten away with it under the last Code 35 and made that your last stop. We've seen that in the rain before, where the stints can go out to an hour 15, hour 20. Now you have to, I think. I think you're a slam dunk to make it from here to the end, given the conditions. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe not. We've got a decent line forming on the front straightaway here. It's not dry, but it's definitely drying. And I think we may have actually had it stop raining here altogether. Approaching this 1 hour to go mark. Hard to believe it's here already. Yes, we did lose some significant time to the red flag for lightning and the thunderstorm that rolled through. And yes, it's only a 7-hour race, but man, it feels like we got here fast. 118 has come in. I think that's the only car in the lead lap that's done so. Retained fourth. It definitely has retained fourth. I think we've had a pit stop for the 88. I don't think we've had one for the 909 either. So, do we collectively think this is a 4-horse race at the top? Like any one of these 4 cars has a roughly equal chance of winning?
I think it's well, unless they're doing a driver change in the 118, I think it's a 3-horse race. I also think this would be a good time to squeeze in the final ad.
Wait. Before we do that.
Yeah.
Send that one out. How you think the 118 isn't in contention?
No, because they had lost a ton of time. They were losing time hand over fist.
They're not that far back.
Come into the pit lane now. They were well ahead of the 9 and are now well behind the 9. So unless there's a driver change going on, I don't think they have the pace to do it. I think it's a 3-horse race.
I'm going to challenge that because we're going back to green, and they just made their final stop, whereas none of the other 3 leaders have. They were doing 219s just before we went to Code 35. They were in the same bracket as the overall race leaders. Oh, the number 4 has not accelerated down the front straightaway. Now he does. The NP01 from Capstone. I think the 118 is very much in it. I think the one that might be on the outside looking in here is the 123, only because the cars around it were doing 219s while it was doing 21s and 22s. The pace was there initially, but not. Oh, car off the top of the hill. Is that the economy car?
It is.
Yep. And it's a slow ACP car to drivers right down the back straightaway. Has there been a coming together?
An aji-baji, as it were.
Yeah, we'd see that in a replay. That 16 is not up to pace either.
They pull it off in the pit lane here. I'm going to go with no.
No.
No, he's thinking he can limp all the way back.
That's tough, because if we end up needing another Code 35, it completely undoes this strategy wrinkle we have.
Here's the replay. So there's the 16E center screen. Spins. Ooh, solid whack into the tires there. So what's happened to the ACP car then? That's very bizarre. Just never goes. Almost like it gets put into some kind of limp home mode or something. Very peculiar. So we'll get a good sense of where the gaps are here when we go back to green. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the 111 and the 123 are together, even though the 111 is just a touch quicker at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, the 16E is... I don't know why it's the 16E. It's the 16 on the number plates. Mm-hmm. That car is very much back up to pace down the front straightaway.
Huh.
And it's held the spot over the 99.
I mean, TCR cars, right? Still pretty sturdy for a different type of racing.
Built to take a whack or two. Hearing there is another car stopped at the south pit exit, and I would assume that is going to be the 12. Yeah.
The 12 is the contender in the points championship for ACP, and I think that's going to start to slip away here this weekend.
They've not had a great day. Through comes the 111, a 220.9 in some traffic. 219.3 for NFC. So the potential is there. $219.2 for ACP. So I think this is where we've kind of settled on pace at the moment. 219s. If we can get in towards maybe the 217s or 15s in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we'll be in really good shape. But honestly, I think we're finding it easier to make passes offline just as the rain begins to fall there at the exit of turn 17. And even up here at the exit of turn 10 as well. But you can see, I mean, visually, you go back and look at footage from 30 or 40 minutes ago, how much standing water there was down at the bottom of the hill at the exit of 10. That's all basically gone. This run between 6 and 7 is now pretty much devoid of any real meaningful accumulated water.
Indeed.
This is your NFC Mercedes. Just going to be balked in the run up the climbing S's. And is that the 9? That's just a couple of cars behind. There's your 997 Cup.
Yep.
Capstone. There's 111 at the tail end. And then this gaggle coming over the rise and the fall out of turn number 10. There goes the Mercedes.
That's the other one.
52, and there's the
9.
9. Yep. Okay. So the 9 still got some traffic to work through.
Yellow
35 again. Is that to go recover the car at the south pits? Yeah, it's the most recent note we have here. I wonder if that car wasn't able to get over towards the actual pit exit. Yeah, waving. You can see the waving yellow up there at station 12. That would suggest that there is a car stopped on the racing surface there.
Also curious to see if the 160 Moorhead Speedworks was able to catch Harrison this lap for third in GP2. Previous lap showed 7-second difference, roughly, and it was a 5-second gap.
All right, would now be a nice time.
Now would be a good time. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll run our last commercial break of the day. Under an hour remaining in the Sunday 7-hour enduro from VIRginia International Raceway. Last round of pit stops has been sort of trickling through under our last few stoppages here, but we should be properly settled in for a run to the flag after this commercial break.
Okay, all right, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh, yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Welcome back to VIR. The track is drying up. We're happy to see you here. We're under an hour to go. I think we're about to go green here. We've had the leaders make some pit stops here. The 123, the 111, and the 9 have all made their stops. So that potential advantage from the 118, having made their last pit stop under the previous full course yellow, now goes away. And they are now genuinely behind the 8 ball, I think, especially on pace.
Everybody was kind of in the same boat there, or is now kind of in the same boat. The 118 was going to need it to go basically green to the end, and that's not the case. But you bury the lead, Ryan, because the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes has jumped the 111 Thunder Bunny Supra to take the class lead. The number 9 hasn't, but everybody's now bunched up very much, all tied together at the front of the overall and GTO field. Battle still on in GP1 as well as the green flag waves. See it there at the back of Oak Tree. There's the Mercedes, there's the Supra, and there is the ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4. But pretty even launches there off the back of the Code 35 for all 3 of them. Oh, look at the traffic the Mercedes is going to have to contend with. There's a phenomenal amount of cars all piling into turn 14 at the same time. The Supra is, I think, just going to have to sit there and pick through this traffic with that that number 123. Yeah, making absolutely no progress down through a roller coaster. Finally gets the launch off of turn number 17. 123 gets past the Moorhead Speedworks number 160, gets up in behind the, is that the 525? I think it is. And that all the while, that number 9 from ACP Tangerine Associates just stalking the lot of them, and really should have been able to negate that gap. As they start picking their way through traffic. There are your 2 leaders, center of screen now, 123 to the outside, 111 to the inside. I don't think that was so much a look for a pass, as it was the 123 being out wide, trying to pick up a little extra grip off of the standard racing line. And as they exit the 5-5A complex through the lower S's, I take it back, change for the lead, 111 ahead of 123. Now the 123 looks left and right, headed into the climbing S's, trying to pick out a spot maybe for a pass or maybe just to sort of distract the number 111 as they work their way through traffic. They've really tiptoed through this initial set of general production and GTU cars after the code 35. Here's the number 9, who is right up onto the back of the NFC Mercedes. Wide goes the number 4 Capstone GTU NP01. And everybody slides through. Change for second, temporarily at least. Through goes the number 9. The 123 goes left in a space that is barely wide enough for a Mercedes AMG GT4. They'll funnel down into the braking zone at 14. We wait the arrival of the Supra, followed by, there's the Mercedes, back through on the number 9, G82 M4. So very, very briefly a change for a second, and then back to exactly the way it was. All of this happening about 40 seconds in front of the number 118 from Thunder Bunny.
Right.
So that is the margin the 118 is going to have to contend with if it's possible to make up that kind of ground. And at the moment, it would seem the answer is no, probably not.
But if we keep battling like this, they're going to start losing time.
Well, and we know that the ultimate pace is somewhere down around at 219 right now. Last lap for the leader, 220, and then the two cars behind in the 21s. Some of that will be a lot of that will be traffic. Some of that will be themselves holding each other up as they battle. This is good stuff from our 3 leaders here. I appreciate that we're 102 laps in. We had the red flag and we had the safety car and everything. But to have the 3 leaders second and a half apart with 50 minutes remaining on a wet, drying track is pretty tremendous stuff, all things considered. There's your 111 being held up slightly by the Porsche Cup 997. Immediately behind it, the number 123. They're going to go single file up through the climbing S's. Nowhere near full throttle in conditions like this, of course. The Porsche is actually a little bit quicker, headed up out of turn number 9 and into turn number 10. Still, Supra leads Mercedes. There goes the Supra up the inside of the Porsche Cup car, and I think whoever is in that round 3 racing 997 is just going to allow that number 123 to sneak through as well. The number 9 should follow suit here momentarily.
Here we're seeing the MMR Mustang leading the pack here. That 511 BMW still dutifully carrying on at the front of the crew.
Stop.
What?
I hate that ad so much.
You hate that what? What are you talking about?
Are you not making the duty ad joke?
No. As
you said dutifully earlier. I thought that's what you were referencing. Anyway.
What?
Stop. Never mind.
What are you on about?
Do you not remember the Duty Cooper ad?
I don't really listen to this.
Oh, okay. I genuinely thought that's what you've been referencing all day. Every time you say the word dutifully, I was certain that's what you were referencing.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't like toilet humor. That's not my thing.
That is...
I find that completely distasteful. Like
garbage. Such garbage.
I don't know. Okay.
Anyway, let's look back in GP2 at the moment, because we've also got a battle on for third back in the second production class between the 164 from Harrison Motorsports and the number 160 from Moorhead Speedworks. It's the second Moorhead car there. They're all the ultimate pace in GP2 right now, down in the 29s and 30s. I think this one's going to slightly go the way of Harrison, just based on lap times, but we do have other fights in the production classes as well what we have going on at the top of the field, where we've had a change for the overall lead. Again, the number 123 from NFC Motorsports through to the race lead on the number 111. And now the 9 gets past that number 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage off of Oak Tree, nose to tail, your race leaders. And now the number 9 is going to have a little bit of clear air to try and close, or at least bridge the gap between itself and the 2 race leaders.
Harrison is doing a great job to respond to the pace of the Moorhead Speedworks GP2 car. Currently holding on to that 3rd place position. Believe both cars have done their final stops for the day. So they have 45 minutes to hang on. In comes the, is that the 9? No, that's the 52.
Good lap from the Thunder Bunny 118, 216.4. So 36 seconds is now the gap from 4th up to this lead trio. Now I'm not sure the 9 is going to be able to hang here. 2:19.9 was the last lap, while the Mercedes and the Supra just stretched the margin.
Just a little bit.
Front, yeah.
I still think that 5 seconds is really the gap. I think if you're at less than 5, you're still at the mercy of traffic.
Yeah, I think that's probably reasonably fair. Here in particular,
yeah, exactly.
It's more down to can you match the lap time rather than what is the margin. Because as long as you're matching or beating what the cars in front of you are doing for the conditions, you're in with a shot. You could be 3 seconds behind.
Flatbed's rolling out.
Code 35.
Yeah. Here we go again. This will be for. Well, we don't have anything noted for. Yeah. But we did roll a flatbed there, so clearly somebody has to be recovered. Did have a note of a 4 off at turn 14 from the number 39. Yeah, if we may have lost the camera down there in the braking zone at
14A.
Turn 14, which means we won't see. If that is where this car is, number 39, means we're not going to see that.
It is driver's right, going by the report.
Yeah, and if it's at 14, it'll be between. No, we lose that camera too. Oh no, still moving. Aha! Well, there's the flatbed, and that'll be backing up to, what I assume is a car in the tires there at the top of the hill.
Yeah, it's reported as the McAllister/Ageless Bio NP01.
Yeah, so we won't see the recovery, but we may see the aftermath here, as that car is presumably loaded onto the flatbed and then moved away.
Hopefully, driver's okay.
I Thank you all for being with us today. It's been a trying one, and I know we had our challenges early in the morning as well. Plenty of other things to do and to watch. But as the weather has gotten lousy along the East Coast, I suppose this is the best place to be, watching the conclusion to the World Racing League powered by Hagerty from VIR.
It is.
I mean, it's where I've been all weekend, but if you had other things to do, I could see, maybe you just do those other things and then chime in right at the end. Which is where we are, and boy howdy, do we have a good one on our hands. If you are wondering when the next time you might be able to find some World Racing League powered by Hagerty Racing, it's in 3 weeks' time. July 28th through the 30th down at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. The second time WRL is headed down to that fantastic venue. It might be my favorite in the country. This time for the general production only race, GP 1, 2, and 3. I think we've got just short of 40 cars registered for that one, which is stacked by general production standard, by any standards really, but certainly by general production standards. Going to be a fantastic weekend. Ryan West will be in attendance for that one. I'll be chiming in from home. I think this will be the first time I've done a race from home since NOLA last year.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was the first time that I ruined a DriversEye Live presentation. I've been doing it consistently ever since.
I mean, you've been doing it sporadically ever since.
That's true.
It's been good, man. I told you. I think we the races that you guys did while I was off doing other things were really, really good. Road America and the GTO broadcast from Road Atlanta was just fantastic. It was a good race, good broadcast.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. My talent manager
stuff.
will be in touch about that.
Yeah, you're responsible for putting together your own highlight reel. I'm not sifting through 50.
No, not about the highlight reel. It's like you're here paying me compliments, and salary arbitration's coming up. That's going to be tough.
I have the word salary is not in my vocabulary. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
No clue.
Yeah, what is that?
The transition into Code 35 has just ever so slightly compressed this lead trio. I mean, it was headed that way anyway with the number 9, but now 2.5 seconds as they exit Oak Tree between the three of them. As they exited Oak Tree. Some way down the street. Sorry, Zach. I was trying to really softball my observation in there, and I missed it. We'll get him here in a second. .909 and what's the 909 and the 28 is your battle. Oh no! Sorry, it's the 88 and the 909. I was reading timing wrong.
And
that
that's
88
who we
was
saw
just,
out of 12.
Yeah, and 88 was just into and out of the pit lane as well. Moorhead, number 160, has been into the pit lane for what ought to be the final time. I think the 164 has probably already done its final stop. Just based on what I'm seeing. Be close, but I think that's how it's going to pan out. Up in GP1, your lead battle. Ooh. Now, Moorhead 147 definitely made their final stop. I think Edge is going to try and stretch this thing out.
They're going to push it right to the edge?
Their last stop was at the start of the Lightning Code 35. Well, there was an incident there that precipitated that, but then the Code 35 that had us stopped for Lightning.
Right.
I don't think they've been in, unless they came in right off of the restart.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you try to stretch it, especially since you have this going on. Just come in and just a single can.
Yeah, any Code 35. We're getting them every couple laps here. You might as well.
It's going to cost you what, maybe 20 seconds? How long does it take to drain one of those 5 gallons?
I mean, we've seen you know, a 10 to 15 second splash and dash. And that includes coming in, getting stopped, and pulling away. It's your total time loss is like 10 seconds. If you're prepared for it, now, granted, they are kind of coming from behind here, but if it's a difference between being able to quote-unquote push versus having to actively save fuel even in the rain, I think you'd want to have the ability to push. We might end up with a partially dry surface before this is over.
I think we will.
Yeah.
We're already...
wild to say, given where we were an hour ago.
Indeed.
Jesus.
We are losing the occasional camera here, trackside. We do still have onboards to supplement with, which is good. No, we don't have any more onboards either. Yeah, well. With 35 minutes to go, I don't have a whole lot of time to go out and start resetting cameras. Normally we do quite well in the rain, but apparently these ones haven't been battle tested the way some of our Super Tour live streaming was. Season's worth of rain in like 3 weekends, and then it just kept raining. Should be reasonably close here to getting things going again.
Still a wave in yellow.
Oh, 33 minutes here remaining. Should have about half an hour left by the time we come out of this yellow flag session. Unfortunately, with the rain here, we've had an uptick in the amount of full course yellow we've had to deal with, which is unfortunate, but it's the nature of the beast. I do think it's worthwhile to continue racing in the rain, just as a policy. I don't think we should be sitting in the paddock doing nothing right now. But unfortunately, it's always going to happen that you end up with some spins here and there, some people getting stuck. So you just hope that everybody can keep their vehicles mostly in one piece. You don't want anything too terrible to happen. You've got very real people's lives, very real lives that are being affected by having race cars be completely binned most times. So here comes the safety vehicles. I think they're going to be returning to their posts, and then we should be able to go green shortly thereafter. Be quite nice.
Depends if the 997 continues. Sounds like that has stopped out on track.
So we may have a little bit of an extension here. The 997 has run pretty well all day, but just starting to run into some issues today as well. So I think the reliability of that car is still not totally there. Just kind of hoping that we can get it made here. As the safety truck pulls back into the paddock. I think we'll see the second one do that here as well, but we are now waiting on the 997 to see what's going to happen with that. And the second safety truck is going to pull into the paddock as well. Now, it could be that this is an easier access point to get to the 997. Or they could be returning to their parking spaces, but I would imagine that because we're not currently green, that means they are going to go tend to the stricken Porsche 911. We are currently bereft of footage to show you. I think between the day and the rain and things like that, we've had a little bit of a...
From 10 trackside to 4.
Yeah, that's substantial. I think that's, for the math fans out there, I think it's about 60% of the cameras that we've lost. Something? You carry the 2? Yeah, 60% for sure.
Go, Brendan, go!
Do we have a trackside camera view of Brendan making camera repairs? Is that something we can pull up, Zach? Ugh, you hate to see it. Hate to see it. As we cross the 30 minutes to go time here, about 26 seconds away at least. Vehicles going at 35 miles an hour around the racetrack. And we've got the flatbed, of course, on course. Believe they will be on their way. It looks like the 997 is being towed by the Toyota Tundra there, so they will pull that back around to the paddock and then get going again. Hopefully, that'll be the last hiccup we have for the rest of our time here at VIR this year. I'm sure we'll be back next season as well. You look there at the 9, the 111, and the 123 are still right next to each other with 30 minutes to go. All three have completed their pit stops, and I think all three are going to be desperate for a win here. The 111, of course, the points leader across the board. The 9, not really in contention for the points at this time. And the 123, a little ways down the standings, but probably still technically in with a shout. So, granted, I think Thunder Bunny wants to rack up as much silverware as possible there for the trophy case. On the flip side, this is not a must-win situation for them. A second or third place really still leaves them in a very good position in the overall point standings. So we're going to go back to green here at VIR. We see the flag wave. We hear the cars accelerate. They should be coming into view here shortly. There's the 88 and the 909, the BMW and Aston Martin GT4 cars. And here is the group. That's the GTR 99 pulling out, making the pass on the slower lap traffic, followed by the 908. And it looks like that lead group of 3 battling for the lead, the NFC, the Thunder Bunny, and the ACP Tangerine Associates car, are still running as they were prior to the yellow. So we'll hopefully pick them up coming through the S's here. They're just about to come into view. There's the 123 still leading, the 111 right behind, followed by the Team ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. They're going to stay really close. I think they want to feel out the track conditions here before they start making any moves. The other problem we're going to start to see here is there is a dry line forming. You can see it in the middle of the turns right here. The problem with the dry line is it'll be so much faster than being offline. So if you're pulling out to pass, suddenly the grip situation is way different offline versus on. So it'll make passing a little bit more difficult, especially here at VIR. Passing's already a little bit on the difficult side because of the narrow width of the track. We saw the lead 2 cars, the 123 and the 111, start to pull a little bit of a gap on the 9 when they went through the shot just a moment ago. We'll pick them up here now. I think we'll have just missed them. Oh, they're going to wait. Oh, that's right, because we're missing that one.
525 did spin in turn 3, but continued.
The 111 right there behind the 123. The Toyota Supra going to try to take another win here today. They're right nose to tail as they come down the little chute here. That's the number 9 just going through the shot. They've backed off a little ways in the new BMW M4. And then the GTR 99 car back there as well. They're a couple laps down. Now, this battle right here, this first through fourth, are the only cars on the lead lap. And unfortunately, the number 118 is about 46 seconds behind this battle. So these three cars, the 124 Mercedes, the 111 Toyota, and the number 9 BMW, that's the two cars coming up the straight right now, and then the BMW just coming out of the straight right this moment are the only ones on the lead lap. So everything else behind is not for position relative to the leaders. Now, the 909 and the 88, which is somewhere back there, is going to be for position. We don't quite have eyes on them yet. 123 is now going to get held up by some traffic that's going to allow the 111 to close up the distance a little bit. But again, I think you'll see people taking less chances in traffic now, given the dry line that has formed. Not feeling as comfortable stepping out and braking late on a GP2 or 1 car here, given that they usually have a little bit more mechanical grip, which will help you in this sort of mixed conditions we have here. Still nose to tail, the 123 followed by the 111. 0.3 of a second that time by. The 111 still maintaining just a little bit of a pace advantage, I think, just by being out in front, having a mostly clear track relative to the 111, always having to check and see what the 123 is doing. Not really in a position to be making their own lines. And we'll just wait for the cars to come into the shot here. And is that the one? Yeah, they're side by side. So the 111 had passed it. Or no, that wasn't it. Okay, that was a lap car.
That was that was 44.
That was the 44. Yep.
Side by side through 5.
So they still stay nose to tail. 24 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. That's going to be about 10 to 12, 13 laps, give or take, depending on what the pace situation looks like. You've now got the leader running 209. Their best lap was a 202, and they were running in the 202, 203, 204 range most of the day. So we're not far off of the dry line pace, and I think it is going to get a little bit quicker here. The 123 is going to draft that BMW going in the back straightaway. They're then going to pull alongside the BMW. Not going to leave a whole lot of space for the Thunder Bunny Supra to get through there. And the Thunder Bunny Supra deals with the BMW as well. Loses a little bit of time there trying to deal with the lap traffic. Again, a little bit of a wet line developed off, or a little bit of wet developed off the dry line here. So still have to be very careful. GP1, just want to flag this real quick. The number 26 Edge Autosports car. They are 36 seconds behind the number 147, but their last lap was 3 seconds a lap faster. So if they can keep that 3 second a lap delta, the rest of the race, they might be able to catch. But do I think that's realistic? No. I do think that the 147 will speed up. But that's something to at least keep our eyes on in the closing bit of the race. GP2, most entrants are separated by a lap or more. Looks like the close one there is going to be Moorhead to Harrison for third position, but that's a minute 23. And Moorhead is still losing time. So that's not going to end up being close. GP3, you've got the number 85. They are a full lap ahead of the number 65. So this battle for first in GTO is really the only active battle on track right now. As we have the onboard for the NFC car, that's fantastic. So we'll be able to ride on board here with them. This is the 123, the current race leader. You can just see the line forming. See to the right there, you've got a little bit more wetness. Now on the straight here, where the drainage works a little bit better because the road is crowned a little bit, it's a lot drier. You see the dry line a little bit there as you come into the braking zone. He's going to step out here and go around the AOA MX-5, come back to the dry line immediately, then get the braking done. Trying to take it nice and easy here. Oh, yeah, the dry line, especially through here, that's going to be a big deal. Can't get off that. It'll start to get very slippy out there. JT, was it the NFC car earlier that had 2 tires off in the dirt and ended up spinning?
Yeah, up in 12.
Yeah, so I think they'll be very conscious of having done that earlier, and that cost them a lot of time. So hopefully they keep that at the forefront here as they're making decisions for braking, especially going down here into turn 1. We're going to see them come across here. They just hug the inside as best they can. You can see the car a little bit twitchy trying to put the power down. They're holding on to it reasonably well, but still just a little bit of a wiggle here and there, trying to keep that car in a straight line and trying to keep the pace in the car. That time they were a full second a lap faster than the Thunder Bunny 111. They've dropped back to 2.3 seconds. So, again, I still feel pretty confident that 5 seconds is really the gap I think you need to have in endurance racing especially. And then you got to worry about what your lap pace is, because again, that 5-second gap can disappear really quickly by catching traffic at just the wrong moment. So, we're riding on board the 123 as the leader. This is the Mercedes-Benz of NFC Motorsports. They've been a consistent entrant, and they've always had the pace here and there, but never quite been able to seal the deal, I think, in such a way that they'd be happy with themselves. So this could be their opportunity here to steal a win from the 111. Again, not a perfect race for them. They had that spin, and still able to hold on here, and definitely come away with a podium position here. I think that's a lock for sure. But hoping to hold on for the win in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Followed by them is the 111 Thunder Bunny Racing Toyota Supra. They're 2.3 seconds back. We're going to get a new gap up here shortly. That gap will have risen or fallen, but behind them, the number 9 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW M4, that car has dropped back considerably. They're only running a 2:07 last time around. That's put them 10 seconds off the leader. So that car now firmly dropped back. I don't think has a lot of time to catch up without any external factors getting involved. There goes the NFC car that we were riding on board with, and then here comes the Toyota Supra. So a substantial gap now. That's been worked out to 4.2 seconds. I wouldn't imagine they need to save any fuel at this point, given that they all made their last stop around 50 minutes to go. So I'm not sure where that NFC car is able to find the pace, and the Thunder Bunny car is not. The Thunder Bunny car runs a 2:05.5 that time, whereas NFC are basically back to that dry pace, a 2:03.6, which would have been a slow dry lap for them, but is a dry lap pace nonetheless. So, hoping that Thunder Bunny can respond here, but they are going to start to run out of time. 18 minutes left, and about a 2-minute laps, I think is fair to say. You're looking at 9 laps to get it done. And being 4 seconds behind, you're going to have to start pulling half-second gaps each lap by, and I just don't know if that's possible, given that they're currently running about 2 seconds adrift as far as overall lap pace.
I'd also point out a little bit further behind in the battle for 5th, the 909 from Automatic Racing did get by Renegade Racing 2 laps ago.
We'll come back up here and check in on that. So the Edge Autosports car has made some headway on the number 147. They're now down to 30 seconds was the last gap on the last time by. We are going to wait for that to update here for lap 110. Back on board the NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz. That car, oh, somebody's off to the left. That almost looks like the 88. Only saw it for a moment. Big cloud of smoke up ahead here as well. Wonder if that's some tires being locked. Trying to get a little bit more aggressive on the deal here. So they've now finally responded. The 147 just put in a 2:08.8, and the 26 still runs a 2:08.0. So the 26 had started to eat into the lead of GP1. That Moorhead Speedworks car, that orange and red car, just going out of the shot. having a substantial lead. I had spoken a little bit ago about the 26 potentially having the opportunity to catch that car in the Edge Autosports BMW, which is the white one that just passed our screen. They had started to do what they needed to do, and I think the message has gone to Moorhead Speedworks, the 147. Hey, if you keep doing this, they're going to catch us. So you got to pick up the pace here a little bit. Still a big gap between the leaders at the front of GTO. That NFC car really is checking out right now. See, we're looking forward here. Oh, tried to gas a little bit early. Just a little bit too much. They are in traffic.
Made it back, by the way.
NFC running all the way to the dirt there. Brendan, the Thunder Bunny car cannot match the pace of the NFC.
Yeah, 2:04.8 is not all that far off of a properly dry time.
They had run a 2:03.6 on the lap prior.
I mean, their best is a 2:02.8.
Right.
I mean, that is impressive, especially when you consider, like, there's still a decent amount of moisture on the circuit. It's not fully dry. I wonder if some of that is the wet tires maybe being a little bit softer. At least the tread blocks themselves being a little bit softer and therefore being a little bit more compliant and generating some lap time that way. Those are really good times.
Well, there's the 14 at Palomar.
Ironically, the only car that can match the NFC car right now looks like it's the 118.
That is the third car in the last 5 minutes that has gone off track. Driver's left, exiting the final corner.
That's tough down there.
Unfortunate for the 118 to have gotten caught out like that, and they lost a little bit of time when it was still more wet. They definitely had a shot at the podium here, but I think they're just way too far behind at this point to get onto that top step of the podium.
Did we note the contact under investigation between our leaders?
We did not.
Yeah, there's a note in race control, nose-to-tail contact, a team reported between the 111 and the 123. Now, I don't know which one reported it, who was the aggressor, who was the recipient. Those details are not provided, but there's now a small question mark hanging over our two race leaders. I suppose we could find it with the 123 on board, but don't need to do that necessarily at the moment. It was about 10 minutes ago. I'm impressed with the pace from this 123 in these conditions. It's really good. I wasn't going to say this earlier, but as I was thinking about the way I thought this weekend was going to pan out, we have obviously the two Supras that would, in a dry race are kind of the odds-on favorite with ultimate pace. I thought about who might be able to take the fight to them. And, we have the two Aston Martins, and the 908's a quick car for sure. But my answer, the one I settled on, was the 123 Mercedes. And I thought if they could keep it on track, it was a good enough car that if they were the ones that avoided mistakes, they could potentially pick up their first win of the season this weekend. And we've got some time left to go here. It's not a done deal yet, 13 minutes remaining. But the car you ride on board with at Mercedes-AMG GT4, I think, is now would certainly be your odds-on favorite to reach the checkered flag. Pulls out another 3 seconds after a 2:04.1, and now you can start to just ease up a touch. Right now, you don't have to maximize grip every corner. You can just run maybe 98%, 99%. Right. Pick your battles with traffic a little more cleanly, like here. Right? No need to push the issue with the 147. Get onto the straight. Let them pick their line around the NC Miata. Yeah, and then just follow them through. Or make it 3 wide. You do you. Be moved on as they head underneath the bridge. Oh, I didn't reframe that shot. Apologies. Forgot to zoom back in.
We love to see the rolling hills.
Sure. Of almost not Virginia. It is amazing how much this feels like it came down to maximizing pace in changeable conditions. I mean, you had to be there, run the first part of our endurance race in the right way and put yourself in position. In a lot of ways, it kind of ended up playing out like a quiet hour race, but nobody knew it was coming. This Thunder Bunny car isn't going to catch the 9, right? The 118?
I don't think so. I don't think there's enough pace with 11 minutes to go.
Yeah, I don't think so. It was, oh no, not this time. It was 5 seconds.
Yeah.
However, we might get a little battle on our hands for 5th. The 88 from Renegade Racing chasing down the 909, 5.7 seconds.
So that had been swapped 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Right.
But
Renegade was just a touch quicker that last time.
yeah, the last 3 laps from Renegade have all been 209s.
Yeah.
Whereas Automatic this last time by was a second slower.
Your margin's a little further down. Moorhead Speedworks leads GP1 by 18.2 seconds from Edge Autosports, who were quicker last time around, but I think they're going to run out of time unless Moorhead's pace is a result of a problem and not a result of not the result of traffic. We know it was hitting traffic last time. 207.8 for that Edge car.
Yeah, that's
really
the thing is the Edge BMW is running pretty much GTO pace in many cases.
Quick. I mean, its best lap of the race is a 207.3. That's half a second off of its best overall lap, which is why I was wondering about maybe running on a softer tire. And if you're running on a more wet weather, a changeable condition tire. But that's your lead fight in GP1. GP2, things have kind of stretched themselves out there. The 164 and the 160 were the cars we kind of had been watching before I ran out to reset all the cameras. But I don't think the pace is in that 160 at the moment to make a difference. And then down at GP3, AOA number 85 leads Open Throttle number 65 by a lap. Here comes Moorhead, and without all that traffic, 207.3, best lap of the race. Well, best lap of its race, 0.02 of a second off of the ultimate best time for the number 26 from Edge Autosports. So if it can continue to do that, I think that'll be job done in GP1 as well. And that time Edge answers with the 207.9, so it actually lost time back. 2 minutes, 0.8 for Thunder Bunny number 118.
Certainly going to try.
Yeah. Yeah, the job here, if you're in the top 3, is maintain the gap. That is a little more pressing for the 9 than it is for anybody else right now. I think you should be at this lap and then 4 more. Right, cross the line with about 9 to go. 7, 5, 3, and 1. I think we'll get the rest of this one and then an additional 4. Might just be enough time. Jump on board the 997. This is not the 997, is it? Doesn't sound like a cup car. This will be the 88, I think. Yes, it is, because Automatic Racing is listed ahead of it there at the top of the page. So we can just get that changed over, Zach. The graphic moved over to the number 88. Oh, in real time. Look at that. Beautiful.
So that's going to be Renegade Racing.
Sorry, it is Renegade Racing. Yeah, it is Renegade Racing. Yeah.
Ignore the round 3.
Yeah. There is some connection there, but it fully entered as a Renegade Racing entry, the number 88. 2:02.4 from your leader, the number 123, just ever so slightly solidifying its place up at the top of the field. If everything stays as it is, I am thrilled for NFC.
That's going to be awesome. And it's going to be a big jump for them in the point standings as well. Again, like I had mentioned to JT earlier, the 111 is in a very good points position here. So they have no incentive, really, to push the effort and bin the car. Again, you want to get a win, but, when enough's enough, just take it, 1 in the hand, 2 in the bush, etc.
Sure.
A second place in the hand versus a first in the bush.
Didn't you make that joke yesterday?
Something like that.
I think you did.
It was a worse.
A lap in the hand is worth 2 in the...
2 in the... But that was about, penalties and stuff.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah.
So.
Any chance the 88 is formerly the 401?
Ryan would have more information on that than I would.
Yes, JT, but we don't talk about it like that. Well, I'll explain that to you off air, JT. But yeah,
gotcha.
There's a really good chance.
that chassis has raced in the WRL before, you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
I don't know if it's Catesby or Steve Weber in the number 9, but they have answered the pace of the 118 kind of with a 2:04.2, and I think that not taking the big chunk this time is going to kind of do in the efforts of that number 118.
Yeah.
Similarly, Renegade loses about 3.3 seconds that time to the automatic racing entry.
Hedge doing a 2:06.1.
Wait, who did a 2:06.1?
Edge Autosports.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, while Moorhead is doing 2:07 flat. So, in any other circumstances, you'd be like, wow, that's amazing, right? This car should not be going this quickly, but they are just kind of trading blows separated by 18 seconds at the moment. And in some ways, it's a shame it's not an on-track battle. On the other hand, we've had something like, 4... This is on board the 908. We've had something like 4+ hours of green flag running today, and to be 18 seconds apart with it all to play for here in the final 5 minutes is still really impressive.
It's great.
Zach, are these all YouTube feeds? Yeah. Washed out a little bit there. Look at how deep he's running into the turn 1 braking zone. I mean, it is functioning basically as a dry track. Yeah, it is, as Zach rightly points out, it is pretty much dry. So it took us an hour and a half to go from phenomenal amounts of standing water to what is now basically a dry track, but we got there.
We did.
If this race had another 2 hours left to play out, we would have some very interesting questions to answer about tires and strategy and exactly how we were going to all get to the end with something that worked. A very interesting wrinkle right in the middle of the race, but instead it's led us to the doorstep of the checkered flag. 2 to go at the line here, so the NFC Mercedes crosses to complete lap number 120. I mentioned a little bit earlier, if you are a fan of the GTO racing at the top of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, this will be the last time these cars are in competition until High Plains Raceway on Labor Day weekend out just east of Denver. But never fear, because the event we've got up next at the end of the month, July 20th to 30th at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is, I think, going to be a barn burner. GP1, I mean, we're talking about GP1 the same way we're talking about the overall race lead at the moment. 18 seconds apart, setting fastest laps of the race. Just kind of going blow for blow here. Moorhead car, the Edge car. PC Racing had a strong start as well, but actually I think that car's been in the wall. I saw it in the paddock when I was headed out to reset a couple of the cameras, and it had done some substantial damage to the left side of the car behind the left front wheel well. But, I mean, you've got so many strong GP1 competitors. A GP2 field with the depth we had this weekend is going to be phenomenal, and we get to do it all at Road Atlanta, my favorite venue in the country. So tune in for that. 9 hours Saturday, 7 hours Sunday, just like we always do at Road Atlanta. And that'll be just as exciting as what we've had anywhere else in the field or up and down the WRL calendar. On board with your race leader, we can, I think, ride with this through the final lap. Out of 14 and 15 down through roller coaster. Dab of the brakes into hog pen. I think that'll be the Renegade car in front of it. And indeed it is. Now, is that the automatic Aston? Just in front? No, that's the chill out car. Never mind.
It is, yep.
But you can see the white flag waving just up and to the right. And as we cross the start finish for the penultimate time. Oh, the 88's
wow.
Deep. Really deep.
That could have been a disaster for the 44, and there's nothing they could have done.
No reason for that. I know we're chasing a little bit here, but the margin's 30 seconds. You weren't going to get... Oh, we had... Actually, the 88 had made a mistake the lap before.
Yeah,
2:19.7.
in turn 3.
Yeah, I wonder if they've just... Maybe they've run the tires off the car or something. Because they've lost whatever chance they had at picking up the top 5 from the 909 of Automatic Racing.
Right.
And we hop back on board with the lead Mercedes-AMG GT4. You can just back out of this one.
Ooh.
I think so as well.
Interesting. The 28 Random Vandals was 3.5 seconds behind the 88.
Oh, I wonder if that'll have changed hands. Tell you what, once we get this pass done, let's just hop over to that 88 feed and see if we spy a green BMW M4 anywhere around it. Yeah, look at this. This is ultra conservative from the driver of the 123, exactly as it should be. Let the BMW pick his line and accelerate down the back straightaway for the final time. Top over to that 88 feet if we have it, Zach. Get a peek. Oh, there it is.
Turn 7 camera shows it has been done.
Green BMW from Random Vandals Racing. That mistake from the 88 was maybe in as much desperation to defend as it was to try and catch anybody ahead of it, and it's cost it P6. Well, timing could not have been better. The 123 from NFC Motorsports. We, as fans and followers of the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, now have a new manufacturer to call a winner in the World Racing League. The 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes-AMG GT4 wins the Sunday 7-hour enduro at VIRginia International Raceway, and a new GT4 car enters the record books in the WRL. Congratulations to everybody at NFC Motorsports. A race certainly well run, a position and a win well deserved given the conditions inside of our final 90 minutes.
Yep. The rain played a big factor there, but ultimately it seems like it helped NFC Motorsports. It looked like Thunder Bunny had it, and then they didn't. And I wonder if a decision was made by them to just kind of back it back down, and it wasn't worth trying to push.
Risk would have been high, I think. And you could see how hard everybody was racing. Celebrations just next to me here in the Michael Moore Racing pits, the number 25. You could see how hard the 123, the 111, and the 9 were going at it as we got away from the full wet conditions. And I just wonder if maybe the Mercedes was a little bit better set up to handle the not full wet, not full dry phase of the race. That ultimately
could be some tire differences there too.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, it ended up defining the end of the race. That margin was all made up while the track was in transition from wet to dry. And, you hear about it often. Certain cars are very good in wet, very good in dry. They can be good in both, but maybe not so good as the track transitions. Think back to Le Mans, right? The Peugeots were phenomenal in changing conditions.
Right.
Not the best in the wet, the full wet, not the best in the dry, but man, when push came to shove and we were going back and forth, that car was just lightning quick. And I just wonder if that's where the Mercedes of NFC Motorsports found itself in the closing stanza of the race this afternoon. GP1, the final margin of victory is going to be 20.8 seconds between the 147 and the 26 of Edge Autosports. The 588 Zealous Motorsport BMW picks up a podium on the Sunday. And the celebrations from Michael Moore Racing MMR number 25, all thanks to a 4th place finish in G1.
A steady race for them. Very steady.
Yeah.
Never
I mean, look,
the timesheet on fire, but just keeping it clean, keeping doing what they have to do.
Those 2 Palomar cars were up in the top 5, both of them, and they found a way to kind of sneak themselves in there and pick up a top 4 for all the work they put in. A lot of happy people down there. It's not a podium, it's not a win, but hey, a 4th place finish in a 13-car field that is as hard fought as GP1 always is. Fantastic result. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Result. Fat and Furious Racing picks up the GP2 class win by a lap over the number 197 from Overnight Motorsports. Harrison Motorsports does end up holding off the 160 from Moorhead Speedworks in the battle for 3rd. And then safety 3rd, the number 113, sets a personal best on the very last lap, 2:13.294, and ends up in the top 5 as a result. That also in an 11-car field this weekend. GP3 AOA Racing, the number 85.
Excellent.
Brings a whole
For
race
them.
together. Yep. Picks up a class win lap up ahead of the number 65 from Open Throttle Racing. Roberts Motorsports, the number 109. Not the cleanest race today. We've seen that car go really, really quickly and has run a completely clean race. Just a couple of extra offs today, I think, put it behind the 8 ball a little bit.
I just have to wonder if they had reduced the pace a smidge.
Yeah.
If they could have been higher up the order. They're only a lap behind 2nd place.
Car looks pretty clean here in the pit lane, all things considered. A couple of scrapes.
Sure,
but
they didn't hit anything, but they spun repeatedly.
Yeah. The number 55 from AOA Racing rounds out a full GP3 finishing field. All 4 cars that started and finished the race, and they did it within, I mean, it's going to sound ridiculous, but finished within single-digit laps.
Yep.
Which is not always, I mean, not even a margin of victory sometimes is in the single-digit lap count. So, good work from a full GP3 field. Actually, 2 really good races across the board out of the bottom production class. GTU, to round things out, 2 cars started, 1 car will finish. The Ageless Bio number 39 that lost so much time earlier. McAllister? Ageless Bio? I don't know. Anyway. I saw that car in the paddock as it was recovered from the incident up at turn 14, and pretty extensive damage done to the right rear of that car, presumably going backwards into the tires at the end of the back straightaway. But Capstone Motorsports is your class winner, 116 laps complete, and for a bit of flair, 14th overall in the field of 45 that took the green flag this morning. So, gentlemen, I don't know how much more we can put on this, but you can take this as a wrap-up of today or the weekend, or you can look forward to Road Atlanta. Wherever you guys want to go, take it away, and we'll start getting things wrapped up here in the booth. Maybe.
It was good. Mainly staying out of trouble netted people good results, and that just goes to show you really got to be in it to win it. And I'm really looking forward to see what these GPs are able to do in a GP only event at Road Atlanta. That's going to be very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. I think Road Atlanta is the big one we're looking forward to. I think we really rehashed everything that we needed to rehash during the race today. We had a lot of opportunity under yellow. We had some opportunity under the red flag. You know, I think the race came down to be pretty close at the end. I'm pretty sure the Thunder Bunny car has to have just kind of waved the white flag at one point and said, you know, I think we're good. It was a great race all the way across. There was tight racing for much of it. We were able to show a lot of battles side by side. had a couple of onboards sprinkled in. I think it was a good event overall, but all eyes now turn to GP and going to Road Atlanta to check that out. I'm looking forward to getting back out to Atlanta, hopefully to get another cool rental car. Yeah, we'll see you guys there. I'm very excited, very much looking forward to the split event there in Braselton, Georgia.
Yeah, I think today was, and the weekend as a whole. We left VIR last year with some concerns about aggressive driving and all of that, and I think you wonder about multi-class racing at VIR and everything that it presents. I think this weekend was a good proof of just what's capable of here. These cars, these classes, and the style of racing we do in the WRL is capable of at a place like VIR. Great weekend of watching cars run around in anger. 2 really, really good races, both as sprint racing interests and as a proper endurance race. I think we got everything that we asked for in coming here, and more, including some thunderstorms and lightning delays and all of that for our troubles as well. As Ryan said, next we head to Road Atlanta. Really, really excited. I think a lot of us have had this GP-only weekend circled on our calendar for some time. I know the series has, and watching GP1 cars kind of lead the way and make that the new top shelf, or at least a temporary top shelf item in the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. It's going to be a really, really special weekend. Excited to be a part of that one. Even if I won't be there in person, Ryan is going to carry the flag for us in the best possible way, because he is a car guy. He gets cars. He gets car builds. Yeah, no. The content coming out of Road Atlanta is going to be fantastic. So tune into that. We'll be live. I think it'll be 8 o'clock both days, Saturday and Sunday, July 29th and 30th. Make some time for it, because it'll be 2 really, really good races with lots to talk about and lots to dive into. So with that all being said, we leave VIR for about 3 weeks, head to Road America on Road Atlanta, which will be all live on DriversEye Live, and I appreciate everybody's company all the way through the weekend. For JT Tammy and for Ryan West, for Zach Johnson on production, I am Brendan Kazmarek. This has been the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live, and we'll see you all in a couple of weeks.